Before we begin, I thought it would be fun if everyone lets me know in the comments where they're watching this video from. And while you're down there, don't forget to subscribe. Now, let's start today's episode. Angel Ormiston. During the summer of 1992, 17-year-old Angel Ormiston lived in the middle-class suburb of Mentor in Lake County, Ohio, where she had grown up. A student at Mentor High School, she was well liked for her friendly nature, bright smile, and golden blonde hair. Her friends described her as outgoing, someone who loved spending time with them, driving around town with music playing, and enjoying life. With her own car, Angel had the freedom to go wherever she pleased. One of her favorite places was the Great Lakes Mall, where she not only liked to shop and hang out but also worked a part-time job at a burger restaurant. On the afternoon of July 31, 1992, Angel told her mother she was heading to the mall to pick up her paycheck and take care of some errands. When she didn't return home that night, her mother assumed she was staying at a friend's house, as she often did. At first, no one was particularly worried. Angel's mother, Jackie, wasn't particularly strict when it came to checking in, as she had always given her daughter a high level of independence. Since Angel's father was a long-haul truck driver and often away from home, there weren't many rigid rules in place. Because of this, Jackie didn't immediately panic when Angel didn't come home that night, assuming she had stayed with a friend, as she had done before. However, 2 days later, Angel's older brother went to the Great Lakes Mall for some shopping and noticed something alarming. Parked in the lot was Angel's white 1981 Honda Civic. Approaching the vehicle, he looked inside and saw her pocketbook and hairbrush lying on the seat. Concerned, he immediately called their mother, who rushed to the scene and picked up Angel's car. At first, Jackie still believed Angel was likely with her best friend, Stacy. She tried calling Stacy's home, but no one answered. It was then that a sinking feeling set in. Realizing that something wasn't right, she made the difficult decision to contact the police and report her daughter missing. By August 2, 1992, Angel had been missing for 2 full days. When the police asked Jackie why she had waited so long to report her daughter missing, she explained that she believed a person had to be gone for 48 hours before filing a report. With growing concern, Jackie turned to Stacy, Angel's closest friend and the person most likely to know her whereabouts. The two girls were nearly inseparable and frequently spoke on the phone when they weren't together. However, this weekend was different. Stacy had spent her time baking cookies at her sister's house, completely unaware that Angel was missing. When Jackie finally reached her, Stacy was stunned. She hadn't seen Angel all weekend and had no idea where she could be. Realizing her daughter had not been with Stacy as she had assumed, Jackie was horrified. The Mentor police launched an immediate investigation, with Larry Fish assigned as the lead detective. His first step was a thorough search of Angel's vehicle, but despite the circumstances, there were no clear signs of foul play inside the car. There were no signs of a struggle, and nothing appeared to have been stolen from Angel's car. It seemed as if she had simply stood up and walked away on her own. However, those who knew her best found this idea impossible to believe. Angel was well-liked, outgoing, and had no reason to suddenly leave town. She had strong friendships, future college plans, and no known personal issues that would make her run away. With no clear evidence of a voluntary departure, investigators began to consider the possibility that Angel had been abducted. When her car was dusted for fingerprints, numerous prints were found, but all of them belonged to her friends and family, unintentionally making them suspects. Detective Fisher started by ruling out Angel's immediate family. He contacted her father's trucking company and confirmed through dispatch records that he was out of state at the time of her disappearance. Turning his attention to Angel's mother, Jackie, he requested that she undergo a polygraph test. To the detective's surprise, Jackie refused to take the polygraph test. Her unusual behavior led them to scrutinize her more closely. They pressed her with questions about why she had waited so long to report Angel missing and whether she believed her daughter had met with foul play. They also questioned her decision to move Angel's car, which could have disturbed potential evidence. However, without solid proof against Jackie, the authorities had no legal grounds to force her to take the test. Since the burger restaurant was the last place Angel had said she was going, investigators turned their attention there. Upon arrival, they learned from her coworkers that she never showed up that day, and her paycheck was still waiting to be collected. However, what the employees revealed next deeply concerned the detectives. They mentioned a former male manager who had a disturbing habit of targeting young female employees. He would often loiter while they changed into their uniforms and had a history of inappropriate behavior. His actions had ultimately led to his dismissal for sexual harassment after multiple instances of unwanted touching. When investigators dug into the manager's background, they uncovered a troubling history of interactions with underage girls. Employees further revealed that he had an unusual fixation on Angel, giving her extra attention, watching her closely while she worked, and making inappropriate comments about her. They also mentioned that he often found excuses to get close to her in the small kitchen and strike up conversations. With this disturbing information, the former manager quickly became the primary suspect. The police tracked him down, but he adamantly denied any involvement in Angel's disappearance. He insisted that he hadn't seen Angel since they last worked together, and claimed he was nowhere near the Great Lakes Mall on the day she vanished. He even provided timesheets proving he had been working at another fast food restaurant at the time. Despite his alibi, investigators couldn't shake the feeling that the burger restaurant was somehow connected to Angel's disappearance. After questioning the manager and other employees again, they uncovered a secret Angel had kept from her family. When she told her mother she was going to pick up her paycheck, she had left out one crucial detail. It was supposed to be her last paycheck. It turned out that Angel had lost her job due to repeated tardiness. With everyone connected to her workplace eventually ruled out, the police found themselves back at square one. Angel's loved ones struggled to understand why anyone would want to harm her. She was known for being kind and trusting, never the type to make enemies. Investigators began to suspect that her trusting nature might have made her vulnerable to someone with bad intentions. They theorized that she may have willingly left with someone who later caused her harm. In this case, the last person to see Angel alive was her best friend, Stacy. Since the final person to see a victim is often involved in their disappearance, authorities considered Stacy a person of interest once again. With that in mind, they decided to bring her in for questioning. Stacy spoke with detectives for 4 hours, willingly sharing everything she knew. However, her alibi remained unchanged. She had spent the entire weekend baking at her sister's house. Despite having no new information about Angel's whereabouts, Stacy did provide a potential lead for investigators. She suggested they look into a student from their school. That student was Mark Satka. 19-year-old Mark had recently graduated from Mentor High with honors. According to Stacy, Angel admired him deeply and had hoped for a romantic relationship with him. Their relationship over the summer had been a secret, known only to Angel's closest friends. But Stacy then revealed the biggest secret of all: Angel was pregnant with Mark's child. Stacy said that Angel had wanted to tell Mark she was pregnant before she vanished. She had hoped that he would embrace her and want to start a relationship with her and raise the child. However, Mark was scheduled to enroll at Akron University and was alleged to have just been leading Angel on throughout the summer. He didn't seem to be interested in a long-term relationship with Angel. On hearing this, Mark Satka was rounded up by the police right away to be questioned. Mark was shocked to learn that he was being investigated over the case and insisted that he and Angel were not even dating, let alone that she could be pregnant with his child. He claimed that although they had only ever had one sexual encounter, it had been a long time ago. Then he said he had a girlfriend and had been dating her for 2 years. According to him, he worked until 5 o'clock that Friday and then went to the mall to buy a present for his girlfriend. Later, he then had pizza with friends. Police started investigating his alibi and began by looking into his workplace. They proceeded to Mark's place of employment, and his time card did show that he was speaking the truth about his attendance at work. When they took Mark's shopping route to the stores, they discovered that he could have made the trip in the time he claimed. The friends Mark claimed he linked up with that night were finally approached. They verified they had met for pizza and a movie at 9 o'clock, but Mark was unable to present any witnesses for the shopping outing. Nobody recognized Mark when investigators questioned staff members from the stores he claimed to have gone to. This made the investigators question Mark's account of this time period. Due to this gap in his evening, the detectives asked Mark to take a polygraph examination. He agreed and did really well on the test, proving that he wasn't giving false information in his responses. Mark was no longer considered a suspect as a result of his cooperation and the polygraph test. The police then reverted to the original assumption that Angel either fled town or was kidnapped from her car by a different offender. They suspected Angel may have fled to have her pregnancy alone since she knew her mother would not approve of an abortion. Once more, there were no leads for the police to pursue until a few weeks later when a prisoner at the Lake County Detention Center provided a tip. According to him, in Cleveland, there was a prostitute named Angel who fit Angel Ormiston's description of a blonde between the ages of 17 and 20 with a lovely smile, and who was found wandering the streets alone. The description was a perfect fit for Angel. The prisoner claimed to have seen Angel moments before his arrest. He continued by saying that a man by the name of Pimp Gaddy had employed Angel. When Detective Fisher contacted his Cleveland colleagues, they confirmed that the police in Cleveland were aware of someone going by the name of Pimp Daddy. He operated his business out of a 2-story building on the outskirts of the city. Runaways, strays, and troublesome youths made up his workforce, but they had been told not to speak to authorities or divulge their names. Police could only attempt to save Angel once. They made the decision to raid the location, specifically during their busiest hours, which was a Friday evening. Police were able to locate the said girl after a search warrant was approved. While she acknowledged that her name was Angel, she remained silent. The only way to determine if this was the missing Mentor, Ohio resident, Angel Ormiston, was to call her mother, Jackie, and urge her to travel to Cleveland to meet the young woman and maybe identify her as her daughter. Jackie prepared herself for the worst, but it was discovered that the girl was not Angel Ormiston when she got there. Nevertheless, this act did result in some good when the little girl's family was found and she was sent home, rescuing her from a life of crime, drugs, and prostitution. In an effort to get Angel's name and story in the media, Jackie, who was inconsolable, invited every local news station into her home. She pleaded for information and begged for assistance in finding her daughter innumerable times. Flyers that Angel's friends created were dispersed across the neighborhood. In order to gather a sum of $10,000 for Angel's safe return, the community turns to local businesses, organizations, and charity for donations. Within a month, the Mentor Police Department received thousands of tips. Police spent a lot of time investigating the tips, but to no avail. Because Jackie believed the police weren't acting quickly enough, the Ormstons had to hire their own private investigator, but this did not provide any results either. After more than 3 months, Angel was still missing. Despite the lack of progress in her situation, her mother remained optimistic. In case Angel ever called home, Jackie left a voice note for her on her answering machine. As the months passed, there was frustration among Angel's family and friends, and rage at the police station intensified. The search for Angel Ormiston ended when a local man went hunting with his dog on December 15, 1992. The dog detected a scent during their walk and moved in the direction of a drainage ditch. The man then became aware of a sizable form that was covered in a sheet and had a rope tied around it. He noticed something that appeared to be a human hand when he pulled back the fabric. Despite being severely decomposed, the body had been lying face down for several months when it was discovered by investigators, which is roughly how long Angel has been missing. Green duct tape and an old piece of clothesline were used to bind the corpse. Police were able to identify the body as being that of a female, despite the fact that it was completely unrecognizable. Everyone recognized the person in their hearts. In an effort to identify her killer, the forensic team collected her bones and started digging through the earth for any evidence that could help with the case. The coroner was able to identify Angel Ormiston's remains on December 16th, thanks to dental records. The small town's residents were shocked when the news of Angel's murder traveled throughout the community. An autopsy revealed that Angel had suffered a traumatic head injury, as well as 2 stab wounds to the chest. Those stab wounds were determined to be the cause of death by the coroner. She had been violently and angrily stabbed. At least the police had physical evidence by this point to try to identify the murderer. The forensic team was able to retrieve a blue piece of carpet fibers, which was stuck to the duct tape. In their search for the matching blue carpet, police put together a list of all the houses associated with Angel, including her family and friends. One of those residences belonged to Mark Satka's parents. The boy Angel had been seeing all summer. The house was empty at the time of Angel's murder since it was up for sale, but Mark had been spotted using it. There were only 2 persons with the keys at that time, Mark and his mother. When the police went over to the house to look at it, they discovered it had been sold, but they were permitted by the new owners to search the house. The owners have entirely renovated the house, with the exception of 2 rooms and the basement. Investigators observed blue carpet squares on the steps as they descended into the basement. They then took some samples to compare with the blue carpet fibers discovered on Angel's remains. They also observed that a part of the laundry room clothing line had been removed. This was also hurriedly processed in the lab, and the findings support their suspicions. The evidence was undeniable. Bloodstains were discovered on the basement carpets, stairs, and walls, along with a bloody thumbprint that was sent for testing. With this, the police moved quickly, arresting Mark Satka for Angel Ormiston's murder just a day after uncovering what they called his basement of horrors. His arrest came 5 months after Angel's disappearance. Despite the mounting evidence, Mark remained defiant, insisting that the police didn't have enough proof to charge him. At the same time, investigators were examining Mark's car. Although he had attempted to clean it thoroughly, his efforts weren't enough. Inside the vehicle, detectives found the same roll of green duct tape that had been used to bind Angel, along with traces of blood in the trunk. When confronted by Detective Fisher with this overwhelming evidence, Mark finally broke. He admitted to doing something stupid. When asked to clarify, he confessed he had killed Angel. He claimed that he brought Angel to the house with the purpose of having intercourse with her, but that he became angry when she revealed that she was pregnant and that he was the father. When Angel refused to get the abortion he insisted she have, he got angry and knocked her to the ground by his repeated punches. He hurried up the stairs and raced to the garage to retrieve a knife and stabbed her twice. Detectives questioned if Angel was alive or dead before he stabbed her. He responded that she was alive since he could see her breathing. Mark then dragged her up the stairs after wrapping her body and tying a laundry line around her legs. She was placed in his car, and he drove to the woods to discard her body there. He went back home to clean up before going to dinner with his friends. The entire time that Mark had been eating pepperoni pizza and having fun with his friends, Angel's body had been lying in a shallow grave. Following Mark's confession, he was formally charged with Angel's murder. The news brought some relief to Angel's family and friends, who had been seeking justice for months. Mark led investigators to the roadside location where he had discarded Angel's car keys and then took them to a remote spot where he claimed to have thrown the knife, though it was never recovered. Mark's motive was disturbingly clear. To him, Angel was an obstacle, a burden that threatened his future. Though he had no real feelings for her, he refused to take responsibility for her or their unborn child. In February 1993, Mark pleaded guilty to aggravated murder and kidnapping in order to avoid the death penalty. Investigators later discovered that he had been able to pass a polygraph test earlier in the case due to his complete lack of remorse, which he continued to display even after his conviction. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Harvey and Jeanette Crew. David Harvey Crew, 28, and Jeanette Leonore Crew, 30, were a farming couple from Pukewawa, New Zealand, who were tragically murdered in 1970. The couple had tied the knot just 4 years earlier, on June 18, 1966, in Auckland, and at the time of their deaths, they were raising their 18-month-old daughter. In the months leading up to the murder, they had been targeted by a series of unsettling crimes, including multiple arson attacks and a burglary. In one particularly disturbing incident, clothing was set on fire inside their bedroom. These strange and seemingly random acts of violence left Jeanette feeling uneasy, particularly when she was home alone with their daughter while Harvey was away. Despite the severity of these incidents, no one was ever caught or charged in connection with them. Then, on June 22, 1970, calls to the couple's farmhouse went unanswered for several days. Their home was located near Jeanette's father, Leonard W. Delmar, whose farm bordered theirs. A stock agent, unable to reach either Harvey or Jeanette, contacted Leonard to check whether Harvey still needed trucks to pick up sheep. Concerned, Leonard went to their farmhouse, where he discovered bloodstains inside and their 18-month-old daughter alone in her crib, visibly distressed and appearing thinner, as if she had lost weight. There was no sign of her parents. However, rather than immediately calling emergency services, Leonard first returned to his own home to inform the agent that the trucks would no longer be needed. He then sought out a neighbor, the same one who had initially pointed out that no one had heard from Jeanette and Harvey in some time, before going back to the farmhouse. The couple's child was entrusted to a neighbor for care, and only then were the authorities contacted. Jeanette and Harvey had last been seen on June 17th. Their daily deliveries of milk, bread, and newspapers remained uncollected in their letterbox. Investigators determined that their daughter had likely gone 5 days without food and, at most, 48 hours without anything to drink. Strangely, a witness, a neighbor, later came forward claiming that on June 19th, he had seen a woman on the Cruz property. However, he did not recognize her, and he was certain it wasn't Jeanette. Unlike Jeanette, who had long dark hair, the woman he saw had fair hair. Months later, on August 16th, Jeanette's body was discovered in the Waikato River. It had been wrapped in a duvet and bound with copper wire. Then, exactly 1 month later, on September 16th, Harvey's body was found farther upriver, appearing to have been caught in some reeds. A car axle was recovered along with Harvey's body, leading some investigators to believe the killer had attempted to weigh it down. However, not all investigators agreed. While one officer insisted the axle had been attached to the body, others could not confirm this, suggesting it may have simply been in the water beneath him. Over the years, various theories emerged, including speculation that the axle was a false clue and had never been connected to the body at all. Both Jeanette and Harvey were fatally shot with a .22 caliber firearm. In addition to the gunshot wounds, Jeanette had suffered fractures to her facial bones, likely from being struck with a blunt object. While her Wikipedia page mentions that she was sexually assaulted, many other sources do not include this detail. Investigators collected and test-fired 64 registered .22 caliber rifles belonging to local residents and neighbors. A forensic report dated August 19, 1970, stated that 2 of the rifles, one belonging to a man named Arthur Allen Thomas and another owned by the Eyre family, could not be ruled out, though there wasn't enough conclusive evidence to charge either party. The axle found with Harvey's body was linked to Arthur Allen Thomas, a farmer who lived nearby. It was believed to have come from a trailer sold to Arthur's father, Allen Thomas, in 1959 and had remained on their farm. Investigators also discovered 2 back axles from the same trailer in a dump site on the property. Additionally, the copper wire used to bind the victims' bodies was said to match wire found on Arthur's farm. While much of the evidence against him was circumstantial, police remained focused on Arthur as their primary suspect. In June of 1970, when Jeanette's sister Heather arrived from the United States to care for their daughter, she pointed the finger at Arthur, whose name had been raised earlier in the investigation by someone who claimed Jeanette had been pestered by a local boy prior to 1961. Upon being asked, Arthur told authorities that while he had liked Jeanette when they were younger and that he had chased after her romantically, she did not seem to reciprocate these feelings and never showed any interest, and so he moved on. He'd been married to his wife for 3 years and claimed that he hadn't seen either Harvey or Jeanette in 8 or 9 months. Prior to Jeanette getting married, Arthur had encountered her mother, who encouraged him to look her up. The pair exchanged the occasional letter while she was away overseas. When she returned, Arthur bought her a brush and comb as a Christmas gift in 1962, but she told him she had a boyfriend and Arthur never pursued Jeanette any further. Upon reviewing crime scene photos, authorities determined that the shots were possibly fired through the windows in the kitchen which looked onto the lounge through a doorway. The windows were open that night, and it was theorized that Harvey was shot first in his armchair due to the brain tissue found on the chair. The killer then went into the house and encountered Jeanette, who was struck before being shot. She had a contact wound implying the gun had been pressed up against her skin. Armed with this new information, another search of the garden was conducted in October 1970, and turned up a spent cartridge case half buried in the ground. The weapon carried marks which showed it had been ejected from Arthur's rifle. And in November 1970, he was arrested and charged with the double homicide. Although his wife and cousin gave him strong alibis for the June 17th, Arthur was put on trial. The prosecution suggested that it was his wife who was seen by the witness on the Crew property on the 19th, while the witness disputed this as he would have recognized her. They claimed that the motive behind the killing was that Arthur was obsessed with Jeanette, but almost every scrap of evidence that the prosecution had was circumstantial at best. Jeanette's father, Leonard, reportedly backed up the claims that Arthur was infatuated with his daughter, and in 1971, Arthur Allen Thomas was found guilty. A later appeal overturned this conviction, but he was tried and convicted again in 1973. Arthur's supporters began a campaign to bring attention to the miscarriage of justice which had occurred. Dr. Jim Sprott, an expert forensic scientist, was consulted, and he found that the cartridge of Arthur's that was found in the Crew garden had been planted. It was shown to be from a batch that couldn't have contained the bullets that had been found in the victims' bodies. In 1979, Arthur was released from prison and was paid almost $1 million for his time spent in jail and the loss of the use of his farm. The Royal Commission of Inquiry was ordered to review the case. They reported in November of 1980 that the bullet had been planted in the garden, having been created by the police when they had impounded his gun and ammunition. The report stated its belief that D.I. Bruce Hutton and D.S. Lemrick Johnston were responsible for the misconduct, but charges were never laid against the two. Among other things, the reports acknowledged the planted evidence, but not that the police had been on the wrong track. It also ruled out Leonard Delmer as the killer, although he was the police's initial suspect. There are several main theories surrounding the murders of Harvey and Jeanette. The first is that a murder-suicide took place. Some believe that since Jeanette was physically struck in the face, Harvey was responsible, and either in self-defense or because she had perhaps snapped, Jeanette shot her husband. She then possibly had her father help her move and dispose of the body. But in the days following, Jeanette shot herself either due to guilt or because she knew she would get caught. Leonard then found her body and disposed of it as well. However, many believe Leonard and Leonard alone is responsible for the double homicide. In 1962, Leonard had been fined £10,000 for tax evasion, and to meet the liability he had to sell half of his share of the farm to his wife. At the time of Jeanette's death in 1970, she was about to receive that share which had been left to her by her mother. Jeanette's sister Heather had been written out of her mother's will when she decided to marry a divorced American man. Leonard went on to raise suspicion during the investigation by the fact that he was slow to raise the alarm on his missing child and her husband. A scratch found on his neck, and that while he shadowed the authorities in their search for the missing couple, he didn't actively join in. He also made a comment that they would likely be in the water, which is where the pair were ultimately located. Leonard denied being involved. Reportedly, police were told that Leonard also had an unregistered .22 caliber gun, but it appears if this gun existed, it was never recovered. However, it was found that financially, Leonard would not have gained anything. Although he would receive the couple's share in the farm, it would ultimately go to his granddaughter when she turned 21. It's also been speculated that the woman seen on the farm on the 19th was Leonard's new girlfriend. Many online sleuths believe that a man named Mickey Eyre was responsible for the killings. Mickey was a man with a disability that prevented him from speaking, and according to his mother, he never went out at night. However, multiple witnesses contradicted this, claiming they had seen him outside after dark carrying a gun. Earlier, We discussed how a .22 caliber rifle belonging to the Air family could not be ruled out as the murder weapon. Reportedly, Harvey had a dispute with Mickey Air over work done on the crew farm. Witnesses stated that Harvey, in a fit of anger, had thrown Mickey off his property, which could have given Mickey a potential motive. Despite this, Mickey was never investigated or considered a person of interest. A police review conducted in 2014 concluded that there was insufficient evidence to pursue a new prosecution. While Leonard has been officially cleared as a suspect, the murders of Harvey and Jeanette Crew remain unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Melissa Brannan. A woman and her daughter attended a Christmas party, but in the midst of the celebration, the little girl vanished without a trace. Despite a massive search effort involving hundreds of volunteers, police officers, and even the FBI, no sign of her was ever found. As investigators dug deeper, they uncovered unsettling clues that hinted at a dark and intricate case. In the end, the truth they uncovered was shocking, but not what anyone had expected. Melissa Brannan was born on April 12, 1984, in Texas. Shortly after her birth, her parents divorced, and her mother, Tammy, decided to relocate to the quiet town of Lorton, Virginia. Known for its peaceful atmosphere, the town was popular among families with young children. Tammy found work as an accountant at a local company and rented an apartment in a residential complex on the outskirts of town. The community was made up of several small apartment buildings, and one of its biggest draws was the frequent events and activities organized for residents and their children. These gatherings took place every Friday and on special holidays, allowing neighbors to bond and fostering a close-knit, friendly environment. Melissa enjoyed living in the community. At 5 years old, she spent much of her time playing outside with other children and eagerly participating in the organized events. She especially loved the holiday gatherings, where there was always plenty of fun and delicious food to enjoy. On December 3rd, the apartment complex held a Christmas celebration in a separate building with multiple halls. The event was lively, with around 200 residents attending. Adults sat in small groups enjoying dinner while their children ran around, playing and laughing. Around 10 p.m., Tammy decided it was time to head home. She called for Melissa and asked her to grab their jackets while she finished saying goodbye to some friends. Melissa also asked if she could take some chips home, and her mother agreed. A few minutes later, when Tammy was ready to leave, she realized Melissa had not yet returned. At first, she assumed her daughter had simply gotten distracted, but as she began searching through the different halls and checking the hallway, she felt a rising sense of panic. Melissa was nowhere to be found. As Tammy's worry deepened, she began asking the other guests if they had seen Melissa, but no one had. With every passing moment, her concern grew, and soon, word spread throughout the complex that the little girl was missing. Neighbors quickly jumped in to help, searching every corner of the building and the surrounding area. They checked outside, calling Melissa's name, but there was no sign of her. Realizing the situation was serious, Tammy called the police. Within minutes, officers arrived at the complex and immediately joined the search. By then, more than 300 volunteers had gathered to assist. The initial theory was that Melissa had simply wandered off and gotten lost, but as the hours passed, this seemed less and less likely. The night was cold and dark, making it improbable that a young child could have gone far unnoticed. Moreover, Melissa knew the area well, and officers doubted she would have wandered aimlessly into unfamiliar surroundings. What made this situation even more difficult was the fact there was a large forest right behind the complex, so it was possible that Melissa had somehow ended up there and gotten lost. The search of the building where the Christmas event was held didn't yield many results. Melissa's jacket was missing, but there were no other clues to explain her disappearance. The only thing that stood out to the police was an open window in the boiler room. They considered the possibility that she might have climbed out through it, but even that didn't seem very likely. With every passing hour, the situation became more alarming. Officers widened their search radius, combing through the dense forest behind the complex while others methodically checked the remaining buildings. Despite the late hour, the community refused to give up. Hundreds of volunteers continued searching, desperate to find any clue that might lead to Melissa. Investigators began to consider all possibilities. They questioned whether Melissa could have left the building on her own, but no one recalled seeing her go outside. There were no signs of forced entry or struggle, and her mother, Tammy, had not noticed anything unusual that evening. They also examined potential suspects. Since family abductions are common in missing child cases, police looked into Melissa's father. However, they quickly ruled him out. He was still in Texas at the time of her disappearance and had an alibi. Despite their exhaustive efforts, the search turned up nothing. There were no footprints in the forest, no signs of struggle, and no clues in the apartment complex. It was as if Melissa had vanished into thin air. At that point, the police sent the volunteers home and decided to go door to door, speaking to every resident. Around 400 people lived there, and that night, officers talked to each one of them. No one had any idea where Melissa could have gone, so investigators asked them to think back on anything strange or suspicious that had happened around the complex, even if it didn't seem related to her disappearance. That's when they got their first interesting lead. Several women mentioned that Caleb Hughes, one of the complex's maintenance workers, had been acting also raised red flags with parents. Detectives wasted no time questioning him about his whereabouts and actions that night. Hughes seemed cooperative at first, claiming he had simply stayed late at the party before heading home. However, when officers pressed him for specific details, his story became inconsistent. He couldn't provide a clear account of where he had been between the time Melissa disappeared and when he arrived home. Meanwhile, investigators began looking into his background. What they found raised even more red flags. Hughes had a history of inappropriate behavior around children. Several residents had reported feeling uneasy about the way he interacted with kids, though no formal complaints had ever been filed. With suspicions mounting, police obtained a search warrant for Hughes' home and vehicle. What they uncovered would change the course of the investigation entirely. The officers quickly realized that Hughes had left the complex about 2.5 hours before returning home, which was odd since his commute should only have taken about 10 minutes. Hughes claimed that he had taken a longer route to stop at a store for a pack of beer, but the police were skeptical of his story. First, a quick stop still wouldn't account for nearly 3 hours, and second, there was a state law prohibiting alcohol sales after midnight. On top of that, Hughes couldn't provide a receipt for his purchase. The situation looked pretty suspicious, so the police asked Hughes to hand over the clothes he had worn to work that day. This is when things got even stranger. Hughes said that he had thrown his clothes into the washing machine as soon as he got home. Despite this, the officers convinced him to give them the clothing. To their surprise, they found that he had also washed his shoes. But that wasn't all. Sections of the shoe soles had been removed, and in the washing machine, officers found clothing, a large knife sheath, and a leather belt. When questioned about the missing knife, Hughes stated that he couldn't recall where it was. Given his suspicious actions, investigators grew increasingly convinced that he was involved in Melissa's disappearance. They collected his clothing and sent it to the lab for analysis. When forensic experts treated his shoes with luminol, it revealed traces of blood. However, since the shoes had already been washed, there wasn't enough blood left to extract a viable DNA sample. Detectives then returned to Hughes' residence and took him in for questioning. Despite the lengthy interrogation and mounting inconsistencies in his story, Hughes refused to change his account. He insisted that he didn't know Melissa, had never seen her before, and had no idea what had happened to her. The police, however, knew he was lying, as multiple witnesses, including Tammy, had observed him interacting with Melissa and other children during the party. But when the detectives confronted him with that and said, "We know you're lying," Hughes calmly responded, "Prove it." Despite the detectives' suspicions, they didn't have enough solid evidence to arrest him, so Hughes was released. The next day, investigators ramped up the search operation, hoping to find either Melissa or more clues. That morning, they also decided to speak with Hughes' wife without him present, and she shared an interesting observation. Apparently, their relationship had been troubled, and she didn't trust him. Before Hughes left for the Christmas event, she checked the mileage on his car and remembered the reading. After he returned, she checked it again and noticed that he had driven 12 miles. This information was crucial for the police for two reasons. First, it didn't align with his story about a trip to the store that supposedly took 2.5 hours. Second, they could now estimate the general area where Hughes might have taken Melissa. By calculating the distance from Hughes' home to the apartment complex, investigators were able to determine a potential search area based on the remaining mileage. This resulted in a zone spanning approximately 25 square miles. Given the vast area to cover, law enforcement sought assistance from the military, deployed helicopters and planes, and even utilized divers to inspect nearby bodies of water. Around 400 volunteers also joined the search effort. Melissa's father, who had immediately flown in from Texas upon hearing the news, participated as well. Authorities distributed thousands of flyers detailing Melissa's disappearance in hopes of reaching as many people as possible. Notably, just 5 months earlier, another young girl had vanished from the same town. Her remains were later discovered, but the perpetrator was never identified. While the large-scale search continued, a forensic team was dispatched to the complex. At that point, the only possible clue police had found was the open window in the boiler room. The experts examined the area and discovered something interesting. Just outside the window, there was a faint adult-sized boot print, and similar prints led all the way to the parking lot. There were no children's footprints, suggesting that the abductor had likely carried Melissa and placed her in a vehicle. The police had already searched Hughes' car but hadn't found anything useful. At this point, the FBI got involved. They still didn't have enough evidence to arrest Hughes, so they placed him under 24 surveillance. A judge also ordered him to provide a DNA sample in case any new evidence surfaced. As investigators dug into Hughes' background, they uncovered a troubling history. He had multiple arrests dating back to his teenage years. He also had a history of alcohol and substance abuse and had been suspected several times of inappropriate behavior towards minors. Further investigation revealed that a few years before the incident, Hughes had received a suspended sentence for stealing a car in a neighboring county. When the detectives looked deeper, they found that he had violated his probation, leading the judge to convert his suspended sentence into actual jail time. This gave the investigators a way to put Hughes behind bars, even if it was for a lesser crime. In the following weeks, the search for Melissa continued, but it was fruitless. The terrain made things even more difficult. Most of the area was covered in dense forests, with a large river running through it. Then, about 2 months after Melissa's disappearance, something unexpected happened. An unidentified man called Tammy. They quickly set everything up, placing dozens of agents around the area. And began waiting for the supposed kidnapper to show up. Before long, 2 men approached Tammy, and the FBI agents swiftly arrested them. It turned out these men had no connection to Melissa's disappearance. The 2 individuals turned out to be local university students who had seen news reports about the missing girl and attempted to exploit the situation for financial gain. However, their scheme backfired, resulting in prison sentences. One received 7.5 years, while the other was sentenced to nearly 4 years. With their involvement ruled out, investigators were once again left without any new leads. Despite having a strong suspect in Hughes, they still lacked definitive evidence, and Melissa remained missing. Hoping to finally break the case, detectives decided to conduct a more thorough examination of Hughes' vehicle using advanced forensic techniques provided by the FBI. However, there was a complication. The car was registered to his wife, meaning they needed her consent to proceed. Fortunately, she agreed without hesitation, allowing forensic specialists to begin their analysis. When they applied luminol to the vehicle, they uncovered traces of blood on the driver's seat mat, pedals, steering wheel, and windshield. This deepened their suspicions of Hughes, but once again, they were unable to extract a usable DNA sample from the blood. Next, the experts decided to search the car for hair, fibers, and other potential clues, but they faced another significant challenge. The car was a mess. The interior was covered in dirt, trash, and dog hair, making it difficult to identify useful evidence amidst the chaos. One of the experts came up with a plan to collect evidence manually using tape. He meticulously went over all the surfaces in the car, then sent the collected materials to the FBI's forensic lab. At first, they found mostly dog hair, which was irrelevant since Hughes and his wife owned 2 large dogs. But then, the forensic experts noticed a different type of hair, dyed black rabbit fur. He soon learned this was the same material used in the coat belonging to Melissa's mother, Tammy. To confirm the match, the experts requested Tammy's coat and verified that the rabbit fur was identical. Investigators theorized that the fur could have transferred to Melissa's clothing when she went to retrieve their coats, or in other situations, as Tammy frequently wore the coat during winter, and Melissa was always near her mother. In addition to the fur, the experts found a single light-colored hair that matched strands from Melissa's hairbrush. But the most significant clue was still to come. Numerous small red and blue fibers were found on the car's passenger seat. Since Melissa had been wearing a red and blue sweater and skirt on the night she disappeared, investigators needed to track down those exact clothing items to confirm the connection. They spoke with Melissa's grandmother, who had bought the outfit for her, but she couldn't recall the specific store. The police scoured local shops in an attempt to find matching clothes but came up empty-handed. The forensic expert kept pondering how to prove the fiber's similarity to Melissa's outfit. One evening, while discussing this dilemma with his wife, she asked him to describe the clothing. After hearing his description, she suggested that the items might have been sold at JCPenney, a major retail chain where she often shopped for their children. She even had a collection of JCPenney's catalogs from over the years. She decided to help and began searching through those catalogs, looking for similar clothing. A while later, as she flipped through a Christmas catalog from the previous year, she found what they were looking for. On page 11 was an outfit identical to the one Melissa had been wearing when she disappeared. The breakthrough allowed the investigators to establish a stronger link between Hughes' car and Melissa as the fiber's colors matched the clothes in the catalog. The FBI immediately contacted the company, but they faced another setback. The outfit in question had completely sold out. However, the company offered a potential solution. Since the outfit was sold exclusively through catalogs and only 7,000 sets had been produced, they suggested providing the investigators with a list of all the buyers so the police could track down one of the outfits. The investigators began combing through the list, a task that took quite some time. Eventually, they caught a break. They found a man in Kentucky who had purchased the outfit for his granddaughter but had gotten the size wrong. As a result, the clothes had remained untouched in their original packaging for an entire year. For the investigators, this was the perfect option. The man agreed to send the outfit to the FBI, and the forensic team got to work. This particular model had a unique feature. The manufacturer had created a custom shade of dark blue, coded 887, which was patented and hadn't been used in any other clothing line. After comparing the fibers from this outfit, the experts concluded that they were an exact match to the fibers found in Hughes' car. This provided compelling evidence that one of the 7,000 children who had been bought this outfit had been in his. Although it didn't definitely prove that Hughes had abducted Melissa, the odds of another child wearing this rare outfit being in his car were astronomically low. As a final step, the expert conducted an additional test. He collected over 100 similar colored fibers from various types of clothing and performed 7,983 tests to compare them with the fibers from Hughes' car. The results showed minimal differences across all the fibers, except for 2 types. The set from the store and the fibers from Hughes' passenger seat were 8% match. This eliminated any doubt that someone else wearing similar clothes could have been in Hughes' car. It had to be the exact outfit that Melissa was wearing. Despite this, the detectives still faced a difficult situation. They knew that the fiber evidence, while strong, was circumstantial, even combined with the blood on Hughes' boots, in his car, and other clues they had gathered. But with nothing else to go on, they decided to formally charge Hughes with Melissa's abduction. The prosecution argued that Melissa was likely dead based on the blood evidence. The fibers from her clothing found on the passenger seat of Hughes' car suggested that he might have forced her to remove her jacket, pointing to a possible motive. According to their theory, Hughes approached Melissa when she went to get the jackets at her mother's request. He then lured her into the boiler room under some pretext, carried her out through the window, and took her to his vehicle. After taking Melissa to an unknown location and presumably killing her, likely with a knife, Hughes disposed of the weapon and hid the body. This would explain his prolonged absence. Following the crime, Hughes attempted to clean the blood from his car and clothing, even going so far as to cut parts of his shoe soles that had been heavily stained. In a final effort, the police decided to conduct a polygraph test, hoping that, combined with all the other evidence, Hughes might finally confess. The state law required either the discovery of the victim's body or the identification of the location of the murder to file a murder charge. Since the penalty for kidnapping was significantly less severe, the investigators hoped that Hughes might confess. The polygraph results showed that Hughes provided deceptive answers to almost all key questions, but he still maintained his innocence. With no other options, the detectives had no choice but to proceed with charges of kidnapping. The trial began over 2 years after Melissa disappeared, and Hughes maintained his innocence. His defense attorney tried to challenge the circumstantial evidence, but the prosecution's argument had a much stronger impact on the jury. After 8 hours of deliberation, they found Hughes guilty, and he was sentenced to the maximum penalty, 50 years in prison. Since then, Hughes has remained behind bars, continuing to deny any involvement in Melissa's disappearance. The police made several more attempts to find her body, but none were successful. For years after the trial, an energy company worker came across fragments of red fabric in a lake located within the designated search area. Divers were dispatched to investigate, but despite their efforts, no further evidence, or any trace of Melissa, was found. As time went on, her mother eventually remarried and took on the responsibility of raising 4 stepchildren with her new husband. Even though she adopted his last name, she continued using her previous surname publicly, holding on to the hope that if Melissa were still alive, she might one day try to find her. Meanwhile, Hughes' story took another turn. On August 2, 2019, he was granted early release for good behavior, having served just over half of his sentence. By the time he was freed, he was 53 years old and has remained out of prison ever since. Melissa is still officially listed as a missing person, as there was never enough evidence to definitively prove her murder. However, after so many years, few believe she could still be alive. Let us know your thoughts on this case in the comments below. Moving on to the next case. Melvin and Florence Shoemaker. The disappearance of 76-year-old Florence Shoemaker from Ravenna, Ohio, in February is particularly unusual, especially considering that her ex-husband, Melvin Shoemaker, also vanished nearly a decade earlier in 1994. Melvin was last seen in Parkman, Ohio, on April 11, 1994. Although he took his wallet and keys, he left behind most of his personal belongings, including his vehicles. According to the Charlie Project, Melvin had a troubled relationship with his son, Glenn Roger Shoemaker. Nearly 2 decades prior, in 1978, Melvin documented disturbing incidents in his diary. He wrote about almost losing his job after his wife and son allegedly locked him inside their home, preventing him from going to work. According to his notes, he was sometimes tied up and chained in the basement. On one occasion, he managed to escape, only for his son to track him down and spray him in the face with mace. Glenn allegedly went so far as to threaten to kill him and dispose of his body where it would never be found. That same year, Melvin and Florence separated, ultimately leading to their divorce. Authorities have acknowledged allegations that Melvin may have abused Florence before their separation. At the time of his disappearance in April 1994, Melvin was living alone. Neighbors described him as leading a reclusive lifestyle. He had no telephone or television, but he was known to be polite, generous, and eager to help those around him. Though neighbors noticed his absence after about 6 days, it took some time before Glenn officially reported his father missing. When police searched Melvin's home, they found no indications of a struggle or forced entry. Most of his personal belongings remained untouched, with only his wallet and keys missing. Notably, he left behind assets worth approximately $700,000. Several months after his disappearance, investigators turned their attention to Glenn, conducting a search of his home for any potential evidence. They found 11 guns and a massive amount of ammunition, and search dogs also alerted officers to 3 spots in the basement floor, a sign that something may have been buried there. Despite this, the basement floor was never excavated. Florence, meanwhile, was last seen on February 3, 2003 in Ravenna, Ohio. She was reportedly much closer with her son than Melvin was and even lived with him at this time. But despite this, he failed to report her missing and told anyone who asked after her that she was out of town taking care of a patient, as she had previously worked as a home health aide. She was only found to be missing when police were unable to contact her while reinvestigating her ex-husband's disappearance in February 2005. According to reports, Florence was in poor health at the time she went missing. She was 76 years old, often appeared unkempt, and struggled to get around by herself. Law enforcement is unsure as to whether or not Florence and Melvin's cases are related, but there is a lot of suspicion that their son, who is now 68, was involved in either one or both of the disappearances. In 2018, Glenn's 40-acre farm property was searched. It seems that little came of this search, but police did notice that despite the fact that Glenn received the bulk of Melvin's assets, he was living with no electricity, no running water, and no telephone. The floors of his home were just dirt, and police reported that he had padlocks on the outside of the doors. The house is said to be in disrepair inside and out. Melvin Shoemaker has been missing since April 11, 1994 from Parkman, Ohio. He is described as a white male with graying brown hair and brown eyes. At the time of his disappearance, Melvin was 70 years old and had a short beard. He stood approximately 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighed between 200 and 250 pounds. His ex-wife, Florence, was last seen on February 3, 2003 in Ravenna, Ohio. She is described as a white woman with brown hair and blue eyes, standing 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighing around 155 pounds. Florence was 76 years old when she went missing, and her maiden name was Converse. Anyone with information regarding the disappearance of Melvin Shoemaker or Florence Shoemaker is urged to contact the Portage County Sheriff's Office at 330-296-5100. Moving on to the next case. Ronald Tammen. Ronald Tammen was born on July 23, 1933, at Lakewood City Hospital. He was both a wrestler and a string bass player at Miami University in Oxford, Ohio. On April 19, 1953, he served as a resident hall advisor at Fisher Hall, a former Victorian mental asylum that had been repurposed as a university dormitory. He lived in room 225 with a roommate who had gone to visit family in Dayton that weekend. Around 7 p.m. that evening, Ronald was in room 212 of Fisher Hall, assisting Richard Titus with his homework. This room was located just down the hall from his own. At approximately 7:30 p.m., he informed Richard that he needed to return to his room to complete his own assignments, and left. By 8 p.m., Ronald was seen again heading downstairs to retrieve fresh bedsheets after someone had placed a dead fish in his bed as a prank. On his way, he encountered Mrs. Todd Hunter, the residence hall manager. She later recalled that Ronald appeared exhausted, and when she mentioned this to him, he admitted that he was tired and planned to go straight to bed. At approximately 8:30 p.m., Ronald seemingly heard something outside his room and stepped out to investigate. However, he never returned. When his roommate, Chuck Finley, came back to room 225 at 10 p.m. after visiting his family, he noticed that Ronald was absent. The lights were still on, the radio was playing, and an open psychology textbook lay on Ronald's desk. This struck Chuck as odd since Ronald had dropped his psychology course 3 weeks earlier. Despite this, Chuck assumed Ronald had chosen to stay the night at the Delta Tau Delta fraternity house and did not report his absence until the following day. Investigators found no indications that Ronald had left voluntarily. His car keys, wallet, and most of its contents, including his draft card, driver's license, musician's union card, and other personal items, were all left behind in his room. Additionally, His high school ring remained, and his bank account still held $200. It was believed that he had only $10 to $15 with him at the time of his disappearance. Authorities also discovered his gold 1938 Chevrolet sedan parked in its usual spot, with his bass fiddle resting in the back seat. However, authorities also refused that foul play was involved in Ronald's disappearance. They stated that his wrestling credentials were evidence that he could not have been forcibly abducted. Ronald was large and strong enough to protect himself from most attackers. They theorized that Ronald could have experienced amnesia and probably wandered off, not knowing who he was or where he belonged. As days went by without any leads in the case, some began to wonder if Ronald simply walked away voluntarily. Ronald's parents stated that they had last seen him a week ago, and he did not appear to be troubled by anything at the time. He was a business major and a good student. Then at the June 1953, a woman named Clara Spivey, who lived 12 miles east of the Miami University campus, came forward and told police that on the night Ronald disappeared, a young man who looked like Ronald had knocked on her door at 11 p.m. He asked her, "What town am I in and where will I be if I go in that direction?" She then gave him directions to the nearby bus stop. However, the bus route on that day had been suspended for its midnight run, so he could not have gotten on the bus. She said the young man was disheveled and had a smudge of dirt or grease on his face as if he'd been trying to fix a flat. He appeared to be upset and confused. Although it was a cold night, the man was not wearing a coat or hat. He also seemed to be on foot as she did not hear or see a car. It would be later found that 5 months before Ronald vanished, he had visited Dr. Boone, a family physician and coroner for Butler County. Ronald had asked to have his blood tape tested, a request that Dr. Boone hadn't received from anyone in his 35 years of practice. It's unknown why Ronald wanted the test done, and why he did not have it conducted in Oxford, where local physicians or the university hospital could have typed his blood for him. He was scheduled for a physical examination by the Selective Service for induction into the Army, but inductees do not need to know their blood type in advance of the physical. H. Stevenson, who had known Ronald and had approved his request to have a car on campus, reportedly saw someone resembling him at a hotel restaurant in Wellsville, New York, on August 5, 1953. Stevenson claimed that the man, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Ronald, was seated at a table with a group of men and was staring at him from across the room. However, as Stevenson was returning home from vacation with his wife, he chose not to approach the man at that moment. When he later went back to confirm if it was indeed Ronald, the group had already left. Years later, Miami University students began claiming that Ronald's ghost haunted Fisher Hall. In 1978, the building was demolished, and the debris was searched for any trace of his remains, but nothing was discovered. To this day, his disappearance remains an unsolved mystery. Moving on to the next case. Amy Fitzpatrick. At 10 p.m. on New Year's Day in February 2008, 15-year-old Irish teenager Amy Fitzpatrick bid farewell to her friend Ashley Rose in Mijas Costa, Milagros, Spain, and vanished without a trace. At the time, Amy was residing with her mother, Audrey Fitzpatrick, and her stepfather, David Mahone. Ashley later recounted that the two had spent New Year's Eve together, looking after Ashley's younger brother and chatting with friends online. The following day, they traveled into the city of Fuengirola but soon returned to Calahonda after realizing it was a public holiday. Ashley's mother, Deborah, remembered that Ashley had asked if Amy could stay over again that night. "I told her it would be best for Amy to go home and wish her family a happy new year," Deborah recalled. Ashley then walked with Amy to the entrance of her neighborhood, where they said their goodbyes. That moment marked the last time Ashley would ever see her friend. The walk back to Amy's home was brief, and she was expected to arrive by 10:10 p.m. However, she never made it home and has remained missing ever since. That night, Amy was dressed in brown crushed velvet tracksuit bottoms and a black t-shirt with the word "Diesel" written in multiple colors. The following morning, a friend invited Ashley to go out, prompting Ashley to call Amy's mother, Audrey, to ask if Amy wanted to join them. However, Audrey responded that she had assumed Amy was still with Ashley. It was at that moment that Amy was officially reported missing to the police. The Guardia Civil, who led the investigation, meticulously searched the route between the two girls' homes, but found no evidence of a crime or abduction. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. This lack of clues led authorities to believe that Amy had run away. Investigators had some reason to consider this possibility, as she had previously gone missing voluntarily, though only for a few hours. They also noted that she had recently argued with her family about a cancelled trip to Ireland. Witnesses also say that Amy did not have a good relationship with her stepfather, David Mahone. However, the theory that Amy had left of her own volition came to nothing, and in the absence of evidence, ultimately police believed that she was kidnapped. The case took a bizarre turn, however, when in February, the home of Mahone and Fitzpatrick's lawyer in Riviera del Sol was broken into and the laptop that was used in the search for Amy was stolen. In addition, Amy's Nokia mobile phone was also stolen. The 32-year-old lawyer, Juan Jose de la Fuente Tuxedo, said the burglars got into his property by forcing open a locked garden gate. He said that the stolen documents included confidential police reports about Amy's disappearance, and he told reporters, quote, "I believe the burglary was related to Fitzpatrick's disappearance. It makes no sense that they took documents which are financially worthless and left behind all my expensive valuables like TVs, computers, and music equipment. Those responsible for the robbery were never caught." Almost a year later in February, Audrey received a phone call from someone claiming to know where Amy was being kept alive. Audrey described the caller as a man with a notable African accent. The caller claimed that Amy had been kidnapped and was alive in Madrid. He also later demanded a ransom of $500,000 via text message. Police attempted to trace the phone numbers given for the ransom but found both to be unregistered prepaid numbers. Nothing ever came from the tipster, and police say it could very well have been a hoax by parties unrelated to the crime. Audrey Fitzpatrick has taken on private investigators who have been working on Amy's case since February 2008. The same private investigators who worked on the Madeleine McCann case were also involved in the search for Amy. In May 2012, reports emerged suggesting that notorious Irish serial killer Eric "Lucky" Wilson was responsible for Amy's murder. While her parents found this claim credible, no body has ever been recovered, and no concrete evidence links Wilson to Amy's disappearance. Some believe that Amy's mother may be clinging to this theory out of hope rather than certainty. Tragedy struck the family again in May 2013, 5 years after Amy vanished. Her older brother, Dean, was fatally stabbed by none other than his stepfather, David Mahone. On May 6, 2016, Mahone was convicted of manslaughter and sentenced to 7 years in prison. He was once again questioned about Amy's disappearance but denied any involvement. Despite losing her son at Mahone's hands, Audrey Fitzpatrick continued to stand by him. To this day, Amy's body has never been found, and she remains missing. Moving on to the next case. Carol Joyce de Leon. On June 4, 1981, a construction crew discovered the partially clothed body of a woman about 7 miles north of New Braunfels, between the northbound access road and Interstate 35. The victim had been strangled before being shot 6 times, once above her right eye and 5 times above and behind her right ear. Authorities estimated her age to be between 17 and 20 years old. She stood approximately 5 feet 3 inches tall and weighed 118 pounds. At the time of her discovery, the woman was only wearing a multicolored blouse, a bra, and white cotton socks. She had mismatched earrings, 1 diamond stud in her right ear and a hoop with a green stone in her left. Investigators suspected she had been killed elsewhere and then left at the site. Evidence of defensive wounds on her hands indicated she had fought back against her attacker. Notably, she appeared to have scratched her assailant during the struggle, prompting police to collect forensic evidence from beneath her fingernails for future analysis. With no identification found on her body, authorities were unable to determine her identity at the time, leaving the case open as an unidentified homicide victim. No weapons were recovered at the crime scene, and no witnesses reported seeing anything suspicious. Investigators attempted to identify the victim using fingerprints and released a composite sketch to local media, but their efforts were unsuccessful. As a result, the young woman was buried under the name Jane Doe. In February 2008, while reviewing unidentified victim cases, authorities found a missing persons report from February 2007 that closely matched the description of the Jane Doe discovered in 1981. The report was for a woman named Joyce de Leon. Her family was contacted and provided a DNA sample, which soon confirmed that the unidentified teenager was indeed Carol. At the time of her murder, Carol lived in the West Avenue area of San Antonio. She had graduated from Thomas Edison High School on May 28, 1981, just days before her life was tragically cut short. Carol had told her family that she would be moving away after turning 18, and initially her family had simply presumed that she had followed through with her plans. While her family did attempt to make a missing persons report in 1981 after not hearing from Carol, no report was filed as she had turned 18 and had previously told her family members she would be moving away. Moreover, there was no indication of foul play. As the years went by without any communication from Carol, her younger sister finally filed a missing persons report in February 2007. To her sister's dismay, the missing persons report yielded new information, and she had to find out from a police officer that her older sister had been killed decades prior. Even though the victim found by construction crews had finally been identified, the perpetrator responsible for her death remained at large. It was believed that on the day before Carol was found deceased, on June 3, 1981, she had visited a nightclub. Authorities conducted an investigation of the nightclub, but were unable to locate any witnesses who may have recalled seeing the teenager. In 2010, police created an unknown male DNA profile from the DNA found at the crime scene. The genetic information had been entered into Cody's, however, no match could be found. With no leads nor suspects, the case would again grow cold. Then 10 years later in 2020, DNA found at the crime scene was again submitted, this time for genetic genealogy testing, which identified 3 persons of interest. Investigators then collected DNA samples from the 3 individuals and matched it with DNA found at the crime scene. In April of 2023, authorities announced that 68-year-old Larry Allen West was charged with Joyce de Leon's murder. They said that Larry West's DNA matched that found under the fingernails of Carol, as well as matched the semen found on her body. Authorities stated that the chances of the DNA found on Carol's body belonging to someone else were statistically near impossible. Investigators noted Larry Allen West could not be excluded as the foreign contributor of this DNA profile. The probability of selecting an unrelated person at random who could be the contributor of this foreign DNA profile is approximately 1 in 422.1 quintillion. West was known to frequent bars in Bexar County, specifically seeking out women of Hispanic descent. His first wife told investigators that she endured repeated sexual assaults and physical abuse throughout their brief, 30-day marriage. Although West has denied any involvement in Carol's murder, he was arrested in April 2023, and a judge set his bond at $125,000. He managed to post bond and was released from jail. His pretrial hearing was scheduled for May 2023. Reflecting on the case's progress, Carol's sister stated, "We've been suffering for over 40 years, not knowing what happened to my sister. The potential of what she could have been will never be known." Moving on to the next case. Charlie Ross. Germantown, an affluent neighborhood in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, was home to families living the American dream. The area was lined with beautiful homes, many featuring lush green yards and tall fences, like the Ross family residence, meant to provide a sense of security. In this privileged community, children roamed freely within the confines of the grand estates, seemingly safe. However, that illusion was shattered on July 1, 1874, when 4-year-old Charlie Ross and his 5-year-old brother, Walter Lewis, were playing outside their home. A horse-drawn buggy pulled up beside them, and the men inside offered the boys candy. This was not unusual, as the children had previously mentioned to their sister's nanny that men in a buggy had given them treats before. In fact, some reports suggest that these men had been visiting for 5 consecutive days. Feeling no reason to be wary, the boys once again accepted the candy. But this time, the men presented a different offer, one that was both tempting and sinister. With Independence Day approaching, the children had been pleading with their father to buy them fireworks, though he had refused. So, when the familiar men in the buggy appeared once more, the boys gratefully accepted the candy and eagerly inquired whether they might also have some fireworks. The men eagerly seized upon the boys' request. They assured them that they would take them to a store to buy fireworks, an offer too tempting for the children to resist. Excited, both boys climbed into the horse-drawn wagon. However, as soon as the carriage began to move, 4-year-old Charlie's excitement turned to fear. He called out for his father, his young mind torn between his desire for fireworks and a growing realization that something was terribly wrong. Upon reaching Kensington, the men handed Walter 25 cents and instructed him to go into a store to buy fireworks. But as soon as he was out of sight, they took off, this time, with only Charlie in the wagon. Walter emerged from the store confused, scanning the area for his little brother. Instead, he found himself alone. A stranger soon came across the crying boy and safely returned him to his father, but Walter could provide only limited information about what had happened. At the time, Charlie's mother was out of town, unaware of the nightmare unfolding back home. Strangely, her husband did not immediately inform her of their son's disappearance. His reasons remain unclear. Perhaps he was clinging to the hope that Charlie would be found before she had to endure the distress. Tragically, she learned the devastating truth in the worst possible way, through a newspaper headline, which announced a $300 reward for any information on Charlie's whereabouts. On July 4th, 3 days after the kidnapping, a new clue arrived in the form of a ransom note, the first of 23 that they would receive. These ransom notes were received by Christian Ross, Charlie's father. While the house they lived in looked opulent, and therefore made them a target, the family had lost most of their money in the stock market crash of 1873 and couldn't afford the $20,000, which is the equivalent of more than $500,000 in today's money. Christian Ross placed a series of personal ads in the newspapers begging for his son back, but to no avail. Theories abounded, and Ross spent most of what was left of his fortune looking for his son. Then, after a period of inaction, the police arrested Chris Wooster, who would be found to have no relation to the crime. The police then turned their attention to 2 other men. William Mosher, a career criminal and an avid builder of boats, was the first suspect and Joseph Douglas was the second, but both men evaded capture until more than 5 months after Charlie had been taken. They were caught when they were shot in a botched robbery attempt, and while one died instantly, the other held on long enough to confess that they were the kidnappers and that Mosher, the man who had just died, was the only person who knew where the boy was being kept. Douglas never said if Charlie was alive or dead or why exactly they took him. He then died without revealing any more on the case. Later, a third man was arrested for being involved with the pair who had allegedly taken Charlie. William Westervelt was the brother-in-law of one of the robbers and alleged kidnappers. He first insisted that he had no involvement, but later, while being held, he admitted that Mosher had been the only one with the knowledge of Charlie's whereabouts, but that according to him, Charlie was alive at the time of Mosher's death, they just didn't know where. A jury later convicted him of conspiracy, and he served 6 years in jail. With Mosher's death, the trail went cold, and Charlie's father, out of money and desperate, penned a book called The Father Story of Charlie Ross, the Kidnapped Child, and used the considerable profits, over $60,000, to look for his son. It was spent investigating the many fraudulent people who claimed to know something, as there were over 1,000 imposters looking for either reward money or fame. The last lead turned out to be a drawn-out hoax. Gustav Blair came forward claiming to be Charlie. He said that he had been held in a cave as a child and that his family had told him that he was a kidnapping victim. Worn down by years of false claims and deception, the Ross family refused to entertain Blair's assertions. Undeterred, Blair relied solely on his own testimony to convince the Arizona state courts to recognize him as Charlie Ross, the long-lost kidnapped child. Despite the decades that had passed, his story generated a media frenzy. However, the Ross family remained skeptical, unwilling to believe his claims. Blair eventually traveled to Pennsylvania, hoping to meet the Ross family in person, but they refused to see him. When asked why he would not acknowledge the now middle-aged man as his missing brother, Walter simply dismissed the idea, stating, "The whole thing is ridiculous." His instincts were ultimately proven correct. Years later, DNA testing on Blair's descendants revealed his true identity. He was not Charlie Ross at all, but a man named Nelson Miller. Christian Ross, Charlie's devoted father, spent the rest of his life searching for his son. Tragically, he passed away without ever learning the truth. To this day, the fate of Charlie Ross remains unknown. Moving on to the next case. Elizabeth Eaton Converse. Connie Converse is a name that many may not recognize. A talented musician, she moved to New York City as a young adult and began writing and performing in the 1950s. Though she never achieved widespread fame, she is now considered a pioneering figure in the singer-songwriter genre. However, Connie may never have realized the impact her music had on others, as she mysteriously disappeared in 1974 and was never seen again. Born Elizabeth Eaton Converse on August 3, 1924, in Laconia, New Hampshire, she spent most of her early years in the state's capital, Concord. The middle of three siblings, she had two brothers, Paul, 3 years older, and Philip, 5 years younger. Raised in a strict Baptist household, their father was a minister, while their mother was described as both musical and a homemaker. After relocating to Concord, their father left the ministry to lead the state chapter of the Anti-Saloon League, an organization dedicated to preserving prohibition. Despite their rigid religious upbringing and their parents' unwavering beliefs, Connie and her siblings appeared to have had a happy childhood. As a family, they often read Shakespeare together, assigning roles and performing the plays among themselves. Philip would later credit his sister with playing a significant role in raising him. In an essay he wrote about Connie in February, he reflected, "I always wince at mentioning this truth because it sounds as though our mutual parents were on leave for that decade or two. In fact, they were very much there and loving, but I did spend more of the time that was psychologically real to me under Sis's thrall." According to Philip, Connie always had a creative spark. He recalled the time she painted a life-size portrait of Robin Hood on the sewing room wall, complete with a Sherwood Forest backdrop. At the time, he noted, "I had no idea other little boys weren't a tenth as lucky as me." She even used the mural as a stage backdrop for the performances she put on for her siblings. Beyond her artistic talents, Connie had an insatiable thirst for knowledge. She was known for memorizing poetry and immersing herself in books about politicians, explorers, and other influential historical figures. As a teenager, she attended Concord High School, where she excelled academically. She graduated as valedictorian and earned 8 academic awards, including a scholarship to Mount Holyoke College in Massachusetts. Following family tradition, she attended the same institution where both her mother and grandmother had studied. However, after 2 years, Connie dropped out and moved to New York City. There, she set aside her birth name, Elizabeth, and adopted Connie, a nickname given to her by new friends. Her pursuit of a music career, and the fact that she left college to do so, came as a shock to those who knew her. Connie had not played an instrument since quitting violin lessons in middle school, making her abrupt decision even more unexpected. Her parents were deeply upset by her choice. Philip later reflected, "I think they assumed she was running away from them, and my guess is that maybe they were right." He described her actions as an act of pure rebellion. During the 1950s, Connie first worked in an editorial role at the Institute for Pacific Studies. When the organization shut down, she moved on to a job at the Academy Photo Offset Printing House. She lived in Greenwich Village, Hell's Kitchen, and Harlem, dedicating her free time to writing songs and performing for friends while accompanying herself on the guitar. During this period, she also began drinking and smoking, behaviors that stood in stark contrast to her strict religious upbringing. Her parents reportedly showed little interest in her music career, with her father never hearing her sing before his passing. It is believed they rejected her choices, as they conflicted with the values she had been raised with. They seemed to have no curiosity about her new life, further deepening the divide between them. In 1954, Connie made what is believed to be her only public performance, appearing on CBS's The Morning Show. This opportunity came about with the help of Gene Deitch, a comic artist and World War II veteran who had taken an interest in her work. Using his tape recorder, he captured many of Connie's songs, deeply moved by her talent and eager to support her. Writing to a journalist for The Owl, Deitch reflected, "There were many better singers than Connie, but there were few as intelligent or literate or beautiful. Her songs still haunt me." 2 years later, Connie recorded an album for her younger brother, Philip, which she titled Musics, Volumes 1 and 2. However, by 1961, she had grown disheartened by her inability to gain recognition. Just as she struggled to find success, Bob Dylan arrived in Greenwich Village. By 1962, he had signed with Columbia Records and released his debut album, quickly rising to stardom. Perhaps disillusioned with both New York and her musical aspirations, Connie eventually left the country and moved in with her brother Philip, who was living in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Today, some journalists and fans consider Connie a woman ahead of her time. However, while many of her male peers found success in the same genre, it is possible that her gender or lack of industry connections played a role in what she perceived as her failure. She did not fit the mold of a typical performer, either politically charged in her lyrics nor striking in appearance. In an era when women were expected to maintain a polished and glamorous image, Connie stood apart, often arriving at music venues without makeup, dressed in loose-fitting clothes, with her hair pulled into a simple, practical bun. Gene Deitch recalled that producers and industry professionals found her difficult to market. In the years leading up to her disappearance, Connie seemed to lead a quiet and uneventful life. She worked as a secretary before becoming a writer and managing editor for the Journal of Conflict Resolution in 1963. The academic journal, which focused on international conflicts and resolution strategies, appeared to engage her deeply. By the 1960s, she had largely stepped away from writing and performing music. Philip recalled that once she left New York, she appeared to accept the fact she would never make it as a musician, and this greatly bothered her. Much of the mystery surrounding Connie comes down to the fact she was an incredibly private individual. When asked questions about her personal life, her answers were short and abrupt, often brief yes or no responses. Philip considered it possible that his sister was struggling with her sexuality, that she was a lesbian, something that was perhaps hard to reconcile with her deeply religious upbringing. But her nephew, Tim, has noted there is no evidence that would even indicate she was ever in any romantic relationships. Interestingly, several of Connie's songs appear to discuss love, unrequited love, sadness, and loneliness. One of her tracks, We Lived Alone, which can be found on YouTube, generally talks about how she seemed content living alone until she met someone, with the lyrics stating, "I had a job, my wants were few, they were until I wanted you." During her time in Michigan, Connie became heavily reliant on smoking and drinking. By 1973, she was described as burned out and depressed. She had ceased contact with her friends in New York. Towards the end of 1972, the Journal of Conflict Resolution left the University of Michigan, where it had previously been housed after it was acquired by Yale in Connecticut. This decision greatly upset Connie, who was forced to leave her position, and in response, her friends and colleagues came together to fund an 8-month-long trip to England, which they hoped would improve her mood. She appeared bored by ordinary working life and miserable over it. And her friends hoped the fresh scenery in one of the UK's most striking cities would breathe new life into her and help her become inspired again. Connie reportedly enjoyed living in London, as she had never visited Europe before, but she was no different upon her return to the US. After she flew home, Connie, now 48, grudgingly agreed to join her mother on a trip to Alaska. She was uninterested in the trip, telling her brother she wanted to go to Alaska like I want to go to the basement, but she accepted the invitation because she reportedly found it hard to say no. Philip has suggested that the trip may have been truly what pushed his sister over the edge. Their mother began planning another mother-daughter trip as soon as they got home, and to make matters worse, the 48-year-old had just learned she needed a hysterectomy, which took a toll on her emotional well-being. In the summer of 1974, Connie finally made the decision to leave Ann Arbor. Shortly before her 50th birthday, she penned letters to her family and friends telling them she was going to go and attempt to make a new life for herself somewhere else. She then packed up in her tiny Volkswagen Beetle and left the city. In one of her letters, she wrote, "Human society fascinates me and awes me and fills me with grief and joy. I just can't find my place to plug into it." She also wrote, "I watch the elegant, energetic people of Ann Arbor, those I know and those I don't, going about their daily business on the streets and in the buildings. And I felt a detached admiration for their energy and elegance. If I ever was a member of this species, perhaps it was a social accident that has now been cancelled." And in a separate letter she added, "Let me go. Let me be if I can. Let me not be if I can't." Connie has never been seen nor heard from since she vanished in 1974. In one of her letters to Philip, she included a check and asked that he make sure her health insurance was paid for and in good standing for a period of time following her leaving. However, she requested that he stop paying for it on a certain date. Connie was expected to go on an annual family trip to a lake, but she was already gone. Her letters dispatched by the time the trip came around. A few years after she left, someone told Philip that an Elizabeth Converse was listed in a Kansas City or Oklahoma phone book. He can't quite remember which. He never looked into the matter further, though, stating, "Leaving was her choice and I would be embarrassed to show up on her doorstep and say, 'Hey, what's going on?' I know it might sound ghastly, but that's how I felt." Philip also remembered one particular memory for when he was about 11 when one of Connie's friends took her own life. The community of Concord, he recalled, had been angry and upset at the victim, but Connie had not been. "I remember her saying that the decision to take one's own life was very personal. She very much believed even back then that if anything should be left up to a person, it was whether or not to live." For some time, Philip suspected that Connie had taken her own life by driving her vehicle into a body of water either in Michigan or North Dakota after her departure. About a decade after she vanished, the family tried to hire a private investigator to at least determine if Connie was alive or dead, but he declined, stating that if she was alive, it was her right to disappear and he couldn't force her to return home. In February, Leodorette Recordings released the album How Sad, How Lovely, featuring 17 of Connie's songs. Before this release, much of her music had been lost. Renewed interest in her work began when Gene Deitch, then 80 years old, appeared on the radio show Spinning on Air in February 2004, where he played some of Connie's recordings. Since then, 2 albums have been produced, featuring performances by other artists who recorded songs Connie had written but never recorded herself. In 2020, an EP titled Sad Lady was released, showcasing 6 of Connie's original recordings. Her music is now available for purchase on Bandcamp. With her parents and both of her brothers now deceased, if Connie is still alive today, she would be 99 years old. The chances of uncovering what truly happened to her seem slim. Yet, her story remains both haunting and heartbreaking, her life and disappearance wrapped in an enduring mystery. Moving on to the next case. Glenn Roland Hyde. While most newlyweds dream of relaxing on a sandy beach for their honeymoon, those who knew Glenn and Bessie Hyde would say they were far from ordinary. Instead, the adventurous couple set out to raft the rapids of the Colorado River, aiming to complete a potentially record-breaking journey through the Grand Canyon. Glenn, 29, and his 22-year-old bride had no idea that this trip would become their last. Or did it? Glenn Roland Hyde had worked as a farmer in Twin Falls, Idaho, before crossing paths with Bessie, whose maiden name was Haley. Originally from Parkersburg, West Virginia, Bessie had a passion for the arts. While Glenn had been an outdoorsman from a young age, she had long been drawn to the theater, even portraying Juliet in a high school production of Romeo and Juliet. After graduating in 1924, she ventured to California on her own and later attended the California School of Fine Art in San Francisco. The couple's paths first crossed in 1927 aboard a passenger ship bound for Los Angeles, just 1 year before their puzzling disappearance. When Glenn and Bessie first met, she was still legally married. However, just 1 day after finalizing her divorce, she and Glenn tied the knot on April 10, 1928. Glenn had a solid background in river running, having navigated Idaho's Salmon and Snake Rivers in 1926 alongside renowned river runner Gargiulo. Bessie, on the other hand, was relatively inexperienced, but that didn't deter them from setting their sights on a new record, completing a high-speed journey through the Grand Canyon. By 1928, only 45 people had ever successfully navigated the full length of the Grand Canyon by boat. If they completed the journey, Bessie would go down in history as the first recorded woman to accomplish the treacherous feat. The river posed serious challenges, with unpredictable currents and dangerous rapids, but the couple had already made it more than halfway through their journey without major issues. In October of that year, the Hydes traveled to Green River, Utah, where Glenn constructed their boat, a 20-foot wooden sweep scow, a vessel commonly used by river runners in Idaho at the time. He named it Rain in the Face after a Standing Rock Sioux chief who had fought alongside Sitting Bull at the Battle of Little Bighorn in 1876. The couple set off down the canyons of the Green and Colorado Rivers on October 20, 1928. The couple successfully traversed Labyrinth, Stillwater, and Cataract canyons without incident. Upon reaching the Grand Canyon, they disembarked at Bright Angel Creek to ascend the South Kaibab Trail. It was there at the south rim that they encountered Emery Knobb, who was a renowned photographer and river guide. While visiting his studio and home on the canyon rim, Emery led them around the area and extended an offer to provide Glenn with life jackets, the one thing that seemed to be missing from his boat. Glenn declined the offer. Emery recalls Bessie looking at his youngest daughter and admiring her outfit, saying aloud, "I wonder if I shall ever wear pretty shoes again." When questioned later, Emery remarked that Bessie appeared to be ready to abandon the journey at that very moment, but says that Glenn persisted, saying that they would resume their descent down the trail the following day. Before departing, Emery took a photograph of the couple, their last portrait. While near the river, they encountered Adolphe Sutro, the grandson of the late Adolphe Sutro Sr., a well-known property developer whose contributions are said to have shaped the urban fabric of late 19th century San Francisco. Intrigued by their boat, Sutra Jr. expressed interest in joining the Hydes for the day, intending to hike out at Hermit Trail. Glenn agreed and ferried Sutra the 8 miles to Hermit Creek. Upon reaching their destination, Sutro disembarked, becoming the final individual to witness the couple alive. They were last seen Sunday, November 18, 1928, when they boated away from a supply station at the Hermit Rapids. As they floated down the river, the Hydes paddled their raft and vanished into history. Glenn's father, Roland, initiated a search even before the couple were considered overdue at Needles, California on December 6, 1928. He conducted an extensive search for his missing son and daughter-in-law, employing various strategies such as orchestrating a launch of a multiple river expedition and enlisting the assistance of Native American trackers to scour the rim. The concerned father also successfully obtained authorization from the Secretary of War, Dwight Davis, for an aerial search of the canyon. On December 19th, the search efforts yielded results as military planes spotted the scow lodged mid-river at River Mile 237. The pilots reported that the boat appeared relatively undisturbed, sparking renewed hope in Roland. It was reported that the boat remained upright and fully intact with the supplies still secured. The search party, which included Emery and Ellsworth Knobb, embarked to recover the vessel. On Christmas morning, after a difficult journey, they came upon the scow drifting silently in a tranquil and calm spot of the river just before mile marker 237. The brothers, professionals in photography by trade, documented the scene. Upon boarding the vessel, they discovered everything was undisturbed. Books, diaries, various provisions, attire, and even a firearm was still present on the boat, yet the hides were nowhere to be found. Gathering what they could, the party unhooked and released the boat. Imran Nab's decision to sever the bowline and release the boat, undertaken for motives that remain undisclosed, subsequently drew significant criticism directed towards him for this action. A camera retrieved from the boat by the brothers revealed that the last photo was taken near river mile marker 165, likely on or around November 27. Unfortunately for investigators, the diary offered zero insight as to who or what made Bessie and her husband abandon their boat on the water. Evidence from the search suggested that the couple had recently reached river mile 226, Diamond Creek, where they presumably set up camp. Bessie's journal specifically mentions their passage beyond mile marker 231. Historian Otis R. Martson put forth a compelling argument that the couple may have encountered submerged rocks in the turbulent rapids near river mile 232, resulting in their being swept from the boat. He stated that the danger of the area is that it is filled with pieces of granite wall that lie submerged, where they have damaged, snared, or capsized more boats than any other location in the canyon. However, critics of this opinion say the boat was found upright and the food and supplies were found dry. As the new year arrived, newspapers reluctantly acknowledged the presumed demise of the Hydes and shifted their focus to other stories. The grief-stricken father returned to Idaho, where he read and grappled with the contents of Bessie's journal, hoping to uncover any clues. The following winter, he returned to the area the couple went missing from in search of their bodies, but his efforts proved fruitless. Over time, various theories emerged. Bessie's father leaned towards the possibility of murder, while river runner Norman Neville said that drowning was the most plausible explanation. The case got stranger in later years, though, when random people started coming forward claiming to be one of the missing Hydes. The speculation surrounding the Hydes' disappearance reached such a high level that it garnered attention from the LA Times. In 1971, a woman on a commercial boating trip claimed to be Bessie Hyde, alleging that she had fatally stabbed Glenn in a fit of anger before starting a new life in Peach Springs, Arizona. However, when later confronted by reporters, the woman, identified as Elizabeth Cutler, denied making such statements, despite multiple contrary reports. Investigators thought a significant revelation had come to light following Imran Nab's passing in 1976. Being the last of the Hydes' acquaintances to see the pair, he was questioned and cleared. After his death, they began to clean his garage, and in 1977, a human skull with a visible bullet hole was found. Initial examinations suggested that it belonged to a man in his 20s, similar in stature to Glenn Hyde. This fueled massive speculation, but in February 2008, forensic analysis confirmed it was not Glenn's skull. Further investigation suggested that Emery, who had previously served as a county coroner jury representative, may have kept the skull from an unrelated case after the trial concluded. Decades later, in 1992, following the passing of renowned Grand Canyon River guide Georgie Clark, an assortment of intriguing items was found among her possessions. Among them were a pistol, the Hyde's marriage certificate, and a birth certificate bearing the name Betsy DeRassa. These discoveries led to speculation about Clark's possible link to Bessie Hyde, though local authorities ultimately chose not to reopen the case despite the significance of the marriage certificate. Adding to the mystery, Bessie's journal contained a short poem that some interpret as an ominous premonition of their fate. The poem reads, "Oh, Mama dear, please come. My dolly must be drowned. When I put her in the creek, she sunk without a sound." Betty's eyes filled with tears. Where could poor Dolly be? Perhaps she turned into a mermaid and drifted out to sea. To this day, Glenn and Bessie Hyde remain missing. Moving on to the next case. Josh Rubin. Josh Rubin, a 30-year-old from Providence, Rhode Island, relocated to Brooklyn in 2010. With financial support from his parents, he pursued his dream of opening a coffee shop in the Ditmas Park neighborhood. By September 2011, he launched Whisk Bakery Cafe, which quickly became a neighborhood favorite. On Halloween night of that same year, Josh was last seen outside his apartment at 100 Lawrence Avenue around 9 p.m. When Josh failed to return home the following day, his roommates reached out to his parents. After realizing that none of his friends or family had heard from him, they reported him missing. Determined to find him, his loved ones launched an extensive search, plastering posters across storefronts and subways while creating the Find Josh Rubin Facebook page. His family even hired a private investigator and offered a $5,000 reward for any information. Despite their efforts, no leads surfaced, and speculation began to arise that Josh may have disappeared intentionally. He was reportedly in a lot of debt from opening the Whisk Cafe and had recently been diagnosed with bipolar disorder. Witnesses reported they had seen him pacing in front of his shop in the days before his disappearance and acting generally nervous in the hours before he vanished. Meanwhile, on November 1st, the day after Josh had gone missing, a road crew worker came across the smoldering remains of a man in a rural area of Pennsylvania. The man had been shot, his body was burned beyond recognition, and there were no fingerprints to be examined. The only thing investigators knew was that the man had worn eyeglasses. Unable to identify the body using fingerprints, local officials distributed an artist's rendering of what the man might have looked like, but to no avail. Then, on November 28th, the authorities in Pennsylvania got a tip that the unidentified body found smoldering amid the debris was of Josh Rubin. They called the police in New York seeking dental records, but the city police did not have them, so the Pennsylvania authorities obtained records from Mr. Rubin's family in Massachusetts. On the December 21st, with the help of DNA testing and dental records, the smoldering body of the man who had been fatally shot, set on fire and then dumped on the side of the road was finally identified as Josh Rubin. Police believe that Josh had been killed somewhere else and his body dumped there. Detectives examined Josh Rubin's credit card records and found that they had been used the day after his murder at Woodbury Commons, a well-known luxury outlet in Orange County, New York. In March, Pennsylvania prosecutors released clear surveillance images of two men using Josh's cards just one day before his body was discovered. Authorities strongly suspect these individuals were involved in his killing. Despite the high-quality images, the identities of the two men remain unknown. No significant leads have emerged since, and Josh's case continues to be unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Mary Jane Croft Van Gilder. Mary Jane Croft Van Gilder was born on November 19, 1911, in Fairmont, West Virginia. She married James Wesley Van Gilder on January 29, 1929. By the time World War II began, she had given birth to 5 children, though she tragically lost twins in 1935. However, her marriage to James was troubled, and in 1943, she moved to the Van Gilder family farm. While the exact reasons for their separation remain unclear, some sources suggest Mary accused James of being an alcoholic and abusive. However, their children have expressed doubts about these claims. In 1944, Mary relocated to Plymouth, Ohio, and found work as a forklift operator at the Wilkins Air Force Depot in Shelby. Without a vehicle of her own, she relied on co-workers for transportation. Despite the distance, she stayed in touch with her children, sending letters, clothes, and war bonds, a government-issued initiative to help finance military operations. To this day, her children remain uncertain about why she chose to leave and why their parents' marriage fell apart. Mary's eldest daughter, Anna Mae Van Gilder Rager, later recalled, "In 1945, my mother sued my dad for divorce, which made me think she was wanting to get married again, but we found no answer to that." That same year, Mary Jane sent a letter to West Virginia asking her children to return the war bonds she had previously sent them. A few weeks later, they received one final war bond from her. It was the last communication they ever had with Mary Jane. A few months later, James filed for divorce, but Mary never responded. When she failed to appear in court, her attorney withdrew the divorce petition in April 1946. Subsequently, a judge in West Virginia granted James the divorce and full custody of their children. By 1949, Anna had begun searching for her mother, determined to uncover what had happened. It wasn't until May 5, 1952, that she discovered Mary had left her job at the Wilkins Air Force Depot on March 8, 1945, citing added household duties as the reason for her departure. Though Mary was never formally reported missing, Anna never stopped looking for her. In February 2004, Anna found a new link to her mother's past after a newspaper in Ohio wrote a story about their search for Van Gilder. A man read the Plymouth Journal's article and emailed Anna that his father had worked with Mary between 1943 and 45. However, they do not know what happened to her after that. In April 2018, Anna's daughter, Mary's granddaughter, finally reported Mary missing to the police. The investigating officer, Adam Turner, said that pain, that desperation, and that need to know is still very fresh for Anna. The not knowing is worse than the knowing. When somebody's missing, you're left in limbo. Adam began working on the case and obtained Mary's military personnel file and published it online to see if it would help generate some leads. Soon, a civilian sleuth pointed him to a name on a document in the file that would prove crucial to solving the case. The sleuth came across the name Percy L. Sebring. It turned out when Mary was promoted to high lift fork operator, she took the position from Sebring and likely received training from him. Searching Sebring's history on findagrave.com, Adam learned the man died in Kansas City, Missouri in 1969. It also showed he was married to a Mary Jane Sebring who was born on November 19, 1911 and died in 1990. Both were buried in Forest, Louisiana. Sebring was run over and killed by a train. The couple lived in Arkansas and had 2 children. Curiously, the first child was born in December 1945, just 9 months after Van Gilder left her job at the Wilkins Air Force Depot. Adam then reached out to one of Sebring's grandchildren who promptly supplied him with photographs of Mary Jane Sebring. Additionally, he obtained a document containing Mary Jane Sebring's signature from the grandchildren. A comparison of this signature with that of Mary Jane Van Gilder revealed distinct similarities in letter shapes and formatting. The photos indicated a striking resemblance between Mary Jane Sebring and Mary Jane Van Gilder. In February 2024, a DNA test conclusively confirmed the identity of Mary Jane Sebring as Mary Jane Van Gilder. According to the grandchildren from her second family, Mary Jane was an exceptional grandmother, passionate about gardening with a fondness for hydrangeas. She enjoyed sun tea and excelled in the culinary arts. Surprisingly, Mary was discovered to be using a different social security number than the one documented in her military file. Mary died from colon cancer in 1990. She was cremated and buried next to her husband. During her final moments, Mary Jane confided in one of her granddaughters, hinting at a secret she could never reveal. Her granddaughter said that she, quote, just assumed that her grandmother was just talking gibberish, but now it all made sense, end quote. Adam expressed how discovering the truth about Mary Jane's fate has been an agonizing experience for the Van Gilder family who spent decades searching for her. The case of Mary Jane would unearth 2 more mysteries. During the search for Mary Jane, the officer, Adam Turner, found a record of a Jane Doe found in Preble County in the 1960s. The Jane Doe's description resembled that of Mary Jane Van Gilder, prompting the exhumation of her remains in late 2019 for DNA testing. However, the results did not match Mary Jane. But the detective decided to press on and find the identity of Jane Doe. He partnered with Moxie Forensic Investigations to develop a DNA profile and used genetic genealogy to crack the case. Surprisingly, the Preble County Jane Doe turned out to be Albert Frost, a man from Hamilton, Ohio, missing since the early 1960s. Albert's body had been severely decomposed, spread out over about 75 feet, which may have led to the mistake. His cause of death is not determined. Upon contacting Albert's closest DNA relative, his great-niece Tina Barrett, another mystery unfolded. Tina initially thought they were referring to her great-aunt Clara, unaware of Albert's existence. It was later revealed that Albert wasn't the only missing person in his family. His sister, Clara, had also vanished without a trace. Clara had disappeared nearly a decade before Albert, sometime in the 1950s, when she was in her early 20s. Family members disclosed that Clara's mother had sold her to a man who eventually became her husband. The couple had 2 children, a baby and a toddler, at the time of her disappearance. Her family always considered the circumstances suspicious and informed authorities that Clara's husband had been physically abusive toward her. Despite the concerns, Clara's husband denied any involvement in her disappearance, claiming she had simply run away. He later remarried and moved to Pennsylvania with their 2 children. Now deceased, Clara's husband remains a suspect in her case. Moving on to the next case. Michael Gargiulo. These photos of a man posing with a woman sparked mixed reactions when they were shared on Reddit. Some viewers found them unsettling and eerie, while others dismissed them as nothing more than a couple staging silly pictures. However, as more details emerged about the man in the photos, many began to see them in an entirely different light. Born on February 15, 1976, Michael Gargiulo is now recognized as one of California's most notorious serial killers. A native of Glenview, Illinois, he is believed to have brutally murdered his 18-year-old neighbor, Tricia Picacho, on her back doorstep in 1993. Tricia's father made the heartbreaking discovery the next morning on August 14. Michael, who was a close friend of Tricia's brother, remained a suspect for years, but at the time, authorities lacked the evidence to formally link him to the crime. In 1998, he relocated to Los Angeles, allegedly to escape mounting scrutiny from Illinois police. Then, in February 2001, Michael struck again, this time targeting 22-year-old Ashley Ellerin. She was viciously stabbed 47 times in her Hollywood home. The wound on Ashley Ellerin's neck was so severe that it nearly decapitated her, while some of the stab wounds on her torso measured up to 6 inches deep. On the night she was murdered, she had been preparing for a date with rising Hollywood star Ashton Kutcher. In February 2005, Michael Gargiulo struck again, this time killing his own neighbor. Maria Bruno, a 32-year-old mother of 4, lived in the same gated apartment complex in El Monte as the serial predator. She was viciously attacked and stabbed 17 times. Finally, in February 2008, Michael's reign of terror came to an end. On April 28th of that year, he attempted to murder yet another neighbor, Michelle Murphy, by attacking her in her Santa Monica home. However, she fought back fiercely, causing him to flee, leaving behind his own blood at the crime scene. Just a few months later, on June 6, Santa Monica police arrested the 32-year-old killer. Then, on July 7, 2011, Michael was officially charged with the first-degree murder of Tricia Picacho, believed to be his earliest known victim. During his interrogation, he reportedly made a chilling remark to law enforcement, stating that just because 10 women had been killed and his DNA was found at the crime scenes, it didn't necessarily mean he was the murderer. This has led some investigators to speculate that he has more victims than we currently know of, but at this time, Michael has not been linked to further murders. The California media dubbed Michael the Hollywood Ripper and the Chiller Killer. He was charged with the murders of Maria and Ashley, as well as Tricia. Following several long delays, his trial began in May of 2019. During the trial, Ashton Kutcher took to the stand. He had last spoken to Ashley at 8:24 p.m. on the night of her murder. He told her that he was running late, and she replied she was just out of the shower. By the time he finally turned up at her house, he thought she had left because he received no answer when he knocked on the door. Looking into the home, he saw what he thought were red wine stains on the floor as Ashley had hosted a party the previous evening. The following day, upon finding out about her death, Kutcher contacted authorities to let them know he had been at the home the day before. Michael's defense was not very convincing. When speaking about Michelle Murphy's case, his lawyers claimed that Michael suffered from split personality disorder and that he didn't know he was in Michelle's apartment. He also apparently apologized before he fled the scene. His team also portrayed him as a victim of abuse, and a neuropsychologist discovered that he'd spent much of his childhood in special education because of his behavioral problems. Michael was abusive and angry as a youngster, and as an adult was a serial cheater. Part of the reason his trial took so long to occur is that he repeatedly fired his lawyers and even once attempted to represent himself. In August of 2019, Michael was convicted on all counts. The death penalty was recommended, although more delays have appeared in the years since. In 2021, he appeared in an LA court as his attorneys made the case that the new DA is opposed to the death penalty, and that California Governor Gavin Newsom has placed a moratorium on executions. The lawyers have said that Michael's sentence to life behind bars would die in prison anyway, so the death penalty was unnecessary. Michael Gargiulo was sentenced in July 2021 and remains in custody while awaiting trial for the murder of Tricia Picaccio. In 2015, the LAPD attempted to identify the woman featured in the photos shown earlier in the case. Authorities suspected she might have been another victim of Michael's, yet to be discovered. The images were retrieved from his hard drive following his arrest, and investigators grew concerned when they noticed her resemblance to some of his known victims. Believed to have been taken between February 2001 and February 2003 somewhere in California, the photos were made public in 2008 in hopes of identifying the woman. However, she never came forward, and tips regarding her identity led nowhere. It remains uncertain whether she has since been identified or if authorities are still seeking information about her. Online sleuths have speculated that she could have been a girlfriend or wife of Michael's, as he maintained relationships and was even married at one point during his killing spree. Regardless, considering the brutal nature of his crimes, these images remain deeply unsettling. Moving on to the next case. Nelly Hicks. Nelly Hicks, a 59-year-old woman from Newark, California, shared her home with a housemate. A devoted mother of 6, she had raised her children alone after divorcing her husband a decade earlier. Nelly worked as a 4th-grade teacher at Ashland School in San Lorenzo. On the night of May 10, 1972, her housemate spoke with her around 1 a.m. before heading to bed, leaving Nelly dozing on the living room sofa. It would be the last time she was seen alive. Just 4 hours later, one of Nelly's sons awoke to a horrifying sight: his mother's bloodied, lifeless body still on the sofa. He immediately contacted the police. Nelly had been brutally murdered, partially unclothed, and bludgeoned to death with a brick wrapped in pantyhose. The sheer violence of the attack was evident, with her skull split open from the force of the blows. She had also been sexually assaulted. Police determined the killer entered the house through an unlocked sliding glass door and used manicure scissors to cut her dress and bra. Police believe the killer had knocked Nelly unconscious before sexually assaulting her, all the while her son, his wife, and her housemate were asleep unaware of the slaying. Nelly's wallet was missing, however. It was later found a few blocks away next to a pair of blood-stained panties. The only forensic evidence that police recovered were fingerprints that, for decades, were never tied to a specific person. Police interrogated her housemate, her family, her ex-husband, and the men she had dated. However, no one was ever charged. The case remained unsolved for more than half a century. In 1979, another murder occurred with the same modus operandi. Teresa Pica was a 48-year-old woman who lived with her children in Hayward, California. On May 15, 1979, Teresa's 10-year-old twin daughter woke up in their Edlow Drive home to find her mother slumped over the couch, face down. Her nightgown had been pulled up, exposing her legs. Her hands were bound behind her back with rope, and a blood-stained rock was discovered nearby. A shirt had been utilized to gag her, and it was observed that a front room window had been forcibly opened. A neighbor later reported hearing rustling near the home during the night. Pica's purse was missing, and her wallet along with other belongings were subsequently found in a neighbor's yard and in a garbage can down the street. Just like in Nelly's case, Teresa was sexually assaulted and murdered while 3 of her daughters were asleep in the house. Over the years, a number of people would be investigated in the case, but none were ever charged. Following Pica's murder, the Newark and Hayward police connected the crimes due to the identifiable pattern of behavior common to both cases. This led to the belief that solving one case would solve the other. Evidence was collected at both crime scenes, however, DNA testing did not exist at the time. In early 2000s, based on the DNA found at the crime scenes, a male DNA profile was developed and entered into Cody's. However, no matches were found. In February 2021, the Hayward Police Department submitted forensic evidence to Othram in the Woodlands, Texas. Outram's scientists successfully used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile for the unidentified suspect. In February 2024, authorities identified Fred Bernard Farnham as the suspect in both cases. Farnham had an extensive criminal history, having grown up in California's Central Valley before relocating to the South Bay in the 1950s. During the 1970s, he was convicted of multiple sexual assaults in Sunnyvale and San Jose, serving time in prison. Over the years, he also lived in Nevada, Idaho, North Dakota, Alaska, and Oregon. Farnham passed away in February 2007 at the age of 73 while in a hospital, long before detectives were able to connect him to the murders. Investigators suspect he may have been involved in additional unsolved homicides. After more than 50 years, the cases were finally solved. Moving on to the next case. Gypsy Blanchard. Dee Dee Blanchard and her daughter, Gypsy Rose Blanchard, were far from an ordinary family, but for a time, they managed to make things work. That changed in June 2015 when Dee Dee and Gypsy's neighbors grew concerned after noticing strange posts on their shared Facebook page. Missouri sheriffs were alerted and conducted a welfare check at the Blanchard home. Inside, officers discovered Dee Dee's body lying face down on her bed in a pool of blood, the result of fatal stab wounds inflicted days earlier. Gypsy was nowhere to be found, which was alarming since Dee Dee had claimed her daughter suffered from leukemia, asthma, muscular dystrophy, and other chronic illnesses. She was also said to have the mental capacity of a 7-year-old due to brain damage from her premature birth. According to neighbors, Gypsy was confined to a wheelchair and entirely dependent on her mother's care. In the home, Gypsy's wheelchair was found as well as her medications. This led police to think she might have been abducted and in serious danger. However, police found Gypsy Rose the next day in Wisconsin, where she had traveled with her boyfriend she had met online. She was alive and well, but things were about to get worse for her. Investigators soon announced, to the shock of family and friends and the public, that Gypsy was, in fact, an adult and had none of the physical or mental health issues her mother represented her as having. Further investigation found that some of the doctors who examined Gypsy had found no evidence of the claimed disorders and in one case suspected Munchausen syndrome by proxy, in which a caregiver often exaggerates and induces mental or physical health problems in those who are in their care with the primary motive of gaining attention or sympathy. Dee Dee had changed her name after her family confronted her about how she treated Gypsy and suspected her of poisoning her stepmother. Nonetheless, many people accepted her situation as true, and the two benefited from the efforts of charities such as Habitat for Humanity, Ronald McDonald House, and the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Dee Dee had been making her daughter pass herself off as younger and pretend to be disabled and chronically ill, in the process subjecting her to unnecessary surgery and medication, including a feeding tube put into her stomach and controlling her through occasional physical and psychological abuse. They often appeared on TV together, including spots on the local news, with Dee Dee always holding onto Gypsy's hand tight, squeezing to alert Gypsy that she said something that she didn't like. Over time, Gypsy began creating a secret online life while her mother slept. Through a dating site she had joined, she connected with Nicholas Gojan, and over the course of 2 years, they plotted a way to eliminate Dee Dee. According to text messages and interrogations, Nicholas entered the Blanchard home and allegedly stabbed Dee Dee while Gypsy hid in the bathroom. Afterward, the pair took several $1,000s from a safe in the house, and Nicholas mailed the murder weapon, a knife provided by Gypsy, to his home in Big Bend to avoid being caught with it. The disturbing Facebook posts led authorities to Gojan's residence in Big Bend, Wisconsin, where the two were arrested on June 2015. Gypsy later pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and received a 10-year prison sentence, while Nicholas faced trial for first-degree murder. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Jennifer Daugherty. On the morning of February 11, 2010, A truck driver was making his way through the quiet streets of Greensburg, Pennsylvania. The calm, empty roads seemed ideal for a quick delivery, but something unusual caught his eye. Stopping near Greensburg-Salem Middle School, he noticed a tipped-over trash can. Though it might have been easier to ignore and continue on, his curiosity led him to investigate. What he found was horrifying. Inside the dumpster lay the badly mutilated and bloody body of a woman. Unable to comprehend what he was seeing, he quickly called 911, and the police rushed to the scene. Upon arrival, officers found the woman's body haphazardly thrown into the dumpster, with numerous stab wounds visible on her body. Further examination revealed bruises, indicating she had been severely beaten before her death. The location of the body, discarded in a dumpster outside a middle school, suggested that this wasn't where the murder had occurred, but rather where the body had been left after being disposed of. As the police searched the woman's battered body, they discovered a note tucked into the back pocket of her pants. The condition of the body stood in stark contrast to the contents of the note, with the only truth in the note being the name of the victim, Jennifer. The circumstances surrounding her death were a chilling mystery, leaving the police to wonder what horrors she endured in her final moments. A deeper investigation led officers to Jennifer Daugherty's parents, Richard and Denise Daugherty, who were called in to identify the body. Upon seeing their daughter's mutilated remains, they were devastated, unable to fathom that their sweet, gentle girl had been taken from them in such a brutal way. Jennifer was 30 years old at the time of her death, though her mental age was closer to that of a 12 to 14-year-old due to intellectual and psychological challenges. Born on November 8, 1979, in Latrobe, Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania, Jennifer had a bright, warm personality that attracted many friends. Despite being bullied by some of her peers because of her mental challenges, her kind nature allowed her to form strong bonds with those who saw beyond her difficulties. In the course of their investigation, the police were surprised to learn that Jennifer was a resident of Mount Pleasant, which added an unexpected layer to the case. This raised questions about what Jennifer was doing in Greensburg and who could have taken her life. Her parents informed the police that their daughter regularly traveled to Greensburg for medical appointments. She was also attending life skills classes at the West Place Clubhouse in Greensburg, where she was learning to become a mechanic. On this particular day, however, Jennifer had come to the city to meet a new group of friends for a sleepover. She had met these friends through Angela Marinucci, whom she had encountered while taking her classes at the West Place Clubhouse. The two girls had instantly connected, and Angela introduced Jennifer to her circle of friends, Ricky Smyrns, Melvin Knight, Amber Menninger, Robert Masters, and Peggy Miller. Despite her mental challenges, Jennifer had finally found a group of people with whom she could relate. Each member of the group faced their own cognitive difficulties, often stemming from troubled childhoods and painful past experiences. These shared struggles allowed Jennifer to bond with them quickly and find comfort in their company, as they all navigated life together despite their psychological battles. Jennifer's parents fully trusted this new group of friends, as they had noticed how happy their daughter was around them. Before she left on February 10, 2010, Jennifer had left a note for her mother, saying she would be back by the following afternoon after the sleepover. She also included the contact information for all 6 of her friends, in case of any emergencies. Tragically, these would be the last words Jennifer communicated to her parents and the first clue in the investigation into her murder. According to the Daughertys, something must have occurred after Jennifer got off the bus and made her way to the house where the sleepover was to take place. The police decided to approach the group of friends in good faith, hoping they could provide information about the horrific crime. However, they were about to uncover something much darker than they anticipated. The house where Jennifer was supposed to meet her friends appeared unremarkable from the outside, with some lights still on, indicating that the Christmas decorations had not been removed yet. But when the officers stepped inside, they were met with a chilling sight. The house, which appeared to have a semi-festive atmosphere, was overwhelmed by the gruesome smell of blood and gore. The house occupied by Jennifer's friends turned out to be the crime scene where she was badly beaten and killed, with almost every corner of the house reeking of the grim nature of the incident. The cops apprehended all 6 in the group, who didn't try very hard to deny what had happened in the face of all the glaring evidence in the house. While just a glimpse of Jennifer's body screamed torture, the evidence found in the house of the Greensburg 6 confirmed that she was badly humiliated before being killed. In the house, the police found all the objects that were used to hurt the helpless Jennifer, along with the murder weapon, which was a kitchen knife that eventually ended her final breath. The cops relentlessly questioned everyone and asked them what happened during the night of the sleepover on February 10, 2010. The statements from the Greenberg 6 revealed that the sleepover was just a trap for Jennifer and that her punishment was pre-planned instead of being something accidental. They also learned that the mastermind behind this heinous crime was none other than the youngest of them all, Angela Marinucci, who was also Jennifer's close friend. Just when Jennifer crossed their doorstep, the group put their plans into action, and they suddenly began hitting her. Jennifer was quite confused at the time, since this wasn't the welcome she was expecting. Why did this new group of friends she had trusted so much suddenly turn hostile? What sick intentions might have motivated these 6 people to mercilessly hurt a mentally challenged friend and eventually take her life? Jennifer's phone and purse were immediately confiscated by the group, who began their grueling torture session that would go on for 36 long hours. They tore her purse and poured several fluids into it. Angela and Amber initiated the physical assault and beat Jennifer up with several objects. They took turns as they bruised her with several items, including a sturdy pair of crutches, a vacuum cleaner hose, a towel bar, and a 2-liter lemonade bottle. The duo was later joined by the others, who kicked Jennifer repeatedly, crushing her belly and her chest. The badly bruised Jennifer was also forced to gulp down several undrinkable fluids, like cooking oil, nail polish, detergent, urine, and even made to eat fleas. All of these were poured onto her head, followed by oatmeal and spices. Jennifer retaliated against the assaults, as she tried to throw her limbs around to attack her assailants. Unfortunately, Jennifer ended up choosing the wrong target by hitting Amber hard in the stomach. The group said that Amber was pregnant and escalated their assault on Jennifer after tying her with Christmas lights and decorations to prevent her from standing up to them again. The group shaved Jennifer's head and smeared her face with nail polish while continuing to thrash her. Unable to fight, Jennifer tried begging her attackers for mercy. The group neither stopped nor explained while she became the victim of their sadism. Instead, Melvin Knight took off Jennifer's clothes and forced himself on the heavily bruised victim while everyone else watched. After Melvin was done, they forced Jennifer into the bathroom to have a shower, citing the trouble they were having with her stench. While Jennifer thought that her captors were done with her, you would discover next that she couldn't have been more wrong. The thrashing instantly resumed, and Jennifer's mini-illusion was instantly shattered. But things did come to a stop afterwards, since the Greensburg 6 got bored of constantly beating Jennifer to a pulp. The group then decided to vote to either let Jennifer go on the expectation that she would remain quiet, or to kill her and get rid of her body. Jennifer begged her supposed friends to set her free. But the next morning, February 11th, she learned that all 6 had unanimously voted to end her life. Before killing her, the group somehow thought that making Jennifer write a note would shield them whenever her body was found. For reasons unknown, the group made Jennifer take several antibiotics, painkillers, and sleeping pills before Ricky Smirms asked Melvin to stab her in the chest. This could either be due to an unexpected return of their conscience, or an attempt to prolong Jennifer's suffering using medicines. The latter stands more probable, since they didn't spare the life of the already tortured Jennifer. Thus, any consideration of the Greensburg 6's empathy towards their unfortunate victim was completely out of the question. Instead, Melvin plunged the knife into Jennifer's body thrice, striking her chest and her throat. He later checked on her to find that she was still alive and slashed her wrist to end Jennifer's life. The group didn't immediately dispose of Jennifer's body. Angela Marinucci asked the group to prop the dead body up and wrap it in Christmas lighting to get a dazzling display of their monstrosity. But when the damaged Christmas lights didn't work, the frustrated group stuffed her body in a trash can where it was eventually found. All of this clearly showcased that none of the sects had any form of remorse over their actions. But what really made them carry out this torture-cum murder? After learning of such a horrifying account, cops cracked down hard on everyone to find out why they made Jennifer suffer so much. The Greensburg Six revealed that Jennifer had developed a crush on Ricky, who was Angela's boyfriend at the time. Moreover, Angela once caught Ricky secretly speaking with Jennifer over the phone. This made her furious with jealousy, following which she decided to punish her new friend for crossing the line and hatched a plan with Amber. Cops found that this flow of romance wasn't one way, as Ricky later revealed that he loved Jennifer as well. Both had confessed their love to each other, and had also been intimate on a few occasions behind Angela's back. This really made the detectives think as to why Ricky participated or even approved of whatever happened with Jennifer. Especially, he could have avoided everything by simply warning Jennifer and asking her not to come for the sleepover. The confession from the other members of the Greensburg Six, especially Peggy Miller and Robert Masters, revealed that Angela was a very dangerous woman, and they were very afraid of her. Peggy and Robert also said they didn't participate in any of the violence, and were willing to cooperate with the police and get a plea deal in court. However, the fear analogy didn't stand true for everyone, especially Melvin Knight, who seemed to have enjoyed torturing and assaulting Jennifer the most. Nevertheless, when things came down to the point for each member to vote, none of them voted to let Jennifer live, despite already having made her go through a hellish nightmare. However, the police now had what they needed to get justice for Jennifer Daugherty. The hearing for the case began on November 3, 2010, revealing that Angela, Ricky, and Jennifer had a very complex love triangle, with Ricky being at the center of it all. Angela had actually overheard Ricky speaking with Jennifer when she had heard him saying that he loved her and wanted to marry her. This made Angela fume with rage, since she had been his girlfriend for several years. The state of Pennsylvania had never seen a heinous and violent crime of this degree. On August 3, 2011, when giving the verdict, the court found the charges against Angela serious enough for death penalty. But since she was only 17 at the time of the incident, she ended up receiving life imprisonment without parole for first-degree murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy to commit murder. Due to certain unrelated developments, her sentence saw some revisions, with the final order coming in May 2022. Angela is now undergoing her sentence, and would be eligible for parole only in 2070. Ricky Smyrns and Melvin Knight, however, received the death penalty on February 28, 2013 and April 12, 2012 respectively. Knight later challenged his sentence in September 2014, stating that the jury was prejudiced towards him, but the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania upheld his sentence twice. Speaking about her judgment on Knight, Pennsylvania Supreme Court's Chief Justice Deborah Todd said that the jury was not biased in its judgment to give the death penalty to Melvin Knight. She instead noted that the decision was made after a thorough examination of a large pool of evidence, which proved Knight and the rest of the Greensburg Six having subjected Jennifer, a mentally challenged woman, to several forms of assault and torture, eventually killing her. Amber Menninger pled guilty to third-degree murder, conspiracy, and kidnapping. Though she had initially tried to get some relief citing her pregnancy, once she found out she could be facing the death penalty, she chose to cooperate as a witness and received a sentence of 40 to 80 years in prison on December 4, 2013. Prior to the trial, Peggy Miller and Robert Masters had already agreed to testify as witnesses. During the trial, Robert revealed that he had almost helped Jennifer in escaping and also returned her clothes while Melvin and Ricky were outside the house, but they returned before Jennifer could flee from the place. The courts, however, noted that neither Peggy nor Roberts chose to inform the police of what happened and only came forward as witnesses to get plea deals. Although they didn't participate in any of the violence, they did help in keeping Jennifer hostage and also voted to kill her. Peggy received a sentence of 35 to 74 years, and Robert got a sentence of 30 to 70 years on March 17, 2014. The accounts of Peggy and Robert also ushered in the need for a law in Pennsylvania to charge anybody witnessing a violent crime and withholding the information from the police with third-degree murder. This law was proposed by Senator Kim Ward in 2012, and he tabled the proposal as Jennifer's Law. Speaking at the trial of the murderers of her sister, Joy Buckholder said, "Jennifer was exploited. Her kindness and her handicap made her very vulnerable. She did not have a single mean bone in her body. The tragic murder of Jennifer Daugherty is undoubtedly one of the most horrifying cases, not only due to the brutal nature of the crime but also because of the betrayal by the very people she trusted. Her parents' grief is compounded by the fact that they had envisioned a future for Jennifer where she could live more independently, surrounded by supportive friends. Instead, that hope was crushed in the most brutal way imaginable. As for whether the Greensburg Six were driven to commit such a heinous act due to their mental challenges, or if they were capable of such cold-blooded behavior all along, it's a complex question. It's essential to consider that mental health challenges can influence behavior, but they don't inherently excuse or justify violent actions. Some may argue that their cognitive or psychological struggles played a role in how they interacted with Jennifer, but it doesn't necessarily mean they were incapable of making decisions and understanding the consequences of their actions. At the same time, their disturbing behavior and the deliberate nature of the crime suggests that it wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment act driven by mental illness. The crime seemed premeditated, and the actions taken to cover it up were calculated. It raises a difficult moral and legal question: how much of their actions can be attributed to their mental health, and how much to personal choice and accountability? The tragedy of Jennifer's death remains a stark reminder that we must look at the complexities of mental health, the impact of those challenges on behavior, and the extent to which personal responsibility still plays a role in such horrific acts. Moving on to the next case. Jolie Callen. 18-year-old Jolie Callen had a promising future ahead of her. A dedicated and hardworking student, she was preparing to leave home for university in the coming months. Known for her petite frame, popularity, and kind nature, Jolie's family loved her most for her compassionate heart. In August 2015, she agreed to go on a hike with her ex-boyfriend, 20-year-old Lauren Daniel Bonner, hoping they could remain on good terms as friends. Although Jolie had recently started dating someone new, her empathetic nature led her to believe the hike might help bring closure. The night before, she texted a friend in a joking manner, saying, "If something happens to me, you'll know who I was with." Tragically, she had no idea how prophetic those words would be. Bonner was far from a favorite among Jolie's friends and family. He was known to be possessive and jealous, often insisting that Jolie spend all her time with him, or within his circle of friends. He didn't like that she had her own social life outside of him, and he had frequently threatened to take his own life whenever Jolie attempted to break things off. It was only with her university career looming and the fact that she'd be moving away that finally gave her the courage to split up with Bonner for good. She largely ignored his subsequent pleas for her to take him back. On August 30th, Jolie, her ex-boyfriend and his dog Kyber made their way through the Chia State Park in Alabama. During the course of the hike, Bonner took several photos of Jolie and posted them to his Instagram. The final image showed the 18-year-old with her back to the camera as she stood on a cliffside and looked out across the mist-shrouded mountains. The post was captioned, "Oh, you know, just enjoying the view." After he took this image, Bonner pulled out a gun and shot Jolie in the back of the head. Once she collapsed to the ground, Bonner turned her over and shot her again between the eyes before he pushed her off the 40-foot cliff they were standing on. After committing the horrific crime, the 20-year-old returned to his car where he called 911 and turned himself in saying, "I want to turn myself in for the murder of my ex-girlfriend Jolie Callen that happened just a little while ago on Sheer Mountain." From here, Bonner waited for the police to arrive. When they did, they quickly found Jolie's body. Her ex-boyfriend was covered in blood and the substance was found on his car and his steering wheel, as well as on top of the cliff where Jolie was shot. Despite admitting to the crime when he called 911, pleaded not guilty when he was charged with murder. His trial began in November of 2015, during which he attempted to claim that he and Jolie had entered into a murder-suicide pact, which he found he could not go through with after he killed the 18-year-old. He claimed that she told him she didn't want to see it coming, which is why he shot her from behind. Jolie's friends and family disputed this idea. She was excited about the future, had been preparing for university, and had started a new relationship. To them, it was more likely that Bonner had slain Jolie in cold blood because she refused to rekindle the couple's relationship. Meanwhile, Bonner's defense claimed that the 20-year-old had Asperger's syndrome and that he should be granted youthful offender status as a result. In Alabama law, any defendant aged 21 or under can file for this status, which guarantees that the defendant will serve no more than 3 years in prison, regardless of the severity of the crime committed. Naturally, Jolie's loved ones were appalled by this notion. They were further distraught when Bonner was granted this status. The 18-year-old's father, Michael, subsequently called a local ABC affiliate to protest this status. A media frenzy ensued and the decision to give Bonner this status received massive backlash. The case was already so high profile that Bonner had to be escorted to and from court in a bulletproof vest. And this new decision had the public even more riled up. In December of 2015, it was walked back and the status was rescinded. The court later heard that Bonner had bragged to his cellmates about killing Jolie, saying if he couldn't have her, no one could. On July 13 of 2017, Bonner pleaded guilty to murder. The defense requested leniency, arguing that the now 22-year-old was struggling with mental health issues. Despite this, he was sentenced as an adult to 52 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 15 years. Additionally, he was ordered to pay over $11,000 in restitution to the Alabama Crime Victims Compensation Commission. While Jolie's family will have to endure life without her, they found some comfort in the verdict, relieved that Bonner was not granted youthful offender status. Her father, Michael, expressed his satisfaction, stating, "It's the right thing to do. I mean, come on. You don't get youthful offender and maybe 3 years for cold-bloodedly killing somebody. Jolie was a sweet, good girl, and I think she's smiling today." Moving on to the next case. Melvin Charles Horst. 4-year-old Melvin Charles Horst lived near the intersection of Vine and Paradise Street in Oroville, Ohio. On the afternoon of December 27, 1928, he went out to play with 4 neighborhood friends, carrying a small red truck or wagon he had received as a Christmas gift. The boys gathered in an empty lot near the railroad tracks on Chestnut Street. At around 4:30 p.m., Melvin's mother, Zora, called for him to come inside for supper, but he never responded. Concerned, she sent his older brother to check with the neighbors, but there was no sign of him. By 6 p.m., Melvin's father, Raymond, arrived home from work to find Zora frantic with worry. The couple immediately began searching for their son. By then, darkness had settled in, as the sun had set at 5:06 p.m. that winter evening. When there was still no sign of Melvin by 7 p.m., the police were called. Officers quickly located and questioned the children who had been playing with him earlier that day. His friends recalled that as evening approached, Melvin had mentioned that it was getting late and he should head home. The walk from the empty lot to the Horst home was only a block, yet Melvin was never seen again. The only trace of his journey was the red toy truck or wagon he had been playing with, found abandoned in the front yard of his house. By 8:30 p.m., around 4,500 Oroville residents had gathered to search for the missing 4-year-old, who had now been gone for approximately 4 hours. His uncle, Roy Horst, who served as the village marshal, led the extensive search effort. The search continued for weeks, covering more than 100 square miles. Authorities went door to door, but no sign of Melvin was ever found. Investigators initially considered the possibility that he had been mistaken for another young boy in the neighborhood who closely resembled him and belonged to a wealthy family. If this were the case, they expected ransom demands to follow, but none ever came. Another theory focused on the tense political climate of 1928. Prohibition was in full effect, and Roy, known for his strict enforcement of liquor laws, had made many enemies. Some speculated that Melvin's disappearance might have been an act of revenge against his uncle. Roy had been living with Melvin and his family in the months leading up to the boy's disappearance, and was considerably close to his nephew, Melvin. Authorities wondered if his disappearance was a kidnapping by bootleggers, manufacturers and distributors of alcohol, made out of revenge for Roy's part in enforcing the current controversial laws of the time. The media covered the case and followed its progression or lack thereof closely. News of the boy's disappearance reached national headlines. Then, on January 2, 1929, police arrested a well-known bootlegger, Elias Arnold, and his children, William Arnold, Arthur Arnold and Dorothy McHenry, as well as his son-in-law, Dorothy's husband, Bascom McHenry, on charges of kidnapping. The arrest was made on the information of the 8-year-old nephew of Elias named Charles Jr. Hanna, who claimed he saw Melvin being lured from outside into the home of the Arnolds. A second boy, who was a 9-year-old neighbor of the Horsts, and the Arnolds corroborated this story, and the arrests were made. Detectives theorized that because of the bootlegging connection, and because the Arnolds lived so close to the Horst family, that Melvin had been kidnapped out of revenge for the many arrests and multiple cases of imprisonment of Elias and his family members on alcohol-related charges. The Arnolds insisted they were innocent and provided alibis for the time that Melvin went missing, but the testimony of Junior and the other neighbor boy was enough to get Elias and one of his sons, Arthur, of kidnapping. The two men spent 3 months in jail before new evidence proved that Junior, the boy who insisted he witnessed the abduction, could not have seen what he claimed to have seen that day due to his position relative to where he claims to have witnessed the luring of Melvin into the home. A second trial was convened and the men were found not guilty and released. Junior then said that he had lied to cover up the actions of his own father, Charles Hanna, and another neighbor, Earl Conald, and that they had killed the boy and ordered him to tell the false story of the Arnolds, luring him to deter suspicion. When questioned under duress, both of the men falsely confessed to being part of the murder inside a garage that police accused them of drinking whiskey in. The police pressured them to falsely admit that they killed the boy after fearing he would rat them out for drinking, but this confession turned out to be false, and the true whereabouts of the boy remained a mystery. Investigators also explored the possibility that Melvin had been struck by a car and that the driver, fearing the consequences, had hidden his body. Numerous theories of kidnapping and murder circulated, but none yielded concrete evidence. One particular lead suggested a connection to organized crime, specifically to Anthony, Tony Long, Lawfalk from the Akron, Ohio area. A woman came forward claiming that Melvin had been kidnapped as an act of revenge against Roy and that she had been assigned to watch the boy for a few days in her apartment near Market Street in Akron. She further alleged that Lawfalk later moved the child elsewhere. Authorities attempted to verify her claims but found no evidence to support them. Lawfalk passed away in 1994, taking any potential secrets with him. After Melvin's parents relocated to Florida, the investigation continued but ultimately became a cold case. His younger sister, the only surviving sibling, still hopes for answers in her lifetime. Moving on to the next case. Shelly and Warner. Shelly and Warner, a 15-year-old from Mishawaka, Indiana, lived with her mother, Kathleen Warner. A student at Mishawaka High School, Shelly was actively involved in sports and played in the school band. On June 16, 1980, she said goodbye to her mother and drove her 1973 orange Volkswagen to Wilt's supermarket, just 2 miles away. However, when she failed to return home, her mother grew concerned and reported her missing to the police. Initially, authorities treated her disappearance as a possible runaway case. But when Shelly didn't return within 24 hours, they reclassified it as a potential abduction. Investigators visited Wilt's supermarket and spoke with employees, who confirmed seeing Shelly buying groceries around 1:30 p.m. that day. She was last seen leaving the store around 2 p.m. Witnesses reported watching her get into her car, which had been parked just 50 feet from the store entrance. However, as soon as she got into her car, witnesses remembered seeing a man walking to the automobile and pulling open the driver's side door. Those who saw this recalled Shelly had a quote surprised look on her face. The man boldly sat in the driver's seat, while Shelly slid over to the passenger seat. As the man had his back turned to the eyewitnesses, it was impossible to ascertain whether he was carrying a weapon. The two occupants of the car then left the parking lot and drove east on Lincoln Way. The man, witnesses recall, seemed to be between 16 and 18 years old. He was around 5'7" tall and roughly 130 pounds. Witnesses recall the man had unique features with medium-length blonde hair and a blonde mustache. Previously, Witnesses recall seeing the man loitering in front of the store before abducting Shelly. It was believed that the man had hitchhiked or was dropped off at the store by an acquaintance. A police sketch of the suspect was released to the public. Shelly's car was later found at a park and shop store in Osceola, Indiana. There were no indications of a struggle within the vehicle, leading investigators to believe that the perpetrator had abandoned the car at that location and had proceeded to use an alternative mode of transportation to continue his crimes. A massive search ensued for the missing teen, which included helicopters, volunteers, and search dogs. However, no trace of the 15-year-old could be found. 10 days later, 2 girls walking in a wooded area found a decomposing body near an abandoned set of train tracks on Madison Road, around 3 miles south of South Bend. The body was later confirmed to belong to the 15-year-old Shelly Warner. She had been found partially clothed, and her body had been dumped in a ravine. She had been shot twice by a large-caliber bullet at close range, once in the head and once in the body. Autopsy reports conclude that the body was believed to have been dumped 7 to 10 days prior to being found. Despite the advanced stage of decomposition of her body, law enforcement presumed that the intention behind the crimes was that of a sexual nature. The police pursued multiple leads and questioned several suspects, but their efforts yielded no results. They even attempted to utilize hypnosis techniques to aid witnesses in recalling any additional details regarding the abduction and murder. Nonetheless, these endeavors did not produce any notable breakthroughs, and the case would eventually go cold. Decades later, a witness who had initially been hesitant to come forward due to concerns of retaliation against their family spoke to police and finally identified 3 individuals linked to Shelly's murder. Detectives investigating the case said the witness was a woman who was intimidated by the suspects, and that it was only when 2 of them died that she felt comfortable talking to police. While 2 of the suspects had passed away, the 3rd had simply disappeared over time. However, this new information prompted detectives to reopen the case. The investigators located additional witnesses to the crime and uncovered more evidence, all of which further corroborated the witnesses' statement. In the course of their investigation, they also learned that the 3rd suspect, who had previously disappeared, was since deceased as of 2018. In 2023, after reviewing evidence and witness statements, the St. Joseph County Prosecutor's Office determined that the proof against the 3 suspects was conclusive. However, since all 3 were deceased, authorities could not press any criminal charges. The police have not disclosed further details, including the suspects' names, as no charges can be filed. However, they revealed that the suspects were 5 to 10 years older than Shelly, and that while she knew them, they were not close friends. The lead investigator explained, "The reason cases like this take so long is because of the fear and threats the suspects use against witnesses. When they know someone, they intimidate them, they threaten their families, and that's exactly what happened in this case." Although the perpetrators were never held accountable, Shelly's case was officially closed after 43 years. Moving on to the next case. Ursula Herman. September 15, 1981, began like any other autumn day in the quiet town of Esching, Germany. For 10-year-old Ursula Herman, it marked the start of a new chapter, her first day of secondary school. Like many children her age, she eagerly anticipated a year filled with learning, fun, and friendships. With her light-colored hair and soft bangs framing her bright eyes, Ursula was remembered fondly by her older brother, Michael. He described her as a lively yet thoughtful child, whose love for life was matched by an innate caution and maturity beyond her years. Unlike some of her peers, Ursula often grew frustrated when classmates misbehaved or disrupted the learning environment, preferring structure and order. She had a deep love for music, especially playing the piano, and enjoyed tumbling, gymnastics, and cycling through town. On that particular day, after attending her first classes, Ursula returned home to engage in the activities she cherished most. However, what began as an ordinary evening would soon take a dark and tragic turn. Shortly after enjoying the simple pleasures of childhood, Ursula was abducted, a crime so horrifying that it would become one of the most devastating cases in the region's history. That afternoon, Ursula spent time practicing piano with her older brother, Michael, as they often did together. At around 5 p.m., she hopped on her bicycle and rode to the nearby village of Skondorf to attend her usual gymnastics class with her cousin. The two villages, Skondorf and Esching, were separated by a dense spruce forest known as Weingarten, a popular spot frequented by joggers, hunters, and cyclists. The distance between them was about 3 kilometers, just under 2 miles. After their gymnastics session, Ursula decided to visit her cousin's home in Skondorf, which was only a 10-minute bike ride from her own home in Esching. The two girls played together and had dinner before Ursula's mother called her sister around 7:15 p.m., reminding her that Ursula needed to return home before it got too dark. Obediently, Ursula set off around 7:20 p.m., pedaling her way through the forest toward Esching. However, she never made it back. When half an hour passed and Ursula still hadn't arrived, her worried mother called her sister once more, this time asking when exactly Ursula had left and how long it should take for her to reach home. Concern quickly turned to fear as they realized something was terribly wrong. Her aunt, now deeply concerned, informed Ursula's mother that the girl had left about 25 minutes earlier and should have arrived home by then. The family's initial worry quickly turned into alarm, prompting them to take immediate action. While they contacted the police, Ursula's father and uncle wasted no time heading into the dense spruce forest to search for her themselves. Her father set off from Esching towards Skondorf, while her uncle took the opposite route, walking from Skondorf to Esching. As they traversed the familiar path, they repeatedly called out Ursula's name, their voices echoing through the trees. But no answer came. Within an hour, the search effort had grown exponentially. Police, firefighters, concerned neighbors, and scent-detecting dogs all scoured the area, focusing on the well-traveled path Ursula would have taken, one that ran alongside the Ammersee Lake. She had ridden through the forest countless times before and knew the way home well. The trip should have taken no more than 10 minutes. Despite their best efforts, the searchers faced growing challenges. A steady rain had begun to fall, soaking the dense undergrowth, and as night descended, the forest became shrouded in impenetrable darkness. The worsening conditions made it increasingly difficult to locate any sign of the missing girl. At approximately 11:15 p.m., a scent-detecting dog picked up a trail leading officers from the lakeside into the dense brush. Roughly 20 meters off the path, police discovered Ursula's red bicycle lying abandoned on the ground. Yet, despite this critical clue, there was no sign of Ursula herself. The search efforts continued relentlessly throughout the night. As dawn broke, the operation intensified. Additional police officers arrived to scour the thick forest, while helicopters circled overhead, scanning from above. Authorities also turned their attention to the nearby lake, fearing the worst. Police boats and divers were deployed to comb the waters for any trace of the missing girl. With each passing hour, the growing lack of evidence deepened their concerns. Then, on September 17, 1981, roughly 36 hours after Ursula had vanished, her family received a chilling phone call. Ursula's father answered the phone, his heart pounding with hope and fear. But no voice greeted him. Instead, the caller remained completely silent. A few seconds after the initial silence, a well-known radio jingle suddenly played for about 3 seconds. Another brief pause followed, after which the jingle played once more before the caller abruptly hung up. Ursula's parents immediately recognized the tune. It was the jingle used for the traffic bulletin on the Bayern 3 radio station. Over the next few hours, 3 more cryptic calls followed, each eerily similar. The police, now fully involved, began recording the calls, but their meaning remained a mystery. The following day, the Herman family received an envelope marked urgent. Inside was a chilling ransom note, composed of words cut from a newspaper. Written in broken German, it read, "We have kidnapped your daughter. If you ever want to see your daughter alive again, then pay 2 million Deutsche Marks ransom." The note also contained an unsettling instruction. If the family agreed to the demand, they were to confirm it over the phone after hearing the jingle. Due to an unexpected postal delay, the kidnappers had anticipated that the ransom note would arrive a day earlier. The message ended with a chilling warning. If you call the police or do not pay, we will kill your daughter." That afternoon, the phone rang again. This time, Ursula's mother, now understanding the kidnapper's instructions, quickly agreed to pay the ransom after the jingle played. Desperate for reassurance, she pleaded for proof that Ursula was still alive. "What are Ursula's two soft toys called?" she asked. But the caller remained silent. Panicked, Ursula's mother raised her voice. "Talk to me. Say something from Ursula." But once again, the caller hung up. The Herman family was not wealthy, making it difficult to gather the ransom money. Thankfully, a generous neighbor contributed some funds, and the local government stepped in to cover the rest. On September 21st, another letter arrived. This time, it contained specific instructions for the ransom drop. The kidnappers demanded that the money be in used 100 Deutsche Mark bills, neatly packed into a suitcase. Ursula's father was instructed to deliver the ransom money alone while driving a yellow Fiat 600, maintaining a speed of no more than 90 kilometers per hour, approximately 56 miles per hour. This was peculiar, given that the Fiat 600 was uncommon in Germany at the time. The note directed him to await further instructions on the designated date. However, after 2 weeks passed without any communication from the kidnappers, the police decided to conduct another search of the forest. Over 100 officers, accompanied by 10 scent tracking dogs, methodically combed through the area. They divided the forest into grids and meticulously examined each section, using metal rods to probe the ground. 19 days after Ursula's disappearance, on October 4, 1981, at 9:30 a.m., an officer came across a clearing. As he pressed his metal rod into the ground, he hit something buried beneath the forest floor. He immediately called out to alert the other officers nearby. They cautiously began excavating the area and soon uncovered a brown blanket. After lifting the blanket, they uncovered a wooden board that seemed to serve as a lid for a box. Removing it revealed another board beneath, painted green, measuring 72 centimeters in length and 60 centimeters in width. When officers attempted to take it off, they discovered it was secured with 7 sliding bolts. Using force, they pried it open and peered inside. To the heartbreak of everyone present, Ursula's cold, lifeless body lay inside the box. Even the officers wept as they carefully removed her remains for examination by the mortician. 2 officers then delivered the devastating news to the Herman family. In their grief, Ursula's parents asked if she had suffered any physical torture beyond being confined. At the time, the officers could not provide an answer, but an autopsy later confirmed that she had not been harmed before her passing. It stated that Ursula had likely died within 30 minutes to 5 hours after initially being buried. It is believed that she had been drugged possibly with nitrous oxide and then put in the box, as there was no sign of a struggle or any kind of movement in the box. The coroner determined that Ursula likely suffocated to death due to lack of oxygen in the crudely created and improperly vented burial box. Looking inside the box, the police determined that the kidnappers had intended on keeping their hostage alive. The box was 139 centimeters high and was buried in an upright position like a phone booth. It had a seat with a hole in it which doubled as a toilet seat, and a bucket with water was placed underneath. Opposite the seat was a shelf which served as a desk. Sitting on top of the shelf was a small portable radio tuned to Byron 3, the same station which broadcast the jingle that played on the ransom phone call. The box contained 3 bottles of water, 12 cans of Fanta, 6 large chocolate bars, 4 packets of biscuits, an apple juice, 2 packs of chewing gum, and a portable light. The kidnappers had also left 21 books including comics of Donald Duck, romance novels, thrillers, and westerns. The box was equipped with an intricate ventilation system made from plastic plumbing pipes that extended to the surface. However, the individual who designed it failed to consider that an air pump was necessary to circulate fresh air. Without forced airflow, the oxygen inside the box would quickly deplete, leaving only carbon dioxide, the byproduct of exhalation, ultimately leading to asphyxiation. When investigators discovered Ursula's body, she was seated on a makeshift bench, her head tilted backward and her eyes closed. A jogging suit, sealed in a plastic bag, rested on her lap. Authorities believed that multiple kidnappers were involved, as the box weighed approximately 60 kilograms, too heavy for a single person to transport through the forest alone. Investigators also speculated that the perpetrators were familiar with the area, given that they selected a secluded and densely wooded location. To further conceal the burial site, the kidnappers had arranged 5 small spruce trees around it as a form of camouflage. The police managed to recover only a single fingerprint from a piece of tape inside the box. Unfortunately, when they attempted to search the surrounding area for footprints or additional evidence, they found that the crime scene had been compromised. Reporters and members of the public had unknowingly trampled the site before it was secured, destroying any crucial forensic traces. During their search of the area, police found a bell wire strung through the trees placed next to the lakeside path. Thinking that it probably belonged to the children who played in the forest, the police left it as is. Later, it was thought that possibly the bell wire was placed there to alert the kidnapper or kidnappers that a potential victim was in the vicinity. Understandably, the people living in Ashing and nearby villages were shaken after hearing the news. Parents were afraid to leave their kids alone. The case was highly covered in the media to the point that numerous reporters showed up at Ursula's funeral. The reporters even harassed the distraught family. Ursula's brother Michael knocked a camera on the ground after a cameraman held it in his face at his own sister's funeral. The police interviewed family and friends and issued a reward of 30,000 Deutsche Marks for anyone who could provide any information that could lead to the arrest of the kidnapper or kidnappers. Soon, police received hundreds of tips from the general public. Many of those leads pointed to one individual in particular, Mr. Werner Marzarek. Marzarek was 31 years old and a trained car mechanic. He lived just a few hundred meters from Ursula's home and was married with 2 children. He was tall, strongly built, and known to be short-tempered. It was also found that he had a mounting debt of over 140,000 Deutsche Marks. A week after Ursula's body was found, Marzarek was questioned by police, and initially he was not able to provide an alibi, but a day later, he would tell investigators that he was playing a board game with his wife and 2 friends at the time of Ursula's disappearance. Police searched his home but were unable to find anything. A month later, they compared his fingerprints to the fingerprint found on the piece of tape at the crime scene. However, the prints did not match. Police still were not convinced of his innocence though, and in January of 1982, he was again arrested along with 2 of his friends. He was interrogated for several days, but was eventually released without any charges. A month later, Klaus Pfaffinger, an acquaintance of Marzarek, was interrogated. Klaus was an unemployed mechanic. He was brought in for questioning after his landlord told police that he had seen him driving on his moped with a spade tied to the side a few weeks before Ursula's disappearance. Klaus initially claimed he was innocent, but on the second day of questioning, Klaus confessed that he had dug a hole for Marzarek in September of 1981. He had dug this hole in the forest after Marzarek had promised to pay him 1,000 Deutsche Marks and to give him color television. He also claimed to have seen the box being buried in that hole. The police then asked Klaus to lead them to the burial site in the forest, but he wasn't able to locate the site. He did not even know the directions to it. He would later retract his confession and was subsequently released without any charges. In 1982, 2 students from a nearby boarding school came forward with the bell wire that the police had found 1 year prior. The students told investigators that 8 months after Ursula's disappearance, they'd come across the wire while chasing an owl through the forest. They took it down and kept it with them in their dormitory in a locked box. The police theorized that the wire was used as an alarm system during Ursula's disappearance. They theorized that one kidnapper was on the lookout, and after seeing a potential victim, he would alert the other through a light-up bulb or perhaps a buzzer at the other end of the wire. Later, the forensics team would also find the impression of a mathematical probability tree on the paper of one of the ransom notes, suggesting that the kidnappers may have been students or younger people. One additional factor supporting this idea was the fact that the main character of one of the comic books that was left in the box drove a Fiat 600, the car that the kidnappers told Ursula's father to drive, and the directions which were left in the ransom note, which suggested that the kidnapper may have read the comic book. Over the years, investigators would follow up on several leads, but nothing came of them. The case would eventually grow cold. In February 2004, police reopened the case. They studied each and every clue and went over each and every suspect, trying to find any new leads. With advancements in DNA technology abundant, they were able to build a DNA profile from a screw on the box. In February 2007, a DNA database found a potential match. The DNA matched a suspect who had brutally beaten a rich woman, Charlotte Bullinger, to death in a Munich penthouse. The suspect in question was Charlotte's own nephew, a 33-year-old man. However, during the trial, he was ruled out as a suspect in Ursula's kidnapping, as he would have been only 7 or 8 years old in 1981. Despite this, he had already been sentenced to life in prison for the murder of his own aunt. To this day, it remains a perplexing mystery how DNA recovered from a screw on the box matched his profile. Some speculated that the sample may have been contaminated during laboratory processing, while others suspected an error in genetic profiling data. Under German law, Ursula's kidnapping was not classified as murder, as the perpetrators had not intended to kill her. Instead, it was legally considered a kidnapping resulting in accidental death, which carried a statute of limitations of 30 years. This meant that the authorities had only 4 years left before the case would no longer be prosecutable. With time running out, prosecutors revisited the original suspects from 1981, Klaus Pfeffinger and Werner Mazurek. While Klaus had already passed away, Mazurek was still alive. Following February 2007, the police started monitoring Mazurek. They tapped his phone and even deployed an undercover agent to befriend him. Later that year, his house was searched and a DNA sample was taken from him. However, the DNA sample did not match the DNA found at the crime scene. Among the items police recovered from Mazurek's home was an old tape recorder. Police claimed that it was the tape recorder used to play the jingle during the ransom phone calls in 1981. A sound expert was consulted and was given the original recordings of the jingle from 1981. The expert spent the next few months analyzing the recordings and conducting tests on the tape recorder. He claimed that the tape recorder had a technical defect which led the sound to be distorted. He said this was similar to the recording of the jingle from 1981. Therefore, he concluded that the tape recorder was most likely the recorder used by the kidnapper to play the jingle. On May 28, 2008, police arrested Mazurek and charged him with Ursula's kidnapping. Mazurek's trial took place in February 2009. Ursula's parents did not attend the trial as they did not want to go through the pain of facing the terrible details of their daughter's death. Ursula's older brother, Michael, attended the trial. Mazurek pleaded not guilty. The bulk of the evidence against Mazurek was circumstantial. The prosecutors argued that Mazurek had the motivation as he needed money and was a repairman who could have easily built the box. They also pointed out that he had a criminal record for fraud and forgery. The prosecutors also presented the story about a dog that Mazurek killed in 1974. Reportedly, in 1974, the dog had littered rubbish from the dustbin onto the kitchen floor. Mazurek then grabbed the dog and locked it in the basement freezer. His wife had claimed that when she went to get some meat from the freezer, she saw the dog who had perished to death. Mazurek later said that he had punished the dog with exile in Siberia. However, the most important evidence the prosecutors produced that helped them convict Mazurek hinged on two somewhat controversial pieces of evidence. First was the sound expert's statement about the tape recorder. When asked, Mazurek said that he had bought the tape recorder only a few weeks prior to his home being searched. He claimed he purchased it at a flea market. However, he was not able to prove who sold it to him, and no one at the market could recall if the tape recorder was actually sold there. The second piece of controversial evidence was Klaus's confession. The prosecutors believed that it was credible and that Klaus deliberately failed to locate the burial site so as to mislead the investigators so that they would release him. They pointed out that Klaus had accurately given details of crime scene from the size of the box to the description of the burial site. In 2010, all of the prosecutor's arguments convinced the jury and Mazurek was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. His wife was also on trial for being an accomplice but was acquitted due to lack of evidence. While everyone was glad that the case was finally solved and that the perpetrator was behind bars, Ursula's brother was not convinced of Mazurek's guilt. Prior to the trial, Michael had been given access to the case files and he read through all 6,000 pages over the next few weeks. Michael could not understand why Klaus's confession was treated as credible. Klaus was a known alcoholic and had claimed to have experienced hallucinations while in custody. Moreover, he pointed out that Klaus could have easily have learned about the details of the crime scene from the media as the case was highly covered. Klaus had also been interviewed several times by police after his confession, and he changed his story several times. According to Klaus's ex-wife, Klaus was extremely lazy and she doesn't think that he would have agreed to dig a hole in the forest. His DNA also did not match the DNA found at the crime scene. Most importantly, Klaus's confession was not signed and investigators had written it down from memory a few weeks after the interview. Michael was also not satisfied with the sound expert's statement on the tape recorder. Michael had some expertise in sound as he was a music teacher, and he could not understand how the tape recorder could conclusively be linked to the phone calls. Since the court was unwilling to reopen the case, Michael devised a new approach. In 2013, he filed a civil lawsuit against Mazurek, seeking €20,000 in damages on the grounds that the psychological trauma from the case and trial had caused him to develop tinnitus. Michael hoped this would compel the court to re-examine the case, as Mazurek would likely argue wrongful conviction to avoid liability. However, in August 2018, the court upheld Mazurek's guilty verdict and ordered him to pay €7,000 in compensation for Michael's tinnitus. The prolonged legal battle has taken a heavy toll on Michael. His health has declined, his career has suffered, and he is now separated from his wife. Despite everything, he refuses to abandon his quest for the truth. He continues working towards securing a retrial, maintaining a stance of uncertainty. In a letter to the court, he wrote, "I'm not convinced of his guilt, but neither am I convinced of his innocence." Although the case is officially closed, the question of who truly kidnapped Ursula on that tragic day in 1981 remains unanswered. Moving on to the next case. Anna Palmer. Anna Palmer was a 10-year-old girl living in Salt Lake City, Utah, in 1998. She was known for her outgoing personality and enjoyed spending time with neighborhood friends. On the evening of September 10, 1998, Anna called her mother, Nancy, who was at work, to ask for permission to play outside. Nancy agreed, and around 5 p.m., Anna walked a few houses down to meet her friend, Roxanne. The two girls spent time together at a nearby park before Anna decided to head home around 7 p.m., wanting to adhere to her mother's rules. As they walked back, an unfamiliar man passed them on the street. Roxanne noticed that after they passed the man, he glared at Anna in an unsettling way. Shortly after, the two girls stopped by the house of another friend, Amy Johnson, to see her new kitten. After spending a short time there, Roxanne and Anna parted ways, each heading in different directions toward their homes. At 7 p.m., Nancy arrived home and was met with a horrifying sight, Anna lying motionless on the front porch. Immediately, she knew something was terribly wrong. Anna's face appeared waxy and pale, almost yellow, as if all the blood had drained from her body. Panicked, Nancy called 911 while attempting CPR under the dispatcher's guidance. However, her efforts were futile. Anna had a severe wound in her neck. The dispatcher then advised Nancy to cover the wound with her hand before continuing CPR. Minutes later, paramedics arrived and rushed Anna to the hospital. Unfortunately, Anna was already gone. She scratched her attacker, so she had his skin under her nails. The detectives kept it so they can use it when technology was more advanced. The residents of Salt Lake City was fearful, but also angry. If such a despicable act could happen to a girl as seemingly followed all the safety rules and who lived in a safe neighborhood, then no child was safe. In this religiously conservative state of Utah, people wanted immediately biblical retribution, so the police had to act fast. The police immediately started interviewing Anna's family and friends. Roxanne, who was with Anna, told police about a man she saw following Anna. Amy Johnson also told police that after Anna headed home, she noticed an unknown man walking with her, and he creeped her out. Other residents also noticed a young man, who no one knew in the area, had seemed drunk and out of place. Anna's family made a public appeal via the media for anyone with information to come forward. A reward of $11,000 was offered for any information that would lead to this case being solved. Despite all of this, the case went cold. In February 2009, the DNA evidence they had was entered into a database, and they immediately found a match. It led detectives to 32-year-old Matthew Brake. He was serving time in Idaho prison for an unrelated crime. When interviewed, Matthew admitted that he lived near Anna back in 1998. Back then he was 19 years old with no direction in life. He was a California native, but moved to Utah with his brother Tom after Tom's friend Todd Clark told the two that they would find steady employment there. Tom found a job, but Matthew did not. He spent most of his time drinking instead of looking for work. Seeing himself as a tough guy, he frequently instigated fights with others. In 1998, Matthew was charged with a violent felony in an unrelated case, but he served only a brief sentence in county jail. Crucially, his DNA was not collected during his incarceration, which could have drastically changed the timeline of Anna's case. On August 12, 2011, Matthew Brake pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Had authorities taken his DNA back in 1998, the case could have been solved almost immediately. Additionally, Todd Clark's wife had urged police to investigate Matthew after hearing about Anna's murder, but they never followed up on her tip. Now, Matthew is serving time in one of Utah's toughest prisons, and given the nature of his crime against a child, he faces the likelihood of being targeted by other inmates. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Donna Mako. Donna Mako was a 19-year-old legal secretary and part-time model who lived with her parents on Cherrybrook Lane in East Windsor, New Jersey. Her life seemed like the embodiment of the American dream. She was beautiful, well-liked in high school, and thriving after graduation. Those close to her said she was ambitious, hoping to turn her part-time modeling job into a full-fledged career. On the night of February 26, 1984, Donna was in the basement watching television when her younger sister joined her. The two watched a horror movie together until 2 a.m. Before heading to bed around 2:45 a.m., her sister left Donna still watching TV. Their mother and stepfather were asleep upstairs. That was the last time Donna was ever seen alive. Her sister later recalled that she didn't hear any unusual sounds or disturbances coming from the basement that night. Although it was a Sunday, Donna had mentioned to her family that she planned to go into the office to catch up on work. As a result, Donna's disappearance wasn't even noticed until later that evening. When she failed to return for dinner, her mother went downstairs to check on her. Upon entering the basement, she immediately sensed something was wrong. Donna's usually neat and orderly space had been disturbed, with items scattered around. To her, this suggested a possible struggle. Her fears escalated when she discovered a pile of clothes stained with blood. Overcome with panic, she quickly called the police. During the investigation, authorities located Donna's black 1979 Chrysler abandoned along Millstone Road near the Cranberry border. Inside the vehicle, they found her brown leather pocketbook resting on the seat, still containing her cash, credit cards, and driver's license. All 4 doors were unlocked, and police noted suspicious stains on both the upholstery and the ceiling of the car. Later, it was confirmed that the blood present on the automobile was that of the missing 19-year-old. Additionally, DNA evidence was found inside the apartment. However, as back in 1984, DNA technology was still in its infancy, no matches to any suspects could be found. Despite the plethora of bodily fluids found in the automobile, police had no leads and the case would eventually go cold. Then in April of 1995, over a decade since Donna had gone missing, a Boy Scout troop leader discovered a partially clothed skeleton while foraging in the area. The skeleton, wrapped in a carpet, was placed in the dense underbrush just off of George Davidson Road, not far from where Donna's car had originally been found. Using dental records, the skeletonized remains were eventually positively identified as belonging to the missing 19-year-old. An autopsy initially determined the cause of death to be a gunshot wound to the head. However, upon further inspection of Donna's remains, it was determined that while a head injury was the cause of her death, it was not definitively from a gunshot wound. Regardless, her death was officially ruled as a homicide. The family hired private investigators, trackers, and even psychics in an effort to find the person responsible, but all to no avail. The case would eventually again grow cold. Then, nearly 40 years later in 2022, authorities reopened the case and all viable evidence was resubmitted to the New Jersey State Police Central Regional Laboratory. This included DNA evidence as well as fingerprints found on scene. In April of 2023, authorities announced that a man named Nathaniel Harvey was responsible for Donna Mako's murder. Identification was made through the semen left in Donna's apartment during the initial 1984 investigation. They determined his DNA was the only DNA evidence in the bedroom that should not have been there. Nathaniel Harvey had a lengthy criminal history. He had actually been a suspect in the case early on in the investigation, but due to lack of evidence and lack of DNA testing abilities, he was never charged. Over the years, Harvey had been arrested for several sexual assaults, as well as for another unrelated murder which occurred in June of 1985. Irene Schnaps, a 37-year-old widow, had been found dead in the bedroom of her garden apartment. Her body was found by a co-worker who went to her home after not hearing from her. Despite no unusual sounds being heard by neighbors, Irene's bedroom showed a gruesome scene with her body left nude for investigators to find alongside a bloody bed. Investigators concluded that her head had been struck with a blunt metallic object. A bloody fingerprint was also found on the pillowcase which had fallen to the floor. With no sign of a forced entry, police believe the attacker may have been someone Irene knew personally. A neighbor of Irene named Peter was initially considered a suspect after it was found he had a romantic interest in the woman. However, he was later cleared. At the time, Nathaniel Harvey entered unlocked houses where he would hold captive and sexual young women. He was brought in for questioning, and it was observed that he was wearing a shoe which was of a comparable size to the bloody shoe print discovered at the scene of the crime. Police also found a Seiko watch in Nathaniel's car. Police noted that a Seiko watch was found to be missing from the murdered Irene's apartment. According to police officers, after 3 days of exhaustive questioning, Nathaniel Harvey confessed to sexually assaulting and murdering Irene Schnaps. However, for reasons unknown to the media, this confession was neither recorded nor put in writing. Later, Nathaniel insisted that he actually had nothing to do with the murder. Nevertheless, he was tried and sentenced to death for the death of Irene. During his appeal, Harvey argued that he was not informed of his Miranda rights prior to the police interrogation. As a result, the New Jersey Supreme Court reversed his conviction. In 1994, he was retried and sentenced to death. In February 2007, New Jersey abolished the death penalty, and Nathaniel appealed his sentence again. After undergoing several legal proceedings, the case was eventually brought to the state's Supreme Court, which mandated the conduct of new DNA testing. In February 2015, following a Supreme Court mandate, Harvey was given the chance to stand trial for a third time in connection to Irene's murder. However, before the trial could take place, he passed away in prison in November 2020. Until his final days, he continued to assert his innocence in the Irene Schnaps case. His former attorney spoke to the media, emphasizing that no concrete evidence linked Harvey to the 1985 murder, stating, other than the fact that Harvey did a lot of bad things. At the time of Irene's disappearance, while her family endured immense distress, Harvey had been living quietly in East Windsor. He was employed at the very farm where Donna's remains would later be found. Reflecting on the case, Donna's sister told the media, "I was relieved it was finally closed, but I was also furious. Furious that I hadn't stayed to help her fight. Furious that he could enter our homes so easily. Furious that he wasn't in jail. She went on to express her frustration over Harvey's death, saying, "I was mad he died. He never had to truly pay for this. I'm glad the case is closed, and that it was him, but it still feels like he got away with it." Though justice was never fully served, after nearly 4 decades, the case was officially closed. Moving on to the next case. Esther Lucille Westenbarger. Esther Lucille Westenbarger spent most of her life in Fostoria, Ohio. She attended Fostoria High School and worked at Finley Industries, an automobile parts manufacturer, for nearly 2 decades. In 2009, Esther accepted a buyout from her employer and decided to move to Kokomo, Indiana, to be closer to her mother and siblings. Initially living with her mother, she later fell out with her and used the buyout money to secure her own place. One evening, she went out with new friends to go bar hopping. Esther parked her Cadillac outside a bar and was last seen walking on foot, presumably to retrieve her car. That was the last time she was seen, and her car was never found. After missing a surprise party she had planned for her mother, the family grew concerned and reported her missing on November 13, 2009. While her new friends were questioned, no new leads emerged. A man who lived near Esther raised suspicion due to his frequent run-ins with the law, but there was no evidence linking him to her disappearance, and he was released. Police were searching not only for Esther but also for her car, a Cadillac with a customized Ohio license plate reading MS Esther. Unfortunately, neither Esther nor her car were ever located, and the case eventually went cold. Then, on June 17, 2020, Howard County 911 Dispatch Center received a call regarding a car that was found in a pond. A dive team was then used to retrieve the car. They noted that it was a Cadillac and that a female body was inside. When they saw the license plate, they already knew it was Esther. Nevertheless, DNA testing was done and was confirmed, and it was Esther Lucille Westenbarger. The leading theory is that because she had too much to drink, she accidentally drove into the pond. The police have said that foul play is not suspected. Her daughter Matilda Rood had this to say, "For me the past 10 years have been miserable. I can't answer it any other way. We go on with everyday life, but you never stop thinking about her and wondering. It's the questions, the why, what, how, and when. The questions constantly keep running through your head. Well, I now know the where and how. And so hopefully it'll help me finish this process of healing." Moving on to the next case. Ethel Shannon McCarson. Ethel Shannon McCarson was born in Rockmart, Georgia, a small town of about 4,000 residents located an hour northwest of Atlanta. As the youngest of 3 sisters, she was both creative and ambitious. From an early age, she developed a passion for painting and, by the age of 19, had earned her private pilot's license. However, at 21, while studying to become an airplane mechanic in Tulsa, Oklahoma, McCarson suffered a mental breakdown and was diagnosed with schizophrenia. As a result, she was forced to relinquish her pilot's license. Despite this setback, she continued painting, primarily creating artwork of flowers and horses. She occasionally traveled to northern Florida, selling her pieces at low prices. Over time, she became highly nomadic, frequently moving from town to town. Her travels led to several arrests in Florida, including charges of disorderly conduct and contempt of court in both Bay County and Panama City Beach. McCarson did not own a cell phone, instead borrowing phones from strangers when needed. She had no bank cards, was absent from social media, and relied on hitchhiking or Greyhound buses to get around. On April 4th, McCarson, now 42, took a bus and arrived in the Orlando Greyhound station on North John Young Parkway just after noon. It is believed that McCarson may have told someone on the bus with her why she was coming to Orlando in the first place and whether she was meeting someone there. After she got off the bus, the surveillance camera captured her. She was wearing a light-colored tank top, a scarf, and dark-colored pants. She was carrying a medium cross-body bag and a brown jacket. She walked outside, dropped her jacket on a patch of grass, and sat down on it. A woman in a short-sleeved red shirt and light-colored shorts walked up to her, and the two started talking. After about a minute and a half, a white car pulls into the parking lot and McCarson got up and walked away in the direction of the car. Whether she got into the car or continued walking somewhere else is not known. 2 days later, her remains were found in a wooded area near Old Winter Garden Road and North Cottage Hill Road in Orlando, Florida. Witnesses reported that McCarson's body had been decapitated and severed in half, with her arms and legs also removed. The woman seen speaking with McCarson is not considered a suspect in her death, but authorities are eager to determine what was discussed during their interaction. So far, the woman remains unidentified. A $10,000 reward is being offered for any information related to the case. Moving on to the next case. Leslie Pryor. In the quiet neighborhood of Chevy Chase, Maryland, a brutal murder shocked residents and left police baffled for over 2 decades. One morning in May 2001, Leslie Pryor, a 50-year-old mother and advertising executive, was discovered savagely beaten in her home. The crime scene was drenched in blood, yet filled with unanswered questions. With no leads or suspects, the case eventually went cold, until now. Years later, thanks to groundbreaking advancements in genetic genealogy, a shocking arrest was finally made. For those who knew and loved Leslie Pryor, the revelation was staggering. The person responsible for her tragic death had been hiding in plain sight all along. Leslie Jennings Pryor was cherished as a warm, devoted mother, wife, and professional. Her life appeared idyllic. She shared a loving marriage with her husband, Sandy Pryor, and had a deeply devoted daughter, Lauren. She worked at Specialties Incorporated, an advertising production company in Northwest D.C. Leslie and Sandy had built a life filled with shared joys, from summer vacations to simple family dinners around the kitchen island. But unknowingly, the Pryor family welcomed someone into their lives who would ultimately shatter their world. On May 2, 2001, what should have been an ordinary day took a devastating turn for 50-year-old Leslie Pryor. When she failed to show up for work, concern quickly spread among her coworkers and husband. The Montgomery County Police Department was dispatched to the Pryor family home on Drummond Avenue. Upon arrival, officers were met with a chilling sight: blood smeared in the foyer, yet no sign of Leslie. As they moved further inside, they uncovered a horrifying scene: Leslie Pryor's lifeless body in the main bedroom's shower. She had been attacked with brutal force, suffering multiple blunt force injuries and strangulation. Evidence of her desperate struggle was found beneath her fingernails, where her assailant's blood was mingled with her own. In addition to signs of manual strangulation, investigators noted distinct V-shaped cuts on her head, which matched the sharp edges of the foyer molding. This indicated where her head had been repeatedly battered. Investigators believe that the perpetrator carried her from the foyer, attempting to wash away the blood and minimize the mess. The scene had evidence of a hasty cleanup with luminescence tests revealing traces of blood in the foyer, a trash can, sinks in the kitchen and downstairs bathroom, and on door frames and the back door. The initial investigation into Leslie's violent end was thorough, but ultimately frustrating. Early DNA analysis was able to determine that the DNA collected at the scene belonged to an unknown male, but it did not match anyone in Leslie's immediate circle, including her husband Sandy. Leslie's daughter, Lauren, provided the police with a list of close family associates. Among the names on that list was the eventual perpetrator, though investigators did not immediately consider him a prime suspect. As the weeks turned into months, the case grew cold. The police continued to work, re-interviewing potential witnesses and reviewing evidence. But the trail seemed to go nowhere. Neighbors had not seen anything unusual on that fateful day, and the quiet low-crime neighborhood offered few clues. The lack of forced entry suggested that the person responsible for the crime was someone Leslie knew, but no one could pinpoint who that person might be. Leslie's family struggled with a lack of answers. Her husband, Sandy, was briefly considered a suspect, but was soon cleared. Lauren, convinced of her father's innocence, persisted in seeking justice for her mother, constantly urging detectives to keep the case alive. Years passed, and hope began to wane. The investigation into Leslie's case became one of Montgomery County's most challenging cold cases. Detectives, both seasoned and new, took turns sifting through the old evidence, hoping for a breakthrough that never seemed to come. It was not until September 2022 that a glimmer of hope appeared. Investigators decided to submit the blood evidence from the crime scene to Othram. This decision would eventually lead to the long-awaited breakthrough that would crack the case wide open and bring Leslie's perpetrator to justice. The lab was able to develop a more complete DNA profile of the suspect, which was then sent to Family Tree DNA, a consumer-based genealogy company. The results pointed to the Gligor surname, leading detectives to reconnect this lead with an old tip about a man connected to the Pryor family, Eugene Gligor. Leslie's daughter, Lauren Pryor, was 16 years old when she first met Eugene. They were classmates at Bethesda's Chevy Chase High School and quickly became an inseparable couple. Eugene, with his deep brown hair and wide smile, was popular and well-liked among their peers. He had dreams of becoming a computer engineer and often participated in social activities. Eugene's family life was turbulent. He struggled with his parents' divorce and had relatives known for their volatile tempers. Despite these challenges, Eugene maintained a facade of normalcy, never displaying violent tendencies around Lauren or her family. Their families lived close by, which meant Eugene was frequently at the Pryor home. Leslie and Sandy welcomed him, treating him almost like a second son. Eugene joined them on family trips to the Outer Banks and Delaware beaches, where they played board games and built fond memories. While Leslie always spoke fondly of Eugene, Sandy had reservations, sensing something off about him. Although, he never had any concrete reasons to justify his unease. In June 2024, investigators collected Eugene's DNA from a discarded water bottle they saw him use and discard at Dulles International Airport. It was then confirmed it matched the DNA found at the crime scene. This led to his arrest on June 18, 2024, bringing a significant step towards justice to the long cold case. Now 44 years old, Eugene Gligor faces first-degree charges and was extradited from Washington, D.C. to Maryland. The arrest of Eugene Gligor for the slaying of Leslie Pryor brought a mix of shock and relief to everyone, but especially to her daughter, Lauren. The revelation that Leslie's former boyfriend was the suspected perpetrator added an agonizing layer of personal betrayal to an already devastating ordeal. She had been in a relationship with Gligor for 5 years but had not spoken to him in several years by the time of her mother's tragic death. Shortly after the funeral, Lauren recalled an unexpected encounter with him at a bar in Bethesda. She told him about her mother's passing, and his response was chillingly composed. He simply looked at her and said, "I am so sorry. I have spoken to him. He did not seem weird. How you can look somebody in the eye, knowing you committed this crime, and act like nothing happened is pretty unreal," Lauren later reflected. Despite the long-awaited breakthrough in the case, authorities have yet to establish a clear motive for the brutal killing. Gligor remains in custody without bond. Prosecutors have cited his history of frequent international travel, labeling him a flight risk. As they await the trial, the Pryor family and their community continue to seek justice for Leslie, hoping that more answers will soon come to light. Moving on to the next case. Matthew Weaver Jr. 21-year-old Matthew Weaver Jr. of Simi Valley, California, should have been looking forward to adulthood. Instead, in the period leading up to his mysterious disappearance in 2018, he seemed to be going through a personal crisis. Shortly before he went missing, Matthew moved out of the home he had shared with his stepmother and into his own apartment in Granada Hills, California. Some sources suggest he had been kicked out, though this remains unconfirmed. Around the same time, he also ended his long-term relationship with his girlfriend, Vanessa. These abrupt changes created instability in his life, leaving his job and friendships as his only sources of consistency. At the time of his disappearance, Matthew was working as a lineman for a telephone pole construction company alongside his father, Matthew Weaver Sr. His ex-girlfriend noted that after moving into his new apartment, he had started drinking more frequently. His friends noticed the changes as well. Matthew had become a frequent partygoer, and over time, he began experimenting with drugs. He started regularly using LSD and cocaine, and before long, his substance use became a growing concern. Matthew admitted to his friends that his drug use was becoming problematic, as it was not only affecting his daily life but also interfering with his job. He had begun missing shifts, and at one point, his father reportedly caught him using. Things took a more troubling turn in the months leading up to his disappearance, when Matthew started asking around for a gun. His friends refused to help him obtain one, and since he was unable to purchase one himself, he asked his father if he could either borrow a firearm or have one bought for him. However, Matthew Sr. declined. On August 9, 2018, after another night of partying, Matthew slept in late. Around 6 p.m., he drove to his workplace to collect $400 in cash from his father. While here, he asked if he could take a photo of his gun, and his father agreed. Matthew posted the image of the gun in his hand to Snapchat with the words "Game Over" on it. At 9 p.m., Matthew called a friend named Melissa Sanchez. He picks her up from her home in Chatsworth, and the pair drove to Walmart, purchased gas, and then drove to an unidentified location where they purchased cocaine. From here, they headed to a marijuana dispensary. Together, the two sat in Matthew's car outside of Melissa's home. According to Melissa, the two were new friends, which is why she found it odd and awkward when Matthew began emotionally venting to her in the car before crying. She eventually left the 21-year-old alone in his car at 5 a.m. At 5:15 a.m., Matthew turned off the 101 freeway and got onto Mulholland Highway. At 6:57, he stopped at a parking lot at Stunt Road in Topanga Canyon. This area was a popular lookout spot that the 21-year-old was very familiar with, as his ex Vanessa claimed he visited it frequently. Matthew sat in the lot for about 16 minutes. At 7:15 a.m., he opened the large unlocked metal gates that led to an asphalt road named Topanga Tower Motorway, which later forked and led to a large microwave tower that was being built at the time. CCTV from the area showed that Matthew did indeed drive down this dirt road, and he was the only one who did. His car was later found at the end of the road, which was so narrow that one of his tires was hanging off the edge of the mountain. The front of his car had been blocked by a small boulder, and there was nowhere to turn the vehicle around. At 8:21 a.m., the 21-year-old attempted to call his father. However, Matthew Sr. had no signal at the time, so he missed the call. A few hours later at 11:48, he called Melissa, who was unable to answer because she was at work. She did, however, text him asking what was up. Matthew replied, quote, "Like some crazy is going on, and then, quote, I just to talk while I have the chance." His phone was either turned off or ran out of battery after this message. Melissa asked him if he was okay, but Matthew never replied. Between 7:28 and 11:48 a.m., Matthew remained in the same area. His whereabouts since he last contacted Melissa, however, are unknown. He has never been seen or heard from again. A publication named The Local Malibu reported that on August 11th at around 1 a.m., cries for help were heard in the Roses Overlook area, a section of the trail near to where Matthew's car was found. While a search ensued, no trace of the 21-year-old or anyone else was found, and scent dogs reportedly lost the trail they'd been following. The only clues in Matthew's case come from drone images of the area in which he went missing. 797 photos were taken by the drone's pilots, and a reward is being offered to those who can find relevant clues by analyzing the images. This method was used to find a white torn t-shirt with dried blood on it, and a hat also with dried blood on it. While the hat conclusively belongs to Matthew, the t-shirt remains unconfirmed as belonging to the 21-year-old. Friends and family of Matthews do not believe he had to take his own life. However, given his erratic behavior, his emotional states, and his final Snapchat message, which read "Game Over," it may not be the most far-fetched theory. Other speculation includes that Matthew got into a fight with a construction worker while on the site of the tower, as laborers there were known to be hostile. Meanwhile, the 21-year-old's new friend Melissa reportedly had gang connections. She was the last one to hear from Matthew and the last one to see him alive, prompting some to question whether or not she had something to do with his sudden disappearance. It's also been asked why he chose to speak with her specifically rather than his other much closer friends. Matthew's friends have said they believe he wanted a gun for his own protection, not so he could take his own life. They believe he posted the image to Snapchat to let people know he had won, not as some kind of final goodbye. Matthew's family and friends remain determined to find answers. If you're interested in assisting with the analysis of drone images related to his case, you can visit MatthewWeaver.tips. Matthew was last seen on August 10, 2018, near the Topanga Tower motorway, close to Roses Overlook, above the Backbone Trail and Hondo Canyon areas in California. At the time of his disappearance, he was 21 years old, with brown hair and brown eyes. He stood 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighed approximately 130 pounds. If you have any information regarding his whereabouts, you can contact the Los Angeles Regional Crime Stoppers at 22. Now that you know the details, feel free to share your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Moving on to the next case. Sharon Christine Anderson. Sharon Christine Anderson, affectionately known as Sherry by her friends and family, was a 50-year-old mother and a dedicated employee of the Washington State Department of Social and Health Services. She resided in Stanwood, Washington, a peaceful town north of Seattle's suburbs. Sherry was the proud mother of 2 adult children and adored her 2 grandsons. She had been married to her husband, John, a Boeing employee, for approximately 6 years. According to her best friend, Mary, the couple had no known relationship issues, and if anyone truly knew Sherry, it was Mary. Mary described Sherry as her adopted sister, emphasizing that they spoke on the phone every night at 9:30 p.m. before going to bed. In their free time, Sherry and John shared a passion for Harley-Davidsons and often rode motorcycles together. Sherry filled her days as a devoted social worker and a loving mother and grandmother. At DSHS, she worked with adult clients striving to become self-sufficient after being on welfare. Though the job was demanding, it was also deeply fulfilling, and she had been committed to it for 15 years. Sherry's co-workers described her as reliable and hardworking. She was especially proud of her youngest daughter, who had recently graduated from college. She also cherished time with her daughter Nikki's 2 sons and spoke to them frequently. On December 2, 2000, Sherry had a busy day ahead. She planned to run errands near her home in Stanwood before heading south to Everett for some Christmas shopping at the mall. Before leaving, she told her husband, John, that she would return by 4 or 4:30 p.m., as they had evening plans. That night, Sherry and John were set to go out, planning to leave their home around 5 or 5:30 p.m. to drive to Seattle for dinner and a motorcycle show. She left the house around 9 a.m., driving her new Toyota 4Runner, bringing only her purse and a coat. It was also known that Sherry typically carried a gun for personal protection. Sherry's firearm was legally registered and kept in her vehicle. According to her daughter Nikki, Sherry's morning errands included stopping at McDonald's for a coffee, something she did almost daily, then heading to Fred Meyer in Marysville to pick up some developed photos, followed by a trip to Walmart. Afterward, she planned to drive up to Everett for Christmas shopping. The distance from Stanwood to the Everett Mall was about 30 miles, a drive that would take roughly 30 minutes. It is unclear how Sherry's husband, John, spent most of that day, but at some point in the mid-afternoon, he took a nap. When he woke up around 5:30 p.m., he was surprised that Sherry hadn't woken him as expected. Looking around the house, he realized she was nowhere to be found, and her car had not returned home. Concerned, he called Mary around 5:30 p.m. to ask if she had heard from Sherry. Mary, too, had not spoken to her best friend all day. Both John and Mary emphasized that Sherry was extremely dependable and always called if she was running late, yet that day, there had been no word from her at all. At that point, Mary, Sherry's daughter Nikki and other family members began driving to the places that Sherry would have gone that day. At 10 p.m. that evening, Mary found Sherry's Toyota 4Runner parked in the Mervyn's department store parking lot at Everett Mall. The car was parked only about 50 feet from the entrance. However, there were no Christmas presents in the car, and alarmingly Sherry's cell phone and the gun she carried for protection were both found inside the locked vehicle. At this point, Sherry was reported missing to the Everett Police Department, and while the SUV was accounted for and verified as hers, no further leads were gathered that were publicly released. Volunteers in groups of 10 to 80 people scoured the area around the mall as well as nearby roadways, parks, bodies of water, and railroad trusses, but no sign of Sherry was ever recovered. Reports differ on whether or not police believe foul play was to blame in Sherry's case, with some newspapers reporting that Sherry's disappearance was suspicious and foul play was likely, while other media outlets report that foul play is not suspected, and still others say that the police simply do not have enough information to point them in either direction. Friends and family have kept Sherry's story alive and have printed thousands of missing persons flyers which have been posted all around the Seattle area, especially all around Snohomish County. Police have remarked that they are impressed by the determination shown by Sherry's friends and family to find her. Because of the missing flyers, police frequently get reported sightings of Sherry, although most of them have led back to a local woman who looks similar to Sherry. Many reports claim that there is a website dedicated to Sherry's disappearance. However, it does not seem to be in operation currently. According to one account, it is not believed that Sherry made it to the mall that day, but rather that something happened to her before she got to the entrance between her car and the mall. CCTV footage was unable to be acquired, and it's unknown why police chose not to procure the footage before it was automatically deleted. Mary says there is reason to believe that Sherry's car was abandoned in the mall parking lot between 6:30 and 7 p.m. that day, about 3 hours before the car was found. In a different report, police claims that no one saw Sherry that day after the morning hours and say that the last confirmed sighting of her was when she left her house that morning at 9 a.m. in Stanwood. Because information on this case is sparse, it is unknown if Sherry ever made it to Fred Meyer or McDonald's that day. It is also unknown exactly when her credit card, bank account, or phone was last used and whether it was on the 1st or the December 2nd. Friends and family are certain that Sherry would not have walked away from her life. She had no large debts, no marital or criminal problems, and had never given any indication that she was depressed or otherwise wanted to run away from her life. Moreover, Sherry's credit cards and bank account have not been touched since the day that she went missing. Any hope that Sherry was alive waned when the holidays came and went without her making contact. Mary and Nikki both call the county coroner's office whenever an unidentified body has been found, hoping that perhaps at long last Sherry has been found, and with her answers long awaited, but so far there have been no matches. The sister and best friend of Sherry also check local pawn shops for Sherry's distinct wedding set. Her wedding ring was a custom design. In the middle is a white diamond flanked by black onyx. The stones are set in white gold. Sherry's ring has never been recovered from any pawn shops nor jewelers. Sadly, in the years since she disappeared, nothing more has been revealed. About 1 year after Sherry's disappearance, John filed for divorce, saying that he needed to move on with his life. Very little information is available about what John was doing that day, and at first glance, he seems like a viable suspect according to some close to the case. However, there has been no reporting to indicate that he is being pursued as a suspect, and Sherry's family members and friends have never made any negative remarks or pointed fingers at John. Those following the case say it is hard to determine if John really is a suspect, but as he has not been further investigated, it is possible that he had an alibi or was ruled out by some other measure not released to the media. In fact, the only person Mary is suspicious of is a client who had specifically threatened Sherry 2 weeks prior to her disappearance. Mary maintains that this person has never even been interviewed by police. Sherry is featured in a deck of cards given to inmates in Washington jails and prisons. She is on the aid of clubs, and it is the hope of family and friends that the deck may generate interest in the cold case, although no leads have come from this yet. Sadly, at this point in time, Sherry remains one of the approximately 4,000 missing or murdered Indigenous people whose cases are not yet solved in this country. Sherry is described as a biracial woman. She is Caucasian as well as Native American. She is a registered Cherokee Indian. Sherry had long, wavy brown or black hair that cascaded down her back and deep brown eyes. She stood about 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighed between 130 and 150 pounds. In February of that year, she was 50 years old. At the time of her disappearance, she was last seen wearing white tennis shoes, a green coat, blue jeans, and her distinctive custom-designed wedding rings. She may also have used the last name Simon. Many have criticized law enforcement for relying solely on her husband's account regarding whether Sherry ever actually left the house that day. Given that statistically, female homicide victims are often killed by their male partners, some believe investigators should have scrutinized John more closely. Additionally, when discussing the case, John has faced backlash for making statements about moving on, as early as a year after her disappearance, comments that some interpret as him emotionally distancing himself from the situation. If you have any information regarding the disappearance of Sharon Christine Anderson, please contact the Everett Police Department at 425-257-8483. A $20,000 reward is being offered for any information leading to her recovery. Moving on to the next case. Stacy Smart. Stacy Smart, 52, resided near Pine Cove Marina by Lewiston Lake in Lewiston, California, alongside her boyfriend, Tony Brand. In the weeks leading up to Halloween in October 2016, Stacy's mother attempted to contact her multiple times, but her calls went unanswered. Adding to the concern, the home phone had been disconnected. As Halloween passed without any word from Stacy, her family grew increasingly worried. She typically spent the holiday with loved ones at her daughter Nicole Santos' home, making her absence all the more alarming. The following day, Nicole set out to find her mother, reaching out to Stacy's friends, only to learn that none of them had seen her in weeks. On November 2, 2016, the family officially reported her missing to the Trinity County Sheriff's Office. While Stacy's family last spoke to her before Halloween, they hadn't physically seen her since October 12th, when she was at home with her boyfriend. Tony Brand, one of the last known people to have seen her, became a central figure in the case. They both were last seen at a neighbor's birthday party on October 15th. After the party, one of the neighbors had apparently seen Stacy and Tony fighting. A month before she had gone missing, Stacy had called her mother and told her that Tony was cheating on her. The two would reportedly patch things up later on. The family tried to get a hold of Tony, but they weren't able to get in touch with him until the November 8th, almost a week after Stacy was reported missing. When the family questioned Tony, he merely claimed that Stacy had left and he didn't know where she was. The family decided to contact people that had regular contact with Tony and Stacy. One claimed that Tony had told him that Stacy had moved out 2 weeks prior, and another person said that Tony had told him that Stacy had gotten violent and he had to make her move. When Stacy's daughter and son-in-law inquired again, Tony changed his story. He said that Stacy had been back to his house several times and had left behind several notes. When Nicole asked if she could see the notes, Tony said that he didn't know where the notes were. The family also noticed that part of the carpet was missing from the bedroom that Tony and Stacy shared. Tony said that he and Stacy had cut out a piece to make a nice entry to the master bedroom, and he had made a design there with pieces of carpet. The forensic scientist inspected the carpet and confirmed that the carpet had been pieced into a design and didn't find anything suspicious about the carpet. Tony was brought in for questioning by the police as he was the last person to see Stacy. He again claimed that she had just left and that she had done it before, and that's why he didn't find it troubling. Initially, Tony refused to take a polygraph test, but he would later agree to take the test. However, on the day of the test, he didn't show up. He hasn't been asked by the sheriff's office to take a lie detector test since. The police said Tony had been fully cooperative in the case besides the polygraph test. Stacy's bank card was last used on October 16th, the day after she was reportedly seen at that party with Tony. If Stacy did leave, then why hasn't she used her bank card since? There were several reported sightings of her after her disappearance in front of the Weatherville gas station. She was reported to be with an older man in a green SUV. However, none of the sightings have been confirmed. Authorities conducted an extensive search of Tony Brand's property and the surrounding area, employing sonar, cadaver dogs, and the assistance of numerous volunteers. Despite their efforts, no trace of Stacy was found. Her disappearance coincided with that of Sherry Papini, a case that occurred just 45 miles away and garnered widespread media attention. Investigators explored the possibility of a connection between the two cases but ultimately found no evidence linking them. While Stacy was officially reported missing on November 2, 2016, the same day as Sherry, she had not actually been seen since October 15. Unlike Sherry Papini, who was eventually found, Stacy remains missing. Law enforcement has not ruled out foul play, but no arrests have been made in connection with her case. Her family strongly believes she did not leave voluntarily, especially since she had 2 daughters, one just 10 years old at the time, and cherished spending holidays with them. To this day, Stacy's whereabouts remain unknown. Moving on to the next case. Susanna Brown. On the evening of March 8, 1982, Susanna Brown attended a Tupperware party near her home in Abilene, Texas. Meanwhile, her daughter, Francesca, stayed at their neighbor Kathy Spivey's house. Francesca asked Kathy if she could sleep over, but Kathy, being a mother herself, declined, reminding her it was a school night and suggesting they plan something for the weekend instead. Around 8:30 p.m., Susanna picked up Francesca and took her home. The following morning, Billy Brown returned from work at nearly 3:20 a.m., unaware of the nightmare that awaited him. As he switched on the lights, his eyes were immediately drawn to the sight of blood. Then, he saw his wife, Susanna, lying lifeless, partially concealed under the bed. In shock, he passed by the phone in the living room and rushed to the kitchen to dial 911. When officers arrived, they made a horrifying discovery. His 8-year-old stepdaughter, Francesca Antoinette Martinez, had also been murdered inside the house. It was a grim discovery, but investigators immediately noticed something unusual. Susanna was found lying face up in her bedroom, a lamp cord still attached to the lamp and wrapped tightly around her neck. Francesca had also been strangled with a ligature. Her body was discovered in her bedroom with a phone cord, cut in 2 places, wrapped around her neck. Both ligatures were everyday household items, suggesting a crime of opportunity rather than a carefully planned attack. Given that strangulation is an intensely personal and deliberate act, authorities suspected the perpetrator likely knew the victims. The medical examiner later determined that male DNA fluid was present in Susanna's mouth. However, it appeared to have been rinsed off, making it unclear whether it was consensual or connected to the crime. Additionally, Susanna had sustained 3 large lacerations on the left side of her head, indicating that the attacker had struck her multiple times with the lamp before strangling her. Her white V-neck t-shirt and bra were slightly torn, while her blue shorts had been pulled down around her ankles. Despite these details, there was no evidence of sexual assault. It was noted that little Francesca had been hiding under the bed. The way her body was found, it appeared the attacker found and dragged her out. Interestingly, Billy told police at the time that the back door was slightly open and a window was open 5 to 6 inches. This looked staged as all the screen doors were intact, in fact, shut. Officers could find no signs of breaking and entering, not even a scratch on the door, and there was nothing missing from the house. For a man struck with such misfortune, Billy seemed unfazed. He was calm, not too upset, and even made inappropriate dad jokes. That is when he turned from the affected loved one to their number 1 suspect. Investigators first wanted to know more about Susanna Flores Brown. For parents Nick Flores and Frances Soda, Susanna was a Texas girl through and through. Born on October 20, 1951 in Taylor County, Texas. She had 2 sisters, a half-sister and a half-brother. Susanna was loved and adored by all. When she was only 16 years old, she fell in love, but the man she chose was 10 years older than her, 26-year-old Freddie Martinez. In 1967, they got married. They were blissfully married for a long time. Freddie was in the Marine Corps, a lance corporal in the U.S. Army. He served in the Vietnam War up until 1973 when the war was over. For Freddie, 1973 would turn out to be an eventful year. In January, as the Paris Peace Accords were signed and troops were withdrawn, Freddie lost his father. But by the end of the year, some light came into his life. On December 11, 1973, he was blessed in the form of little Francesca Antoinette Martinez, his baby girl. Francesca was affectionately known as Cha-Cha because of her fun spirit. She studied at Bonham Elementary School in Abilene. The mother and daughter were happy and loved, but unfortunately, as often happens with teen marriages, their marriage did not work out. The couple separated with Susanna keeping Francesca. Susanna was very busy with her daughter who loved to dance and be involved in just about everything. For a while, it was just the two of them until 1979 when Billy Brown entered their lives. One night at a nightclub, she met a handsome man who took her heart. Billy worked at Newcorp and appeared to be a loving family man. Susanna's sisters noticed the relationship turning sour very quickly. He was a flirt and a womanizer. Linda Flores and Rita Flores Lafferty believed he was cheating on her repeatedly. Susanna tried to attribute it to them being racist, and even explained how he was different and kind, but the sisters still did not like him. Once, they were all out with their dates at a nightclub when Linda came across the couple arguing. She saw Billy push Susanna hard, knocking her down. The couple had been in a relationship for around 3 years. Susanna's family described Billy as controlling and abusive. Susanna was in significant danger from Billy as detailed by her siblings. Richard Flores, Susanna's half-brother, arrived at the crime scene after hearing about the double slaying. He noticed that Billy did not show any remorse at all and was laughing and joking about a bottle of whiskey Richard had left there about a week before. For Richard, the way Billy distanced himself from any emotions at all was a big red flag. Rowan Flores Beats, Susanna's half-sister, recalled Susanna expressing reluctance about being intimate with Billy. Susanna mentioned that Billy could become ugly or moody and make short and snotty remarks throughout the day if she did not perform in bed to his liking. The news of Susanna wanting to leave the relationship, coupled with Billy's alleged anger over intimacy issues, helped investigators identify a possible motive. Billy told the police that he had been trying to call Susanna for quite a while before he was finally able to get a hold of her. Investigators could paint a picture of what might have occurred. When Susanna did not answer the phone, his feelings of insecurity, jealousy, and control took over, sparking an argument that escalated into something more serious. Sarah Sato, a close cousin of Susanna, told investigators that in the summer of 1981, she escorted Susanna to the hospital. Susanna allegedly claimed that she and Billy Brown got into a fight that led to her suffering a miscarriage. The officers strongly believed there was physical abuse in the relationship. Things got heated often, and investigators discovered Susanna had once called the police in November of 1981 afraid of Billy. They had a domestic issue, and allegedly Billy had gone to see another woman. He laughed it off with the police, saying Susanna had poured dirt in his car's gas tank as revenge. Then realizing it was too much and perhaps she crossed the line, she called the police, fearing Billy's reaction. Susanna confided in her family that she did not want to marry Billy or live in Texas due to the common law marriage laws. While Susanna and Billy were not married by Texas, unwillingness was evident. According to court documents, she refused to take his last name until shortly before her end, only doing so under his pressure. A few weeks before her untimely end, Susanna asked her mother for money to change the locks. About a week before the tragedy, she asked her siblings if they could get her a gun. Richard Flores further explained that he knew something nobody else did. Susanna was trying to leave Billy, and he was very upset about it, threatening her. She went to Richard, told him everything, and asked him to help her buy a gun. It was almost as if Susanna knew something, as if she knew what was to come. As investigators zeroed in on Billy, interrogating him, he produced an alibi. He claimed he left for his job at the Newcorp Manufacturing Company at around 4:30 p.m. on March 8th. He clocked in at 5 p.m. and clocked out at 3 a.m. the following morning. Investigators met with his alibi, Josie Landos, a Newcorp employee. It was rumored that Billy Brown was cheating on Susanna with Josie. Josie was cooperative and admitted it would be easy for Billy to slip out of work as the nature of his job allowed him to leave undetected. Other employees, including co-workers named James Coffey and Larry Skiles, confirmed it was highly possible, which further reduced Billy's alibi. Back in 1982, Billy could not be convicted due to lack of evidence. Little did the officers know they, in fact, did possess evidence. It just needed DNA analysis. The case ended up in the unsolved pile until years later in February 2012 when Abilene police asked Billy to come in for an interview. He did not show up or agree to give a DNA sample. 10 years later, on the January 17, 2023, the oral swab from Susanna's mouth was processed, and there was no question. It was Billy. The investigators wanted to speak to Billy. They confronted him outside his house, but he took it very lightly. Billy sat down for a 2-hour interview with the police where he denied all allegations and said he loved his wife. He denied any domestic violence. He also denied any miscarriage, saying Susanna had an abortion in 1981 by her own will. When he denied giving a DNA sample, he was served a warrant, and the DNA sample was taken by force. Billy was reportedly heard saying, "I have signed my own ending." He also claimed that since breaks at work were only 30 minutes long, he could not have made the drive back and forth to their Abilene home to commit the crime since it took 18 minutes to drive one way. He also passionately denied any relations with Susanna, saying he did not enjoy this particular act in bed. He was not aware that the officers had carried out a DNA analysis. It was Billy's bodily fluid in Susanna's mouth. Despite this, he profusely denied having done the deed with Susanna. He also said that it was possible Susanna was cheating on him with her ex at the time, trying to turn the police elsewhere. He said he got fried chicken for dinner, ate with his family, and left for work. When officers asked him why he did not call the police from the living room phone, he did not miss a beat and retorted with, "Did Francesca not have a phone cord around her neck?" There was no question about it. The perpetrator was Billy. Officers pieced together what they believed had happened. Billy had meticulously planned the crime, slipped away from work, and taken Susanna's life before killing Francesca to eliminate any witnesses. On October 27, 2023, just 2 days after speaking with Susanna's sisters, police arrested Billy Brown on charges of homicide. However, he was released the following day on a $200,000 bond. Billy later stated that his only concern after all these years was whether Susanna had been unfaithful to him with her ex. When approached by reporters for a statement, Billy merely laughed it off. Meanwhile, Susanna's sister Linda expressed her disbelief through tears, saying, "I didn't get my hopes up because it's been so long. I just thought, there's no way they can do this. It's been 41 years. To hear this news, it's just unbelievable. It feels like a dream." A trial date has yet to be determined, but after more than 4 decades, Susanna and Francesca may finally receive the justice they deserve. Moving on to the next case. Terry Becker. On December 6, 1975, a chilling discovery sent shockwaves through the quiet town. 2 motorcyclists, out for a ride, stumbled upon a lifeless body in a secluded field near the intersection of 100th Avenue and Lowell Boulevard. Unbeknownst to them, this grim find would mark the beginning of an unsolved mystery that would haunt the community for nearly half a century. The victim was identified as Terry Becker. She had grown up in Casper alongside her parents, a brother and a sister. A graduate of Kelly Walsh High School, she briefly worked for a newspaper before moving to Denver. According to her family, Terry lived life on the edge. She never met a stranger and could strike up a conversation with anyone. She had a love for painting and music, embracing creativity and spontaneity. On December 4, 1975, Terry Becker was last seen alive hitchhiking to Brighton, Colorado, intending to visit her boyfriend, who was incarcerated at Adams County Jail. While reports indicated that she successfully made it to the detention center, her movements after that remained a mystery. Just 2 days later, her body was discovered in a desolate field. It appeared that her remains, along with her clothing and personal belongings, had been discarded at the site. An autopsy later confirmed that Terry had been sexually assaulted and strangled to death. Despite multiple investigations over the years, the case remained unsolved until February 2003, when authorities were able to extract a DNA sample from evidence collected at the crime scene. The profile was entered into CODIS, but no matches were found. A breakthrough came in February 2013 when the Las Vegas Metro Police Department was reviewing the 1991 murder of Sherry Bridgewater, who had been found raped and murdered in her apartment. When they submitted DNA evidence from the crime scene to CODIS, they made a startling discovery. It matched the unknown suspect in Terry Becker's murder. It was determined the suspect who murdered Terry Becker also murdered Sherry Bridgewater in Las Vegas. However, they did not know the suspect's identity at the time. In February 2018, the case was submitted for genetic genealogy testing to identify a match through hereditary DNA analysis. After 5 years of research and testing, Thomas Martin Elliott was identified as a suspect in both murders. In October 2023, his body was exhumed and was positively identified as the killer in both cases in January 2024. Elliott had an extensive criminal history, spending much of his life cycling in and out of prison. Before murdering Terry Becker, he had committed a burglary in Lakewood, for which he was ultimately sentenced to 6 years behind bars. While incarcerated, he was transferred between various facilities within the Department of Corrections system before being released in Las Vegas in 1981. Following his release, Elliott went on to commit a crime against a child, resulting in a 10-year prison sentence. He was once again released in 1991, at which point he murdered Sherry Bridgewater. However, before authorities could bring him to justice for his crimes, Thomas Elliott took his own life on October 30, 1991. Investigators are now working to retrace his movements in an effort to determine whether he may be connected to additional unsolved cases. Moving on to the next case. Donna Mako. In 1984, 19-year-old Donna Mako was living with her family in New Jersey. Despite her young age, she balanced 2 exciting jobs, working as a legal secretary during the week while pursuing part-time modeling with hopes of going professional. Donna was a striking blonde, someone everyone wanted to be around, but her beauty never overshadowed her kindness. She lived on Cherrybrook Lane in East Windsor with her mother, Betty, stepfather, Ronald, and younger sister, Julie. Julie not only looked up to Donna but aspired to be just like her one day. The family's eldest sister, Toni, had recently moved out, making Donna's presence at home even more cherished. Her parents allowed her some independence by giving her the basement to live in, complete with a separate entrance, letting her come and go as she pleased. However, this very setup would play a crucial role in the tragic events that followed. It was February 26, 1984, a quiet Saturday night at home. Donna had no particular plans but needed to run an errand for work the following morning. 14-year-old Julie arrived home and noticed her sister's car parked in the driveway, signaling that Donna was home. Excited for some quality time, she eagerly joined her in the basement, where they spent the night watching horror movies together until the early morning hours. By 2:45 a.m., Julie was ready to call it a night, so she headed upstairs to her room, leaving Donna alone watching TV. Meanwhile, their mother, Betty, and stepfather, Ronald, were already asleep in their bedroom, and Julie soon drifted off as well. There was no indication of any disturbance or struggle. The next morning, when Donna didn't show up at the breakfast table, her family assumed she had left for work to take care of some office-related tasks. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Since Donna often came and went on her own schedule, they thought little of her absence. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, and soon, dinner time arrived. At that moment, Betty's concern turned into fear. It was completely out of character for Donna to be gone for so long without informing her family. She never spent the night elsewhere, and she always joined them for dinner unless she had prior plans. Hoping she had somehow missed Donna's return, Betty decided to check her daughter's basement room. As she made her way downstairs, she was startled to find the room in complete disarray. Donna was nowhere to be seen, but it was clear that something was terribly wrong. The normally tidy space had been ransacked, with items haphazardly strewn about. Signs of a struggle were unmistakable. Then, in the corner of the room, Betty's eyes landed on something truly horrifying, a pile of bloody clothes. Overcome with panic, she immediately called the police, regretting that she hadn't checked sooner. As the investigation unfolded, authorities located Donna's car about a mile from her home. The black four-door 1979 Chrysler was abandoned on the side of Millstone Road near the Cranberry border, its doors all left wide open. But the most chilling discovery was inside. Bloodstains covered the vehicle, deepening the mystery of Donna's disappearance. Blood covered nearly every surface of the vehicle, from the upholstery to the ceiling, painting a grim picture of what might have transpired. Inside the car, officers discovered Donna's wallet, money, credit cards, and driver's license. None of her valuables were missing. Both the blood from her basement room and the car were sent for laboratory analysis. A detailed examination of her room yielded additional evidence. Male DNA was found on some of Donna's clothing. It was clear that an intruder had entered her room and forcibly taken her. The presence of the unidentified male DNA raised terrifying possibilities, including assault and, even worse, the loss of Donna's life. Tests confirmed that all the blood found in both locations belonged to Donna. However, with DNA technology still in its infancy, investigators had no way to match the evidence to a suspect, leaving them with more questions than answers. With no solid leads, Donna's whereabouts remained a mystery, and the case went unsolved for months. Her family was left in agonizing uncertainty, wondering where she could be. Tragedy struck the Makos once again just 6 months after Donna's disappearance, when her stepfather, Ronald, passed away. The devastating loss weighed heavily on Betty and Julie, compounding their grief. In 1986, Toni got married and tried to move forward with her life. The following year, in 1987, Betty and Julie relocated to Carrollton, Texas, hoping for a fresh start. However, misfortune followed them. Since they were still settling in, they stored their belongings in a storage unit, a decision that proved costly. The unit was broken into, and among the stolen items were 16 boxes containing Donna's possessions, erasing even more pieces of her life. Mementos, photographs, precious memories were lost. This is a very interesting point because normally a burglar would not take photographs or files. Betty became grief-stricken after losing her husband and not knowing where her Donna was. In 1990, she passed away as well. Julie was 20 years old when her mother passed. As she took her last few breaths, Betty made Julie promise to never give up on Donna's case, to find her no matter what. A decade later, the sisters finally had an answer, not necessarily one they liked. On April 2, 1995, 11 years after Donna vanished without a trace, an unexpected discovery was made. A Boy Scouts troop commander, while leading an expedition, stumbled upon a partially dressed skeleton concealed in thick underbrush. The remains were wrapped in a carpet in a wooded area near a cranberry farm. It lay eerily close to the spot where Donna's car had been abandoned years ago. Authorities swiftly responded, and using dental records, they confirmed the remains were indeed those of Donna Mako. The medical examiner initially concluded that she had passed due to a gunshot wound to the head. But back at the lab, a more thorough examination revealed that it was blunt force trauma. Donna Mako's case went from a missing persons case to a slaying. Unfortunately, that was the only progress, a separate classification. The authorities at the time had no idea who did this to Donna. Julie slowly rebuilt her life. She found love, got married, and raised 3 children while checking up regularly on New Jersey police regarding her sister's case. A few years later, in February 2013, Toni, now married as Toni Bartz, passed away as well. She was buried in Little Elm, Texas, where she spent her married life. Toni never did know who took her sister's life so brutally. But a decade later there was new hope. In February 2022, nearly 40 years after the tragic events, the authorities decided to reopen the investigation into Donna Mako's case. Their first step was to send all the original evidence to the Central Regional Laboratory of the State Police of New Jersey. This included DNA samples and fingerprints collected from the scene. In a remarkable breakthrough, the authorities announced in April 2023 that they had identified Nathaniel Harvey as the person responsible for taking the life of Donna Mako. Harvey, a man with a long history of criminal activity, had already passed away in prison. The crucial evidence came from the male DNA found in Donna's apartment during the initial investigation in 1984. This trace, which had no innocent reason to be there, ultimately led to the long-awaited resolution of the case. It was revealed that Harvey, who worked on the cranberry farm, who had been a person of interest initially, was the perpetrator all along. Officers at the time were unable to build a case against him as there was no DNA technology involved at the time. Harvey was arrested for a series of abuses many times over the years, but one thing that put him behind bars was a horrendous crime he committed in June of 1985. A 37-year-old widow named Irene Schnaps was found slain in the bedroom of her Plainsboro apartment. Her body was discovered by a coworker who, concerned after several days without contact, decided to check on her. Investigators concluded that Irene had been fatally struck on the head with a metal object. They found a bloody fingerprint on her pillow and a footprint on the floor, evidence that painted a grim picture of the crime. The lack of forced entry led the police to believe that Irene's attacker was someone she knew. This line of thinking directed their suspicion toward Peter, a neighbor known to have feelings for Irene. However, despite their initial focus on him, no substantial evidence was found linking Peter to the crime. He was eventually cleared as a suspect. Attention then shifted to Nathaniel Harvey, a notorious criminal known for breaking into homes and attacking women. During questioning, detectives noted that Harvey's shoe size matched the footprint found at the crime scene. Additionally, they discovered a Seiko watch belonging to Irene in Harvey's car. After 3 days of intense interrogation, Harvey confessed to taking her life. However, a critical error occurred. The confession was not recorded. Harvey later recanted his confession, claiming he was not involved in Irene's demise. Despite this, the evidence against Harvey was compelling enough to convict him. He was sentenced to life imprisonment for Irene's slaying. Harvey remained in prison from his arrest in 1985 until he passed away in February 2020 in Southwood State Prison despite multiple appeals. Jolie Mako is now Julie Berger. She was 54 years old and a grandmother. She had also been an elected official who served on the council in the town of New Fairview, Texas. She was not expecting to find out the truth about her sister when she got that phone call from New Jersey police. Julie remained connected with people from East Windsor through the Heights Town High Memorial page on Facebook, using it as a platform to keep her sister's case alive. At times, she couldn't help but feel guilt, wondering if things might have turned out differently had she stayed up with Donna that night. But deep down, she knew that as a young girl herself, she may not have been able to prevent what happened. She may have even lost her own life. For years, the family sought answers through trackers, private investigators, and even psychics, desperate to uncover the truth about their beloved Donna. Finally, when a name was put to the case, it brought Julie a sense of closure, however small. She will always cherish the moment when she and her husband went to retrieve Donna's remains after the investigation was officially closed. As she stood there, a tiny ladybug landed on her arm. In that quiet, intimate moment, she felt certain it was Donna reaching out, offering a sign of gratitude and peace. Moving on to the next case. Freeway Phantom Killings. Between April 1971 and September 1972, 6 young African-American girls were abducted and murdered in the Washington, D.C. area by an unidentified perpetrator known as the Freeway Phantom. The victims ranged in age from 10 to 18 years old. Carol Spinks was a reserve 13-year-old and a 7th grader at Johnson Junior High School in Washington, D.C. She had an identical twin sister named Carolyn. On April 25, 1971, Carol's older sister, Valerie, asked her to run a quick errand to a nearby 7-Eleven to pick up some groceries. As an incentive, she told Carol she could use part of the money to buy herself a soda. Carol agreed, took $5 from her sister, and started walking toward the store, which was only about half a mile from their home. On her way to the store, Carol ran into her mother, who scolded her for being out alone and instructed her to come straight home after buying the groceries. Carol assured her that she would. She reached the convenience store, purchased the items along with a soda for herself, and then left. A neighborhood child later recalled seeing her walking back home, carrying a bag of groceries. However, at some point during that short walk, she vanished. When Carol failed to return home that night, her family immediately reported her missing. Relatives and volunteers searched the area but found no trace of her. 6 days later, an 11-year-old boy discovered her fully clothed body dumped along the Anacostia Freeway. An autopsy revealed that she had been sexually assaulted and strangled. The examination also showed that, before her death, she had suffered multiple blunt force injuries to her face. Carol's body also bore multiple cuts, particularly on her face, torso, and arms. The autopsy indicated that she had been deceased for 2 to 3 days. Investigators suspected that her abductor had kept her alive for some time, as her stomach contained traces of citrus fruit, suggesting she had been fed before her death. The only physical evidence recovered was a collection of small green fibers found on her clothing. Authorities believe these fibers might have come from a vehicle, carpet, or rug, but they failed to provide any substantial leads. Darlene Denise Johnson, a 16-year-old girl from Congress Heights, lived just a few blocks away from Carol's home. She had recently taken a summer job as a counselor at the Oxon Hill Recreation Center. Each morning, she walked to work along the same street where Carol had disappeared. On the morning of July 8, 1971, at around 10:30 a.m., Darlene said goodbye to her mother before leaving for work. She mentioned that she would be staying overnight at the rec center, as they were hosting a sleepover event for the children that would continue into the following morning. Darlene never made it to work that day. When she failed to return home and was confirmed to have never arrived at her job, she was officially reported missing. Several witnesses later came forward with accounts of seeing her on the day she vanished. One individual claimed to have spotted her with her boyfriend that afternoon, but the boy's mother refused to allow police to question him. Another witness reported seeing Darlene riding in a black car with an older African-American man around the time of her disappearance, but they were unable to provide any detailed description of the vehicle. A few days later, an employee from the D.C. Department of Highways and Traffic pulled off the road due to car trouble. As he stepped out of his vehicle, he noticed a body lying in the grass nearby. He immediately contacted the authorities, and upon arrival, police recovered the remains. The victim was soon identified as Darlene Johnson. Due to the severe decomposition of her face and body, the medical examiner was forced to remove her fingers for identification purposes. Her remains were discovered a mere 15 feet from where Carol Spinks had been found just 2.5 months earlier. An autopsy was conducted, but the extent of decomposition prevented the determination of an exact cause of death. Despite the striking similarities between Carol and Darlene's cases, including their manner of disposal, the authorities did not initially acknowledge the presence of a serial killer. Brenda Crockett was a 10-year-old girl living with her family in northwest Washington, D.C. On the evening of July 27, 1971, around 8 p.m., her mother sent her to a nearby Safeway store, just 5 blocks away, to purchase bread and food for the family's 3 dogs. Brenda's mother later recalled instructing her to take a friend along, but it appeared that Brenda left on her own. When she failed to return home after an hour, her mother went out to search for her, while Brenda's only sister, Bertha, remained at the house with their mother's boyfriend. As Bertha waited at home, the sudden ringing of the phone startled her. When she answered, she was shocked to hear Brenda on the other end. Crying, Brenda told her sister that a white man had abducted her and taken her to Virginia but was now sending her home in a taxi. Before she could say more, the call abruptly ended. Given that Virginia was roughly 200 miles from where Brenda had last been seen, and she had only been missing for 3 hours, it seemed improbable that she was truly that far away. About 25 minutes later, around 10 p.m., Brenda called again, this time speaking to her mother's boyfriend. When he asked if she knew where in Virginia she was, she responded, "No." "Did my mother see me?" he replied. "How could your mother see you if you're in Virginia?" In the background, the sound of footsteps could be heard before Brenda said, "I'll see you," and the call suddenly cut off. That was the last time anyone ever heard from her. Approximately 8 hours after Brenda's disappearance, a hitchhiker that was traveling on US Route 50 discovered the body of Brenda. She had been sexually assaulted and strangled with a scarf. Her bare feet were pristine, like someone had washed them. Authorities also found small green fibers, just like the ones found at Carol's crime scene. Nino Moshe Yates was a 12-year-old who lived with her father and stepmother in an apartment in northeast Washington, D.C., along Bending Road. Her stepmother had just had a baby, and Yates' dad needed to be with his wife and the newborn at the hospital. On October 1, 1971, Nino Moshe Yates was sent by her family to Safeway grocery store, which was just down the street from their apartment. She had been sent to buy sugar, flour, and paper plates. Later, a store clerk said that she had purchased the items from him at around 7 p.m. This would be the last time she was seen alive. Afterwards, an employee would find the same items outside of the store, scattered along the street. 3 hours later, a 16-year-old boy found Nino Moshe's body along Pennsylvania Avenue just east of Washington, D.C. She too had been sexually assaulted and strangled. Coroners would later note that the strangulation was excessive, with the girl's esophagus having been broken. Green fibers were also found at the crime scene, indicating a link to the previous murders. The only clue that came to the police was from a neighbor who saw Nino Moshe Yates getting into a blue Volkswagen. This neighbor had thought nothing of it at the time, since one of her family's friends drove a similar car. The police were unable to find the person driving the blue Volkswagen, and the killings continued. Brenda Denise Woodward was an 18-year-old that lived with her family in Baltimore, Maryland, along Maryland Avenue. In the fall of 1971, she began taking night classes at Cardozo High School, hoping to improve her typing and shorthand skills. On the evening of November 15, 1971, she and a classmate stopped at Ben's Chili Bowl for dinner. The classmate usually drove her home, but his car was in the shop, so the pair took the bus. Woodward got off a few blocks later and transferred to another bus while her classmate continued on. This was the last time she was seen alive. The following morning, police officer David Norman spotted Brenda's body on Hospital Drive, just south of Route 202 near Prince George's Hospital. Brenda's velvet coat was draped over her. Her black turtleneck was inside out and buttons were missing from her coat and skirt. She had been sexually assaulted, strangled, and stabbed 4 times. Investigators would find defensive marks on her hands and arms indicating that she fought her killer. Investigators also discovered a puzzling note written in pencil which was stuffed in Brenda's coat pocket. The note read, "This is tantamount to insensitivity to people, especially women. I will admit the others when you catch me if you can. Freeway Phantom." Authorities theorized that Brenda wrote the note as dictated by the killer because the FBI matched it to other writings by her. Police also found 2 different hair samples on Brenda's clothing. One belonged to a Caucasian man and the other belonged to an African American man. Despite having the hair samples, police were unable to determine the identity or even confirm if any of them had come from the actual killer. Following the murder of Brenda Woodward, the Freeway Phantom disappeared for a while, leading police to believe that he had left the area or gotten locked up for another crime. However, 10 later, he would strike again. Diane Denise Williams was a 17-year-old who had just started her senior year at Bayou High School in Washington, D.C. On September 5, 1972, Diane cooked dinner for her family and then set off to visit her boyfriend for the evening. Diane would spend the evening with her boyfriend and would later walk him to the bus stop for her trip home to Holly Terrace in the southeast. Diane was last seen by her boyfriend boarding a city bus. She never made it home that night. On September 6, 1972, the body of Diane was found by a trucker who had pulled off the road along Interstate 295. He notified the police, and it was immediately theorized that Diane was a victim of the Freeway Phantom. An autopsy revealed that Brenda had been strangled, though there were no indications of sexual assault. Oddly, her shoes had been removed and placed neatly beside her, with the name, Diane, written on the bottom of one of her white sneakers. Despite the absence of sexual assault, authorities discovered semen on her clothing but initially dismissed its significance, assuming it belonged to her boyfriend from the previous night. However, her boyfriend firmly denied any sexual activity, insisting that nothing had happened between them. It wasn't until the discovery of the fourth victim, Nino Moshe Yates, that authorities officially connected the cases, and the media dubbed the unknown perpetrator the Freeway Phantom. At this stage, the FBI also became involved. Prior to that, the Metropolitan Police Department of the District of Columbia had been leading the investigation. By 1974, an FBI task force was established to handle the case. With a sizable team, they were able to conduct numerous interviews, interrogate multiple suspects, and pursue various leads. However, despite their extensive efforts, no definitive conclusions were reached. All of the victims shared striking similarities. They were African American females between the ages of 10 and 18, living along the Washington Beltway. Each had been abducted while walking, and their bodies were later discarded near major roadways, including highways and interstates. Additionally, all of the victims were small and petite, leading investigators to suspect that the killer may have perceived them as being within the same general age range. One of the primary suspects was Robert Askins, a computer technician with a dark past. In 1938, he had been convicted of poisoning a prostitute with potassium cyanide, a crime that made him a person of interest in the Freeway Phantom case. In 1938, Robert would be sent to St. Elizabeth's Hospital until he was mentally fit enough to stand trial. In 1952, he was finally convicted of the murder. He spent the next few years in prison until he was freed in 1958 after his sentence was overturned on a legal technicality. Later, police would interview Askins about his involvement in an unrelated crime where he abducted a 24-year-old woman at gunpoint and then sexually assaulted her. It was at this point police learned about his previous prison time and started to connect him to the Freeway Phantom murders. Not only did Askins seem to commit a similar crime in the vicinity of the Freeway Phantom murders, but he lived and worked in the region. Askins also seemed to match the Freeway Phantom's criteria set by the police. He was a middle-aged black man that lived in the neighborhood, he had a proclivity for targeting similar victims, and he harbored a violent grudge against women. In March of 1977, authorities got a search warrant for Askins' house. When they searched Askins' row house, they found the appellate court's opinion from his previous conviction. This written opinion used the word tantamount, the same word used in the note found in Woodard's pocket, and an odd word for someone to use. It was found that Askins was known to use the word when attempting to stress the importance of matters related to his work. They also found soiled women's scarves, photos of girls and young women, a knife used in another crime, and an essay from a young girl. Another warrant was issued a month later, allowing police to search Askins' vehicle. They found 2 buttons and a gold earring under his back seat. However, police didn't have any evidence to tie him to the Freeway Phantom killings. The green fibers found on 5 of the 6 victims didn't match the fibers found in his home or car, and hairs found on them came back negative. Askins was later convicted of kidnapping and raping 2 other women in the district several years after the Freeway killings and received a life sentence. He died in prison on April 30, 2010 at age 91. One of the other leads were the Green Vega Rapists, a gang who were known for abducting and raping girls and women in the Washington, D.C., Maryland area. These men drove around in a green Chevy Vega, which they used to kidnap and sexually assault young women. The girls were all similar ages to those who were victim to the Freeway Phantom killings. The Green Vega gang members were individually interviewed by homicide detectives at Lorton Prison in Virginia, where the gang members were serving sentences for their unrelated crimes. During these interviews, one gang member initially implicated another gang member who he said told him he was involved and gave information about one of the Freeway Phantom murders. This particular inmate was also serving a sentence at Lorton Prison for the Green Vega convictions. The inmate being interviewed said that he would provide the information only if they kept his name out of it, which was agreed upon. The inmate then gave investigators information about the Freeway Phantom crimes, which he alleged were perpetrated by a member of the Green Vegas. He gave details of the specific dates, times and locations which was not provided to the public but which was known only to the perpetrator and to detectives. The inmate who provided the information said he was not involved in the homicide and provided an alibi which was found to be verifiable. During this period, an election was being held in Maryland, and one of the candidates publicly announced to the press that a break had occurred in the Freeway Phantom investigation and provided that an inmate at Lorton Prison had given the information. Following that revelation, the inmate who had initially come forward with information abruptly refused any further interviews and completely retracted his previous statements. With no additional leads or viable suspects, the case gradually went cold. It remained dormant until February 2001, when authorities officially reopened the investigation. However, it was soon discovered that, over the years, the original case file from the DC police had been lost, along with much of the physical evidence. At present, investigators have access only to FBI records and documents from Maryland law enforcement agencies, though even those files are incomplete. Fortunately, the semen sample collected from Diane's crime scene had been preserved and was sent to the Maryland State Police for further examination. However, a devastating mishandling of evidence followed. The sample was initially forwarded to the FBI, but after years of inaction, the FBI returned it to the Maryland State Police without conducting any tests. Since then, the DNA evidence has not only remained untested, it has gone missing altogether. With most of the critical information and physical evidence either lost or mishandled, the likelihood of ever solving the Freeway Phantom murders has diminished significantly, leaving the case shrouded in uncertainty. Moving on to the next case. James Adamski. James Adamski, an 18-year-old from Cheektowaga in Erie County, New York, lived with his family on View Court. On the night of October 30th, 1982, he dressed in what he called his American Gigolo costume and headed out to a Halloween party at a bar on Transit Road in Depew. Before leaving, he shared a moment with his younger brother, Andy, kissing him on the forehead and saying, "Have a good time trick-or-treating, kid." It was the last time Andy would ever see him. James attended a pay-one-price, drink-all-night party at the bar and left early on Halloween morning, setting out on foot for home, which was about 2 miles away. He had been drinking and was last seen leaving with a girl before continuing alone along Transit Road near Broadway at approximately 3:30 a.m. When James failed to return home that morning, his mother grew increasingly concerned. James was respectful of his parents and would never have stayed away all night without telling them. James was reported missing to the police. An extensive search was conducted involving Lancaster Town Police, volunteers, and firefighters. Weeks went by without any sign of James. Then, on December 26, 1982, 4 miles from where James was last seen alive, a couple of rabid hunters found his body under leaves and twigs in a wooded area west of Ransom Road. James was still wearing his American Gigolo costume. An autopsy revealed that he had numerous wounds on his forehead. He had most likely been beaten to death with a blunt object by one or multiple people. The killer or killers had made an effort to hide the body. Police believe that James was likely picked up in a car by someone in his inebriated state from the place he was last seen and then driven 4 miles to where his body was found. It remains unclear whether James willingly got into a car with someone he knew or if he was forced inside. Authorities questioned his friends, family, former girlfriends, and others who attended the party that night, but no suspects ever emerged. According to his family, James had no known enemies. Investigators did uncover that most attendees at the party had been drinking heavily, and at some point, James was involved in an argument at the bar. However, there was no evidence to suggest the dispute led to violence later that night. The bar James visited has since closed. His clothing was submitted for DNA analysis, but the results yielded no new leads. To this day, the case remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Lu Yingdiao. On November 29, 1995, 2 men checked into a house in Huzhou, a city in northern Zhejiang province, China. Their plan was to rob the other guests staying at the retreat, but things took a deadly turn when one of the guests caught them in the act. Desperate to avoid getting caught, the pair resorted to the ultimate crime, murdering the witness using clubs and hammers. But the violence didn't end there. To eliminate any potential witnesses, they went on to kill the guesthouse owners, an elderly couple, as well as their 13-year-old grandson. The crime scene was a gruesome sight. Making matters worse for Chinese authorities, the guest house had no CCTV surveillance, and there was no official guest log, leaving investigators with nothing to go on. As a result, the two perpetrators managed to evade justice for more than 2 decades. Meanwhile, a man named Lu Yongbu became a prominent Chinese crime writer to moderate success, penning several novels in the 2000s, including his most well-known name, The Guilty Secrets. In the preface to this book, he discusses the idea of writing a story about an author who gets away with committing a series of murders. He also had plans to write another book with a female protagonist called The Beautiful Woman Who Kills. He had hopes that this novel would be adapted for the big screen and had previously had one book, a work of historical fiction turned into a 50-episode TV series. The books themselves had won him several awards. Little did anyone know that Lu was basing these books on his own experience with several homicides. At the original crime scene in 1995, authorities had, of course, gathered evidence, including a cigarette butt. At the time, the DNA did not match anyone in any kind of law enforcement database, but the DNA was kept on file. In 2017, the authorities traveled over 15 provinces looking for suspects. They compared the DNA on file to that of data on over 60,000 people in the space of 2 months. Then at last, their hard work paid off. The DNA matched the clan name Lu in Nanling. From here and through meeting the clan, the police locked down Lu Yongbia as a suspect. On August 8, 2017, 2 undercover policemen arrived at Lu's door posing as researchers who were looking into his family tree. When they asked him for a DNA sample, he agreed. Later, Lu said he suspected the pair were cops, but felt like his time was coming to an end and he was tired of living with the guilt and the images in his head. A few days later, on August 11th, Lu Yongbia was arrested, age 53. He had sent his wife and daughter away so they wouldn't witness him being placed in handcuffs and had contacted his accomplice, Wang Muming, to tell him that the pair should face their fate. He left a letter for his wife admitting to his crimes and telling her of his mental torment over the years. In later statements, Lu admitted that the criminals had slain the guest house lodger because, quote, he looked wealthy, but all they found on him was a watch, a ring, and the equivalent of little over $1 in cash. He also described how the horrific crime scenes and gruesome details had haunted him, calling them worse than dying. He admitted that the executions had been so inhumane that he deserved to die 100 times for committing them. On July 30, 2018, Lu and Wang were found guilty of first-degree robbery and homicide and were sentenced to death. Despite Lu's once successful literary career, it seems unlikely that any of his remaining unpublished works will ever be released to the public. Moving on to the next case. Richard Klinkemer. Richard Klinkemer was born on March 15, 1937, in the Netherlands and endured a difficult childhood. His mother had an affair with an SS officer, and during the war, she was sexually assaulted by another German soldier. When she returned to Holland, vigilante locals subjected her to public humiliation by shaving her head in a brutal display of retribution. Struggling to survive, she eventually turned to sex work to make ends meet. As a young man, Richard joined the French Foreign Legion and fought as a soldier. Later, as an author, he drew inspiration from his real-life experiences in war and petty crime to craft his books. His military background was particularly evident in his debut work, Obedient as a Dog, where he stated that the first lesson in the French Foreign Legion is learning to kill, and the second is learning how to dispose of a body. Though his writing career never completely failed, it also never brought him widespread fame, and he remained relatively unknown in his home country. By the time Richard met Hanny Godfrenin, he had already been through one failed marriage. Hanny, a pediatric nurse, became deeply infatuated with her new partner, despite him being 10 years her senior. She carried her own tragic past. At just 9 years old, in July 1957, she discovered her mother's lifeless body. Maria, 46, had been murdered by Hanny's father, who first threw her down the stairs before brutally striking her with a hammer. For a time, Richard and Hanny shared a happy marriage, but as financial troubles mounted, Richard turned to heavy drinking. His alcohol abuse soon escalated into physical violence against his wife. Whenever he became aggressive, Hanny would seek refuge with friends, but each time, she inevitably returned to him. In 1991, Hanny vanished from their home in Honderidge Wolf. When Richard reported her disappearance, he claimed to have found her bicycle abandoned near a train station. According to The Guardian, a thorough investigation followed. Police searched the house, brought in dogs, used infrared scanners, and even excavated the garden, but no trace of the missing woman was ever discovered. This didn't stop police suspicions, however, especially when friends told of the domestic abuse that had taken place in the last few years. Richard was brought in for questioning several times and even detained once, but without concrete evidence, police couldn't bring charges against the writer. A year after the disappearance of his wife, Richard went to a publisher with a new manuscript which detailed 7 ways in which he could have killed his wife. The book was called Wednesday Mince Day, and it set out various scenarios in which one might murder their spouse. One reportedly involved the killer running pieces of flesh through a meat grinder and feeding it to the pigeons. The manuscript was ultimately rejected for being too gruesome. At this time, Richard's publisher began to have his own suspicions that Richard was involved in the disappearance of his wife, but when he asked the writer, Richard apparently responded with, quote, "It's not yet the time to talk about it." In 1997, Richard sold the home he'd shared with Hanny and moved with his new girlfriend to Amsterdam. Details of the writer's gory manuscript began to leak to the underground Dutch press, and Richard began to enjoy more success than ever when he was asked to appear on some TV shows. Richard seemed hardly bothered that people thought he was involved with his wife's disappearance. In fact, he seemed to enjoy it, often answering accusations with cryptic remarks and dark jokes. Then 3 years later in February, the new occupants of the house decided to get rid of the shed in the garden. Workers who were renovating there found a human skull and skeletal remains beneath the concrete floor in the garden shed. It was the evidence that the Dutch authorities had been waiting for nearly a decade. Dental records confirmed that the remains belonged to Haney. On February 3, 2000, age 62, Richard was finally arrested for the execution of his 43-year-old wife. He hadn't reported her missing for 6 days after he'd taken her life and told authorities that he had beaten her to death during an argument on January 31, 1991. Afterwards, he dug a hole in the shed, dumped her body, and filled the hole with concrete. He reportedly used compost to disguise the rotting smell. While the general gist of what happened that day seems to be the same across all accounts, none of them agree on what weapon was used. Some reports suggest the weapon was a wooden bat or the handle of an object, while others claim it was a crowbar or a wrench. Regardless of what was used, the result remained the same. A 43-year-old woman lost her life at the hands of her violent, abusive husband. Stories like this are sadly common, yet each one is tragic in its own right. In February 2001, Richard was sentenced to a mere 7 years in prison. Even more unsettling was his early release in February 2003 for good behavior. Then, in February 2007, his controversial manuscript was finally published. What made matters even eerier was the cult-like following it seemed to attract. Fans of Richard created projects about him and sought him out for photographs, while his neighbors still described him as a good man, despite the horrors he had committed. In 2016, at the age of 72, Richard ended his own life. Moving on to the next case. Shradha Walker. Shradha Walker was born in 1995 in Vasai, a town located in the Palghar district of Maharashtra, India. She lived with her parents, Vikas Madan Walker and Suman Madan Walker, along with her younger brother, Shriji Walker. Shradha pursued a bachelor's degree in mass media at the New English School of Viva College. During their adolescence, Shradha and her brother often witnessed conflicts between their parents. Eventually, in 2016, her father, Vikas, separated from her mother, Suman. He moved into a separate home with his mother, leaving behind his children and soon-to-be ex-wife, though he remained in the same locality. Shradha and her brother continued living in the family home with their mother. In 2018, she decided to take on full-time work to help ease the financial burden on her mother. Coming from a small city like Vasai, which lacked the vast opportunities of a major metropolis, Shradha made the decision to move to Mumbai in search of better prospects that could improve both her own life and her family's well-being. With the help of a friend, Shweta, she relocated to Mumbai and rented a modest flat. Soon after, she secured an entry-level position at a call center for a multinational company in Malad, Mumbai. Since Shradha was new to the city, she was eager to make friends. While working at her new job, she met Aftab Amin Poonawala. The details of their initial encounter remain unclear, with some sources claiming they connected through the dating app Bumble, while others suggest they met directly at work. Regardless, Aftab was employed at the same company as Shradha, and coincidentally, he had also lived in Vasai before moving to Mumbai for work. This shared background quickly led to a strong friendship. Aftab had attended St. Francis High School in Vasai and later earned a bachelor's degree in management studies from LS Raheja College. He had a passion for cooking and even maintained a food-centric Instagram account under the handle Hungry Chakro, where he reviewed various restaurants and eateries. As time passed, Shradha and Aftab grew closer, spending much of their free time together. They frequently spoke on the phone and met outside of work, strengthening their bond beyond just friendship. Aftab shared Shradha's love for traveling and hiking, which deepened their bond both as friends and as romantic partners. As their relationship grew stronger, they made their relationship official, and Aftab eventually asked Shradha to move in with him. They soon took out a lease together on a flat in the Kini complex in Nalasopara East. In 2019, Shradha decided to visit her mother in Palghar. During her visit, she opened up about her relationship with Aftab, telling her mother that she was in love with him and that they were officially living together. She also expressed her desire to marry him. However, Shradha's mother disapproved of the relationship. In a later interview, Shradha's father recalled, "My daughter told my wife in 2019 that she wanted to be in a live-in relationship with Aftab Poonawala. My wife and I advised her against it because I am Hindu, and that boy is Muslim." Shradha's father firmly stated, "We don't do interreligious marriages." This led to a heated argument between Shradha and her parents. Frustrated, she stormed out of the house, declaring, "I am 25 years old now, and I have every right to make my own decisions." After that, Shradha returned to Mumbai and severed all contact with her family. Her mother made several attempts to reach out, trying to convince her to reconsider her relationship with Aftab. Despite these efforts, Shradha remained resolute in her decision to stay with him, determined to marry him regardless of her family's disapproval. In January 2020, tragedy struck when Shradha's mother passed away from natural causes. Shradha returned home for the funeral, and during this visit, she confided in her father that she had been fighting with Aftab and that he had been physically abusive. However, she added that Aftab always apologized afterward, and things would eventually return to normal. Her father urged her to leave Aftab and move back to Vasai, but Shradha refused. She insisted that Aftab was not a bad person and that, despite everything, she still wanted to marry him. The relationship between Shradha and her father had been strained ever since he moved out. She refused to speak with him, and the only glimpses he had into her life came from her social media posts. After her mother's funeral, Shradha returned to her flat in Mumbai. In total, she spoke to her father only 3 times after her mother's passing, the third call being the last conversation they ever had. Though Shradha had cut direct contact with her father and brother, they still kept track of her through her online presence. She was active on Instagram and WhatsApp, frequently posting photos of food and drinks, and regularly updating her WhatsApp status. From these posts, her family could at least see that she was doing okay. With no family support, Aftab became the only emotional pillar in Shradha's life. Aftab remained by Shradha's side after her mother's death, and according to one of her friends, she often spoke about their complicated relationship. In an interview, the friend recalled, Shradha used to tell me that Aftab would cook for her, even feed her with his own hands, but she also told me how the same man would thrash her brutally at other times. Their arguments frequently revolved around financial struggles. Shradha worked and covered most of their living expenses, while Aftab largely stayed home, unable to hold down a steady job. Their relationship was further strained by Shradha's accusations of infidelity. She reportedly caught Aftab talking to other women on dating apps multiple times, leading to heated confrontations. However, after every fight, Aftab would apologize, and Shradha would eventually forgive him. Despite the abuse and their ongoing conflicts, Shradha still wanted to marry Aftab and build a life together. However, he continuously postponed any commitment. Aftab later told friends that he felt pressured by Shradha to marry, and he claimed that this pressure often escalated their disagreements into violent fights. By mid-2020, Aftab's parents had learned more about his relationship with Shradha. Like her own family, they were also against their union and discouraged him from pursuing an interfaith marriage. However, Aftab remained steadfast in his decision. In October of that year, the couple relocated from their apartment in Nagao to the Regal Cooperative Housing Society in Vasai. Reports suggest that on their rental application, they falsely stated that they were a married couple. Shradha had not openly shared details about Aftab's violent outbursts with her friends. However, in November 2020, she reached out to one of them and revealed the extent of the abuse. The friend later recounted, Shradha reached out to me after being beaten up by Aftab. My friend and I went to their flat, confronted Aftab, and threatened to file a case against him. Following this confrontation, Shradha left Aftab and stayed at a mutual friend's house for 2 days. However, despite the intervention and concern of her friends, she ultimately returned to him. I do not know what influence he had on her, but one thing was clear: she loved him and was emotionally dependent on him. On November 21, 2020, after being assaulted yet again, Shradha went with a friend to Tulunj police station in Nala Sapara to file a complaint. In the complete letter to the police, Shradha said that Aftab had been abusing her and beating her, and said that he even attempted to kill her through suffocation. She further stated, quote, "He scares and blackmails me that he will kill me, cut me up in pieces and throw me away. It's been 6 months that he has been hitting me, but I did not have the guts to go to the police because he would threaten to kill me." In the letter, Shradha claimed that Aftab's parents would visit the couple on weekends and that they were aware he beat her. She submitted the letter and the police then asked her to get a medical exam for the official record. However, Shradha changed her mind prior to doing so, most likely her friends suppose out of mortal fear. The police said that Shradha had filed an application but that she had not proceeded further with the complaint as she neglected to file an FIR. An FIR is the first information report used by police organizations to triage cases. It is unclear why Shradha chose not to pursue her police report further, but some sources claim that Aftab arrived at the station and entreated her to take back the complaint before submission. Otherwise, he claimed he would kill himself. While other sources claim that Shradha never proceeded further due to Aftab's parents making a promise that Aftab would move out of the apartment. Shradha still stayed with Aftab and regular arguments and fights continued throughout the year of 2021. Shradha would pursue Aftab for marriage, but he was reluctant, which led to frequent fights, often turning physical yet again. In 2022, in an attempt to rekindle their relationship, Shradha and Aftab decided to leave Mumbai behind and relocate to Delhi, hoping for better job prospects and a fresh start away from their families. Before making the move, they planned a hiking trip to Himachal Pradesh, a shared passion they believed might help them reconnect. According to one of Shradha's friends, she had mentioned saving a small amount of money, which she hoped would sustain them for at least 2 months while they searched for jobs in Delhi. On June 5, 2022, the couple embarked on their short yet challenging trip, returning to their new home in Delhi on May 8. Initially, they checked into a hotel, where they stayed for 1 to 2 days. Around May 11 or 12, they visited a mutual friend in Chhattarpur, who assisted them in finding and renting an apartment in the area. With high hopes, they moved into their new home, believing this could mark the start of a better future together. However, the problems they had in their relationship continued in Delhi. Frequent fights would occur about trivial matters. Shradha's friends and family had no idea that she had moved to Delhi. Shradha's father and brother used to get updates about her life from her social media posts. However, by September of 2022, Shradha had not posted anything for many months. Worried, Shradha's father and brother tried contacting her several times. However, her phone had been switched off. They contacted Shradha's friends, and one of her friends had told them that Shradha and Aftab had moved to Delhi a few months prior and had been staying and working there. However, they said that they had not had any contact with Shradha for the last few months and told them that her phone had been switched off for some time. Now extremely worried, Shradha's father reported her missing at the Mumbai police station in September of 2022. The police started their investigation and soon tracked down Aftab living in the same Chhatapur apartment. He was called to the Mumbai police station for questioning. He told police that Shradha does not live with him anymore. He claimed that she left with another lover on the May 18th and that he did not know her whereabouts. The police did not pursue him further, thinking he was a depressed boyfriend whose girlfriend had left with another man. When the Mumbai police were not able to find any leads, however, they transferred the case to Delhi police, as Delhi was the last known location of Shradha. Shradha's father traveled to Delhi in early November and gave every detail that he knew to the Delhi police. Delhi police went to Aftab's apartment in Chhatapur and questioned him. He again claimed that Shradha left with a lover and that he did not know where she was. He also told police to find her quickly, as he was worried and had tried to contact her but to no avail. Police then checked Aftab's call records and found that after May 18th, he had not contacted Shradha at all. Police also found that Aftab had told his landlord a different story than what he told police about why Shradha was not with them. Suspicions immediately fell on Aftab, and he was taken to the police station and interrogated. During this interrogation, Aftab broke down and confessed to killing Shradha. On the night of the May 18th, just 3 days after moving into their apartment, Aftab claims that Shradha started pressuring him to marry her again, but Aftab did not want to, and they started fighting and it turned violent. During the fight, Shradha started screaming at him, and in extreme rage, Aftab recalls that he held her neck and choked her. According to Aftab, he was trying to silence her. However, by the time he took his hands off Shradha's neck, Shradha was dead. Aftab told police that even though he realized that he had just killed Shradha, he was oddly relaxed. Aftab said that he slept that night in the same room where he had killed Shradha. He then woke up the next day and started planning regarding how to dispose of her body. Aftab loved watching crime thrillers, and he admitted to police that he was inspired by the American TV series Dexter. So the next morning, he went to the market and bought a refrigerator. The following day, he went out and bought a saw, plastic bags, bleach, a backpack, and a few chemicals from different shops. All the while, Shradha's body was still in their apartment. He then dragged her body into the bathroom and began chopping it into very small pieces. He then put them into plastic bags and put the plastic bag into the freezer. He would store the rest of her body in the lower compartment of the refrigerator, where he also kept his groceries. To mask the smell in the apartment, he lit several incense sticks and used disinfectants and chemicals. He also utilized several chemicals as well as bleach to wash the bathroom so that no bloodstains could be detected by forensics. According to police, Aftab's search history contained searches such as how to destroy a body, how to remove bloodstains, and how to decompose a body. Aftab recalled that after killing Shradha, the breaking down of her body took 10 hours to complete. He recalls his exhaustion at the end of the arduous task and says that after he was done, he drank a beer, smoked some cigarettes, and proceeded to take a shower. Aftab reportedly was fond of ordering food from local restaurants on apps such as Zomato or other online food delivery apps, and so he ordered food to be delivered at his home. Police noted that in the aftermath of his crime, he would always order for 2 people in order to deter suspicion. He would go on to eat the food and put the leftovers in the very same refrigerator in which he was storing his girlfriend's body. On the May 21st, Aftab got up around 1 to 2 a.m. in order to take out a few plastic bags that had body parts in them. He put them in a backpack and took it with him. He would then walk to the Meharori forest area, which was about a 20 to 30-minute walk from his apartment. There in the forest, he would dump the remains. He would not simply abandon the plastic bags but would empty them onto the forest floor so that the remains would decompose faster. He would then separately discard the plastic bags. After dumping the parts, he went back to his apartment in order to make note of how many body pieces he had thrown away. He would make a rough note of where he dumped each and every body part. The police would later find this diary in his apartment. For the next 10 to 15 days until around June 5th, he would wake up at night, take out a few of the plastic bags with the body parts, and throw them into the forest. He meticulously would plan which parts to dispose of first depending on which part would start to decompose at the earliest. On June 5th, he dumped Shradha's head, but before that he poured kerosene over it and lit it on fire so that it became unidentifiable even if the head was found. He disposed of the remainder of the parts in several different areas of the city. Aftab reportedly dumped the tools that he used in the Meharori forest. Police were in shock as to how he was able to do all of this in an area which is quite densely populated. Even his neighbors were shocked as they had no idea that Shradha had even been living there. While he was dumping the body parts, Aftab also started using Shradha's phone and pretended to be her. He would reply to friends on WhatsApp and he posted on social media several times so that her friends and family would not get suspicious. Police also found that during this time, Aftab was active on dating apps such as Bumble. He met a woman through this app and invited her to his apartment. She spent the night with him, all the while Shradha's body parts and her head were still in his refrigerator. The woman, however, was unaware of this. Police noted that Aftab was strangely calm and relaxed during his interrogation. According to police sources, there was no remorse visible on his face during his interrogation. It was later found that Shradha's phone was last active on October 23rd. After that, Aftab reportedly threw her phone into Versailles Creek in Mumbai. He did this when he was called to the Mumbai police station for questioning in October when Shradha's father had finally reported her missing. During their initial investigation, the Delhi police found a pending water bill from Aftab's flat. The Delhi government provides 20,000 liters of water for free. While most houses in the neighborhood have no water bill, Aftab's flat had an outstanding water bill of 300 rupees, which led them to suspect Aftab was using his flat for nefarious purposes. Investigators believe that Aftab may have used a large quantity of water to clean up the blood stains. They note that Aftab probably left the shower on while carrying out his gruesome crimes so that he could cut the body parts easily with the blood flowing directly into the sewer. Neighbors told police that Aftab would regularly go and check the building's water tank. Their suspicions grew stronger when they found out that Shradha's phone was used on May 26th in order to transfer 54,000 rupees from Shradha's bank account to Aftab's account. Aftab had claimed that Shradha had left him on May 18th only carrying her phone and that he had no contact with her since. The location of the bank transfer also turned out to be in the Chhatapur area. Besides this, on the May 31st, there was a chat with her friend from Shradha's Instagram account. When the police found out the location of Shradha's phone, it was also in Chhatapur. When questioned as to why Shradha's phone location was traced to his exact home even though he claimed Shradha had taken her phone with her, Aftab could not answer. It was at this moment that Aftab finally revealed the truth. It took 6 months for anyone to actually realize that Shradha was dead. By that time, most of the body parts had decomposed. Police were able to recover 13 bone fragments from the Meharori forest, and they were sent for forensic testing. On December 15, 2022, a forensic report stated that the bone samples found in the forest matched the DNA of Shradha Walker's father Vikas Walgar, confirming that the remains did belong to Shradha. However, Shradha's head remains missing, and the murder weapon has yet to be recovered. Investigators found various sharp objects in Aftab's flat, including knives and a handsaw, but none have been definitively linked to the crime. During forensic testing at Aftab's apartment, authorities managed to detect traces of blood, despite his repeated attempts to clean the space with chemicals and bleach. On December 23, 2022, forensic analysis confirmed that the recovered blood samples belonged to Shradha Walker. These forensic findings played a crucial role in strengthening the case, as the investigation had previously relied heavily on Aftab's confession and circumstantial evidence, either of which would hold up in court. Without solid proof, Aftab could have retracted his confession, leaving the police without a strong case for prosecution. As a result, Delhi police are urgently searching for additional corroborative evidence to ensure a conviction. Meanwhile, Shradha's grieving family remains hopeful that justice will be served. The investigation is ongoing. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.